Today on The Novelizers, the entire Independence Day story in one spectacular star-studded episode. Narrated by Will Forte, James Urbaniak, Michael Torpey, Beanie Feldstein, Mae Whitman, Jon Wuster, Josh Johnson, Chris Parnell, Andy Daly, Maurice LaMarche, Adam Pally, Paget Brewster, Veer Das, Kevin Sussman, Jake Johnson, Aparna Nancherla, Kevin Shinick, Craig Ferguson, and David Pressman. The year was 1898 when science fiction visionary H.G. Wells wrote about a war of the worlds in which evil Martians from the planet Mars invaded Earth. Humanity is powerless to stop them, but then suddenly the Martians just collapse out of nowhere, totally dead, the victims of a microscopic Earth virus. That timeless story of man versus evil alien was ripped off in the 1996 film Independence Day, with some key differences. Instead of a virus, the aliens are defeated by something way cooler, a computer virus, and also by being sucker punched by Will Smith. Jeff Goldblum is the IT guy who builds the virus, and Randy Quaid is a crazy kook who also plays a crazy kook in the movie. Plus there's fighter jets, a strip club, an adorable dog. Honestly, the movie has everything. Well, almost everything. Independence Day lacked one key element from H.G. Wells' masterpiece, being a book. Until now. Hi, I'm Steven, the creator of The Novelizers, and this year, with the help of dozens of writers, actors, and comedians, plus Andy Richter, we declared our independence from moving pictures, turning ID4 back into a book for the very first time. And while we were at it, we added some jokes. Then we turned it into a podcast. H.G. Wells, you're H.G. welcome. And you, dear listener, are also H.G. welcome, because today we're giving you that entire novelization in one easy-to-listen-to episode of the podcast. If you enjoy it, look us up on Patreon and kick in a few bucks a month. And now, sit back, relax, and enjoy Independence Day, the movie, the book, the podcast.
Chapter 1. The Arrival. Novelized by Steve Agee. Narrated by David Pressman. July 2nd, 1996. The American flag sits planted on the moon untouched for 27 years. Not far away is a plaque that reads, "Here men from the planet Earth first set foot upon the moon. July 1969 AD. We came in peace for all mankind." Suddenly, Old Glory is darkened by a shadow. This is not a planetary eclipse. This is an alien spaceship slowly passing overhead, pointed straight at fucking Earth. Meanwhile, 200,000 miles away at SETI, Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence Institute in New Mexico, Eli, a young technician, aimlessly hits golf balls into an automatic putting machine. It's the middle of the night and he's listening to something by R.E.M. because he's 25 years old and all his Sleater-Kinney CDs were stolen out of his desk a month earlier. He's pretty sure it was Olivia, the new hire, but he can't prove it. Out of nowhere, an alarm starts flashing and beeping, breaking the mood in the room. Eli runs over to a machine that's emitting a strange noise. He grabs a phone and dials. At the other end of the building, in a small break room with a couple of bunk beds, Gil Gubbin, the shift supervisor, is sleeping. Probably a deep, dreamless sleep. The kind of sleep that is earned from 70-plus hour work weeks over a 30-year span that's seen 2 failed marriages, 3 ulcers, and a nervous breakdown. The phone rings and Gil tries to ignore it. Deep down inside, he's terrified. The last time his phone rang at this hour of the night was when his mom called to tell him that his sister died when she fell off the top deck of a cruise ship. It was eventually ruled an accidental death, but the family was pretty sure it was her husband that shoved her over the edge. Either way, it's safe to say cruises are fucking horrible and nobody should go on one. Gil reluctantly answers the phone. "Yeah." Eli, on the other end of the line, excitedly says, "You need to hear this, sir." He puts his phone up to the machine that's been making the strange noise. Shocked, Gil shoots straight up in his bed, hitting his head on the top bunk so hard he almost passes out. He hasn't experienced head trauma like this since being the victim of a home invasion robbery in 1987. He throws on a robe and heads for the computer room. By the time he gets there, the room is buzzing with activity. This better not be another Russian spy probe, he says. Gabriel, the office intern, assures him the boys at air traffic control have confirmed that the skies are clear. Eli is giddy.
It's the real thing. A radio signal from another world. This might be the first step in my dream becoming a reality. I'm this much closer to someday having sex with an alien.
Get on the horn with Space Command. They're going to want to hear about this, says Gil as he trips over Eli's poorly placed automatic putting machine.
What the fuck? Where'd I tell you idiots about playing golf in the control room?
You see, Gil hated golf ever since he was a young boy. His father's love of the sport far outweighed his love for his son, and the rest of the family for that matter. In 1964, his father had a heart attack on the 15th hole while Gil was simultaneously graduating from high school. So yeah, you could say that Gil hated golf. And cruises. And home invasion robberies. His attention is quickly diverted from the putting machine when another tech speaks up.
Well, this can't be right. The sound isn't coming from deep space. It's close. Like really close,
said the tech over the click-clack of her Dell computer.
In fact, it's coming from the moon.
Later, at Space Command, a division of the Pentagon, General Gray, a grizzled, no-nonsense stick-in-the-mud, and Colonel Benton, his top advisor, are walking the halls.
Does anyone else know about this?
Barks the general.
Does anyone know about Space Command? No, sir. In fact, this is literally the first time we've had anything to do. No, you fucking idiot! Does anybody else know about the anomaly above the moon?
Snaps the general.
Yeah, only SETI, sir, but those fucking idiots smoke weed, so they'll probably have forgotten about this by tomorrow.
They enter some sort of control room, and Benton is handed a printout with an infrared image on it. As he spreads the image out on a desk, he continues.
Whatever this is, General, we estimate that it's about a fourth the size of the moon.
General Gray is having trouble wrapping his head around this information.
Well, I don't understand. What is it? A meteor? An asteroid?
Benton has to restrain himself.
A meteor? No, dog. This isn't a meteor or an asteroid.
The general still doesn't get it.
Well, how do you know it's not a meteor?
Because, sir, it's slowing down, says Benton. The general grabs a phone and dials.
Get me the Secretary of Defense.
Meanwhile, in the master bedroom of the White House, President Whitmore sits in bed reading. Probably something important. Next to him, fast asleep, is his 8-year-old daughter, Patty. The phone rings.
Hello?
Says Whitmore. On the other end of the line is his wife, Marilyn, calling from the West Coast.
Hey, it's me.
You're up late. What time is it there? Asked the president.
It's 2:45, and yes, I'm drunk. I've been in L.A. for 2 weeks, and you haven't once asked me why I'm here.
The First Lady is pissed off. Her marriage has been falling apart since her husband's inauguration. President Whitmore tries to stop a conversation before it happens.
Okay, I can't get into this with you right now. Our daughter is sleeping right next to me. She misses you.
Well, it's good to know that at least one person misses me. Let me talk to her.
He hands the phone to the kid.
Patty, wake up, it's your mom.
The girl sits up, excited.
Hi, Mommy. Daddy let me sleep in your room last night. I even got to watch Letterman. One of his guests jumped on the desk and showed him her boobs.
The First Lady is not amused.
Oh, yeah, I heard about that. Drew Barrymore, total floozy.
While his daughter and wife continue talking, the president walks out of the room past a television as a news anchor is coincidentally talking about how low the commander-in-chief's approval rating has fallen. In the hallway, he's joined by the White House Communications Director, Constance Spano. She's holding a copy of USA Today. There's concern in her voice.
Well, you're pretty unpopular right now. Half the country thinks you're too old and too compromising.
Whitmore is wounded. As they arrive in the dining room, he pours some coffee.
Too old? I'm 42. I'm the fucking youngest president in U.S. history. I don't get it. I'm a nice guy, right? So why does my wife and half the country hate my guts? Could things get any worse?
The president's aide, Dennis de la Jones, enters.
Sir, the Secretary of State is on the phone.
To look at Dennis, one would assume he was a straight shooter with young Republican written all over his face. A classic boy next door, Johnny USA, a real everyman. But the reality couldn't have been further from that. You see, Dennis was a Russian asset. He'd been turned by the Ruskies 2 years ago, and in 1 week's time he was going to carry out his assignment. Dennis was going to assassinate President Whitmore. Unless something came up to derail that plan.
Thank you, Dennis. You know, I don't say this enough, but without you, I don't think I could do my job. I really value everything you do for me, and I see you as more than just my aide. You're more like the son I never had. Starting next week, I'm giving you a raise.
The president picks up the phone.
Yes?
After a long pause.
I'm sorry, what the fuck did you just say?
45 miles above the Earth, a U.S. satellite crashes into the mysterious spacecraft.
Chapter 2, in which Jeff Goldblum rides his bike like a boss and Earth is invaded by 15-mile-wide space cookies. Novelized by Liz Lent, narrated by Craig Ferguson. Just when you thought Jeff Goldblum would never, and indeed could never, top his head-turning role of buff, blue-furred alien in the 1988 cinematic masterpiece Earth Girls Are Easy, here he is again in yet another movie about aliens. Sadly for Jeff Goldblum, and I guess the audience, this movie has way fewer sex scenes with Geena Davis, but way more drunk scenes with Randy Quaid. This seems like a bad trade-off. But shh, don't tell Jeff. He doesn't know any of this yet. The poor guy just got here, and he's focused on playing chess in the park with his dad, that guy from the TV show Taxi, whose name I always forget, and who I literally only know as that guy from the TV show Taxi. None of you will remember this show because you are mere babies. Little tiny babies who know nothing about 1970s TV shows and how we had to watch them submerged in 12-inch deep shag carpet that was filled with cigarette butts, well-thumbed copies of Reader's Digest, and the dried tears of women striving for equal rights. Anyway, where were we? Ah, yes. In a park, playing chess with Jeff Goldblum, whose name is David in this movie, by the way. And the guy from Taxi is playing his dad, a fellow named Julius, who's wearing a nice warm cardigan on a sweltering July morning in New York City. Julius is complaining vehemently to David about how long David is taking to make his move. Making a move may also be a euphemism, because then Julius starts asking David why he's not dating anyone and why he's still wearing a wedding ring when he's been divorced for nearly 4 years. David keeps stalling on his chess move, no doubt wishing it was 2016 instead of 1996, and he could just Google how to play chess and stop hiding the fact that he barely knows what any of these pieces do. Why is there a horsey? Why are the pawns so self-destructive? Is the bishop really ordained? Trying to hide his chess ignorance, David reminds his father it's only been 3 years since his divorce. Big fucking whoop is what his dad does not say, but is clearly thinking. Instead, he tells David, it's not healthy. David moves a piece. He thinks maybe it's called the haberdasher. You know the one that looks like a castle. Then he chastises his father for smoking before smoothly declaring checkmate, with a confidence he does not feel. Indeed, a confidence he has not felt for many, many years, not since he banged Geena Davis. David gets up and gives his dad a kiss on the cheek as the older man tries to figure out how his son cheated, and then David rides off on his bike towards his next adventure, which probably isn't anything too exciting and most likely doesn't involve aliens or even Will Smith. Now we're in the middle of a very busy room with lots of desks and a ton of TV screens on the wall. The screens are all in varying stages of scrambly static. There's hubbub everywhere I tell you. Phones are ringing, people are running around, it's chaos. There's a fellow on the phone who's been working so hard he hasn't even eaten half of the bagel sitting on the desk in front of him, poor thing. This guy, in a harried voice, tells the person on the phone that he's sorry her TV isn't working and that he too loves the X-Files. Woo! Shout out to Mulder and Scully, whose creator, Chris Carter, was even worse at telling alien stories than the makers of Independence Day. David rides in on his bike, which is confusing because is his office on the first floor? Or did he ride into the lobby of the building, then ride his bike into the elevator, then sit on the bike while inside the elevator, and then ride his bike off the elevator? Or was he an even bigger dick than that and walk his bike into the elevator, stand in the elevator pretending to be a normal human, and then get back on the bike and ride it 10 feet into the office? Either way, I think we're getting to the heart of why David hasn't dated for 4 years. David's co-worker, played by Harvey Fierstein, chases after him, asking why he didn't answer his calls. Elevator bike riding David tells him he ignored them and asks what all the hullabaloo is about anyway. Harvey tells him that all the stations have gone berserk with snow and static everywhere, which he could have seen on the giant wall of screens he just rolled past. Good Lord, David. Harvey tells him they've been getting tons of calls and they can't seem to find the problem. David, meanwhile, caring not a whit about his job, is instead outraged at the disorganized and frankly disrespectful state of the recycling bins. He's picking out plastics, tossing aside cans, just really digging right into that trash like a fevered raccoon. And again, we're getting a lot of clues regarding David's woeful dating status right here. With the plastics, cans and papers finally nestled in their respective bins, David finally cares enough about his job to ask Harvey if he's tried switching transponder channels. Harvey huffs at him. Would I be this upset if it was something simple? David asks about switching to another satellite. Harvey says portentously, It's almost as if they weren't there. What? No way. Harvey, what are you saying? David picks up a piece of paper, frowns at it, and declares, It's impossible. Oh, David, in Independence Day, anything is possible because of July 4th and because of America. Amen. Another foreshadow comes barreling onto the screen as some kid who's totally not related to David and frankly appears to be in a whole other part of the country pounds on his little tabletop TV trying to watch the classic alien invasion film The Day the Earth Stood Still. The kid, who we'll just call poor man's Joseph Gordon-Levitt, announces to no one in particular, The signal's all screwed up. His older brother, the poor man's Keanu Reeves, tells him to knock it off before he breaks the TV. Their sister is also there, but is unconcerned because she is applying makeup. She's doing that because it's 1996 and she's a teenage girl. And that's really all the effort these writers were going to put into her character anyway. Suddenly a pickup truck comes flying down the road, and the driver, clearly auditioning for a totally different film, does an awesome Fast and Furious style slide into the driveway. Poor man's Keanu, okay, fine, his name is Miguel, steps out and says, "Hey!" to the angry driver. Angry driver shakes a whole bunch of dead carrots in Miguel's face, which I guess is how farmers communicate, and tells him that if his father's not in the air in 20 minutes, he's going to fire him. And frankly, he should fire him, because we're about to find out that Miguel's father is Randy Quaid, subject of Shakespeare's most famous rhyming couplet. When casting agents a train wreck need, they shalt call the Quaid to do the deed. But first, Miguel is riding his motorcycle down the dusty road in search of his dad, who we'll call Russell, because that's his name or something. Over Miguel's head, there's a biplane vrooming along, almost hitting a bunch of trees. Hundreds of gallons of toxic chemicals erupt from the plane's tummy, much as they do from Russell's each day. Russell and Gravity land the plane. Miguel pulls up on his bike as Russell drunkenly falls out of the plane. Miguel calls Russell an idiot, rightfully, and says Lucas's field is on the other side of town. Are you sure? Russell asks, taking another drink. This seems like very unsafe behaviour, and frankly, I would not let this guy drive a fighter jet up the ass end of an alien spaceship. I'm just saying, in case it might come up at some point in the future. Maybe. Speaking of spaceships, look, there's one now. And it's coughing up a whole bunch of cool mini spaceships, all tumbling out into space toward a cute little planet I like to call Sally. It's also called Earth, but it looks like a Sally to me, so back off, Mr. Astrologer, what do you know? Now we're in the White House, headed towards the Oval Office, which many of you might not know is actually shaped like a bundt cake, and was designed by architect Arnold Bundt, who was also a butcher, a baker, and a big fan of riding horses backwards. A brunette lady, who I think is the president's communications officer, or paintball partner, or plays some other important role in the administration, is telling her colleagues that the White House's official position on all this mayhem is that they have no position at all. In the Oval Office, some dude says, "Our satellites are mostly unreliable right now. Isn't it possible this thing could just pass us by?" No, Glenn. There wouldn't be much of a movie then, would there? Jesus, think before you talk. Also, his name probably isn't Glenn, but I don't think he's going to be around long enough for us to care. Another middle-aged white dude, played by an actor who has been playing villains since I was 6 years old watching Guiding Light and getting a very weird education in romance, tells Glenn to shut the hell up. Except he uses the words, "What if it doesn't pass us by? Why don't we just target some ICBMs and blow it out of the sky?" Which is exactly the same solution he came up with on Guiding Light when Quentin McCord was cheating on his long-lost wife with an ingenue housekeeper named Nola. The ICBMs were an overreaction then, and they're an overreaction now, damn it. An army guy throws a little cold water logic on evil guy's suggestion and notes that they'll be turning one giant falling object into a whole bunch of them. Technically, General, the object is flying, not falling. But you just saved us from nuclear annihilation, so I will concede the point. The president, hey look, he's here too, says, "We don't know enough about what we're dealing with to make any intelligent judgments." He really should just ask his wife, who's going to be blowing up Cylons with a Lady Macbeth-style fervour in a few years. But whatever. Brunette communications lady says the press is making up their own stories and basically tells them they need to come up with a plan before USA Today does it for them, which would be kind of cool because you know the plan would be colourful and include lots of pie charts. That's an old person's newspaper reference, by the way, still fresh as an unopened Twinkie. The president, ignoring women entirely, muses that they may need to upgrade to DEFCON 3, which was my absolute favourite of the DEFCON comedy jams. Evil politician guy practically wets himself with glee and tells the room to contact NORAD and tell them they've upgraded to DEFCON 3. And I just want to point out that evil politician guy is acting like that one guy in every single office who just takes someone else's idea in a meeting and says it louder, and then everyone goes, "Great idea!" And it takes every ounce of self-control you have not to shiv him with a goddamn spork at the next company picnic. That guy is the worst. The worst. See, I said it louder to mock him. Smart army guy knows what I'm talking about because he's rolling his eyes right now and saying, "That's not what the president said." All the boys in the room start arguing, and one guy says, rather presciently, that more than 50% of the armed forces are out on leave for the holiday, which seems like bad planning. Shouldn't there be a calendar and everyone has to coordinate and maybe some people get to go to the cookout but others have to guard the country from aliens? I think Eisenhower had a calendar, and that's how they made sure everyone was around for D-Day, which otherwise was going to be a 3-day weekend for a lot of folks. Anyway, two new army guys march into the room and declare that the giant object, let's just call it a spaceship, shall we? I mean, who are we even kidding at this point? It's not a giant, buttery, delicious space cookie, which would be fantastic. No. It's just a dumb spaceship, and it's parked itself in a stationary orbit, and it's barfing up 15-mile wide pieces of itself. It's so disappointing. Evil politician guy asks where they are headed. Army guy, really intent on killing the vibe in the room, announces that they should be entering Sally's atmosphere within the next 25 minutes. Ruh-roh. One of these mini spaceships is making itself noticed in the northern deserts of Iraq, where the sky is turning gold and pink and red, and it's really like a cross between an Elton John concert and any random nightmare episode of HR Pufnstuf. People are running, which seems like a pretty fair response, as the spaceship emerges from the clouds. Inside a battleship, some Navy guys are fretting over a total radar blackout over a 13-kilometer area. But note that the infrared is working. Well, maybe you guys should have looked at that first, because there's a huge fucking red blob pulsating on that totally functional screen. Jeez! There is much more hubbub now in the Oval Office. Another military guy tells the president they now have 2 confirmed sightings, and someone else chirps up to say that one has been spotted off the coast of California, waking up Will Smith. As people with access to top-tier intelligence and information gathering tend to do, the group turns on the TV for a special report. There are some extraordinary events going on. The Bee Gees are getting back together. A cow was born with 2 heads, one at the front and one at the back end. Bobcat Goldthwait swallowed a lozenge and said, "Oh yes!" The world has erupted into mass hysteria because mysterious objects, for fuck's sake, they're spaceships already, are coming out of the sky. And these unexplained phenomena, which I guess was what we're calling spaceships these days, are headed straight for Moscow.
Chapter 3, The Peekabooter, written and narrated by Kevin Shinick. The aliens approached the Earth the same way they did in the 1950s and countless times thereafter, cautiously, covertly, and with plenty of sunscreen. To make sure they were always up to date on the latest human trends, tactics, and defensive maneuvers, the aliens had devised an instrument called the Peekabooter, which allowed them to scan different parts of the planet for intel at any time. Much like a radio, the Peekabooter could jump from one conversation to another, interpret subtext, and, if timed well, win tickets to a Britney Spears concert. The aliens were determined not to wind up like those other aliens in the movie War of the Worlds, who had not done their research and fell prey to a virus. But to be fair, it was the shared belief that it was the alien species themselves who brought about their downfall by refusing to believe in medicine, something they started questioning after hanging out with the Scientologist aliens from the movie Battlefield Earth. The fact that Tom Cruise was also the lead in War of the Worlds was lost on no one. As the alien in charge of the Peekabooter, known as Spaceman Jack, turned the dial, the sound of static permeated the airwaves until it settled on a conversation happening inside the White House.
Mr. President, we have an AWAC off the West Coast,
said a man with a gravelly voice the alien assumed was a general because normal people don't talk like that. Spaceman Jack could tell President Bill Pullman was thinking, "I've got a whack for you right here," since if the aliens had learned anything, it was that humans tend to make sexual innuendos out of almost anything. But since the president knew AWAC meant Airborne Warning and Control System, and, well, he was the president, he just nodded confirmation.
ETA is 3 minutes.
The president knew that meant 3 minutes to find out if all that money he spent on those high-tech aircrafts was worth their price. "Sir, side radar doesn't see a thing," shouted an engineer. Well, that hope was short-lived, thought the president. Maybe buying a used aircraft from the Saudis wasn't the best idea, but let's look for a silver lining, shall we? I'm sure the visibility must be nice up there, the engineer continued. "We have 0 visibility. Visibility is at 0. This is Eagle Eye at 370. Stop saying 0, the president thought to himself. The general with the gruff voice took control of the room again by addressing the pilot over the radio.
Captain, the president is listening. Repeat what you just told me.
"Oh," said the captain, feeling a bit on the spot. "Well, I was saying how every time someone mentions Bill Pullman, I can't help confusing him with Bill Paxton, and vice versa. I mean, it's uncanny, really. But then I remember that Bill Paxton was the kick-ass mercenary in the movie Aliens, and Bill Pullman was the milquetoast boyfriend in Sleepless in Seattle." President Bill Pullman lowered his shoulders a bit, which was quite a feat considering his shoulders normally hung around his navel, and probably contributed to his milquetoast appearance.
No,
the general said, trying to stop him from making any further embarrassments.
I meant about the visibility.
"Oh, well, in that case, I was saying we have..." President Bill Pullman tightened his fists. Don't say zero visibility. Don't say zero visibility. Zero visibility, said the pilot, much to the president's chagrin. In the high-tech jet fighter that now pierced the sky above them and which still had the expensive price tag dangling from the front wheel since nobody had a scissor on them when it took off, and we all know how much that plastic hurts your skin when you try and do it by hand, the captain looked out into the sea of clouds that obstructed his view. You would think that with such a high cost, the vessel would have included some sort of navigation other than visual, but here we were, not being able to see anything, and no one really knowing what happened to the original sales receipt. Just as well, chances were the warranty had expired, since if President Bill Pullman was known for anything, it was for not ever splurging on the additional coverage. It's a scam, he was known to say, which was something he was now regretting. We can't get any sort of reading on what's in front of us, the captain yelled. The cloud cover is too great. It was at this point that the co-pilot, Henrik Johnson, said, Anybody else notice how hot it's getting in here? The captain yelled, There's no time for complaints. There's gotta be a way to know what we're heading into. The co-pilot wiped the sweat from his brow, noticing that the novelty candle they kept on the dashboard, the one shaped like Major Tote from Raiders of the Lost Ark, had suddenly melted down to the nub like the character in the movie. I don't know, he said, but the temperature is rising pretty quick in here, the captain barked. I don't need a meteorologist, Johnson. I need to know what's on the other side of that cloud. Last thing we want to do is run into some sort of iceberg. As Johnson pondered how in the world he was merely a co-pilot when this moron got to be a captain, he watched the floral wallpaper that lined the interior of the cockpit melt away from the side of the plane. I don't think ice is going to be our problem, sir. Wait a minute, the captain interjected. It may be clearing. You see anything? By now, the co-pilot had stripped down to his tidy whities and was sitting in a small blow-up pool with ducks painted on the side of it. I don't see anything, but these Jiffy Pop containers we brought with us have just simultaneously exploded. Anybody want any... But before he could finish his sentence, the plane broke through the clouds and came face to face with a raging inferno. Popcorn! Were the last words heard from co-pilot Johnson. Although his last thoughts were, I really thought that Nazi candle would have been cooler. Back in the Oval Office, the operator yelled, Line's gone, sir! Get him back! Yelled the general, unaware that everyone else in the office was pretty sure the jet was just blown to bits. The operator looked around the room, wondering if the general also thought his childhood dog had gone to live on a farm upstate somewhere, and if he now had to explain to him that the pilots were living among the clouds in a puffy kingdom where everybody spoke in hugs. Luckily, more pressing news had just come in. 2 more objects have appeared on the screen. One's moving to New York. The president laughed to himself. Joke's on them, he thought. No one moves to New York unless they're independently wealthy. The rents are too high. The general growled, Mr. President, I strongly recommend we move you to a secure location immediately. The president turned to his communication director. Connie, can we expect the same kind of panic we saw in Russia? Since Connie assumed the president was referring to that time in 1987 when the Russians discovered that out of all the cool artists in the world, it was Billy Joel who would be the first American musician to perform behind the Iron Curtain, she answered, more than likely. Suddenly, a man whose name nobody knows but you've seen in plenty of White House briefings said, Mr. President, we can discuss this on the way. But the president had other plans. He was sick of always being described as a second-rate Bill Paxton. Bill Paxton wasn't a kick-ass mercenary, he thought. He was the complaining private who whined, Game over, man! In fact, if you wanted to get technical about it, Bill Paxton was the only actor to be killed by the title villains in the Alien, Predator, and Terminator franchises. Bill Pullman was never killed like that. At best, he was dumped by Meg Ryan on Valentine's Day on the eve of their wedding, but so what? Had anyone even heard from Meg Ryan recently? No. Bill Pullman wasn't going to go down in history as a wuss. This was his alien movie. He was going to take the extraterrestrial bull by the horns, praying to God those were in fact horns and not some sort of alien genitalia. But honestly, at this point, it wouldn't matter. President Bill Pullman put his hands on his hips and declared, I'm not leaving. Granted, in hindsight, he wished he had said something like, Bring on the aliens, or Game start, man. But well, that ship had sailed, and another, more intimidating ship was now on the horizon. We have to maintain a working government, said the generic White House administrator. I'm staying, insisted the president. I don't want to add to a public hysteria that's going to cost lives. Yeah, he thought, that was a better line. Kids all over the world would soon be putting their hands on their hips saying, I don't want to add to a public hysteria that's going to cost... Well, maybe they'd say something shorter, but the point is, Bill Pullman was back. Hell, maybe he'd even run for real political office like Schwarzenegger did. With that, President Bill Pullman turned to his communication director. Connie? Yes, sir? You'll initiate the emergency broadcast system. Yes, sir, she said, excited this would finally be a real emergency broadcast and not just one of those stupid tests. Advise people not to panic. The best idea right now is to stay in their homes and to watch the movie A League of Their Own on repeat. Connie looked at him quizzically. Just do it, he barked. The general, whose voice, again, was so gravelly his go-to karaoke song was She's Got Betty Davis Eyes, turned to the president and said, With your permission, I'd like to remain at your side. President Bill Pullman smiled, knowing it was probably his new anti-Bill Paxton attitude that had people turning heads. I had a feeling you would, he said smugly. And what happens if they do become hostile? The general asked. Then God help us, he said, before thinking, Holy cow, I am on fire! Just try and find a quote of mine that isn't memorable. But by then, Spaceman Jack had already turned the dial of the peekabooter and was picking up conversation at a cable company in New York, where a tall technician named David was printing out a long sheet of what was either a mathematical equation using the digits zeros and ones, or the chorus to the song Old MacDonald Had a Farm. Well, Mario, listen to this. I got a lock on the pattern of the signal so we can filter it out, but if my calculations are right, it's going to be gone in like 7 hours anyway. It's reducing itself every time it recycles, so eventually it's going to disappear. Are you listening? Spaceman Jack rolled his eyes. Did this moron go to the same school as that dopey general? Or that stupid captain who couldn't detect a wall of flame? It's like these humans were purposely playing dumb to further the plot. David, haven't you been watching? Said a man whose voice was so gravelly, Spaceman Jack assumed that if he wasn't also a general, that he must have eaten a general, and then followed that up by gargling a glass of razor blades. Everyone at the cable company turned to the television to see Connie, the president's communication director, and for some, the lead in a failed 80s sitcom called Foley Square, speak to the country. Good afternoon, she said. So far, the objects have not caused any damage. One is headed toward Los Angeles. The other is headed to the eastern seaboard. A reporter in the first row noted, Isn't that the same plan Lex Luthor used in Superman the movie? But the crowd drowned out his question. Suddenly, someone in the office approached that being with the gravelly voice that Spaceman Jack was now convinced was either an 8-foot-tall monster, a 4-foot-tall frog, or a well-known homosexual. Marty, Jamie says this building has an old bomb shelter. We're heading down there now. As Spaceman Jack listened to the sound of humans rushing downstairs, he couldn't help wondering how this Jamie person even knew there was an old bomb shelter in the building, unless he'd been going down there for his own version of a whack. The alien quickly chastised himself for making such an obvious joke. In disgust, he turned the dial of the peekabooter and found himself now listening to a scene in a greasy spoon, where the clientele was even greasier, made up of people no one wanted to spoon. Spaceman Jack closed his eyes. He could practically see the flies buzzing around the syrup bottles that dotted the tables. He could almost smell the burnt coffee that the crop duster sitting at the counter was using to tap down his hangover. And he could definitely hear the condescension in the voice of the trucker, who was looking to make that same man feel even smaller. Well, look what we have here. Hey, Russ. Heard you had a little trouble this morning. Dusted the wrong field. I know you're probably still a little confused from your hostage experience. Hostage experience, said another loser who wasn't really curious, just wanted to set up his friend's story. Oh, yeah, said the trucker. Seems years back our boy here was kidnapped by aliens. Spaceman Jack froze. Could it be? Out of all the humans across this vast blue planet, could it possibly be he just encountered the same Russ that he had a fling with all those summers ago? Yeah, did all kinds of experiments on him and such, said the trucker. Spaceman Jack immediately took offense. I wouldn't say all kinds of experiments, he thought, just the one natural experiment that comes with curiosity when one is discovering their sexuality. Is that such a hard thing for humans to understand? I mean, weren't they the species that just 1 year ago made the movie The Incredible True Adventure of Two Girls in Love? Why should an interspecies relationship be any different? But the trucker persisted. Russ, when they took you up in their spaceship, did they do any sexual things to you? Sure, thought Spaceman Jack. Make it all about the sex. Don't question the love that was involved, the bond that was created, the promises that were made. But from what he could tell, Russ had not kept those promises. Clearly, he had told these yahoos about the night an all-too-eager alien made some possibly inappropriate moves on an unsuspecting earthling. Granted, Russ could have easily Me Too'd Spaceman Jack, a term which in 1996 meant you were probed in 2 orifices, not just one, but he had not. Still, Spaceman Jack couldn't take that chance. Not when this whole planned planetary attack had been his idea, and he was now the frontrunner to be leader of occupied Earth. Most people thought Spaceman Jack was a shoo-in. In fact, it was said he was the kind of alien who could vaporize an entire species on Fifth Avenue and still get elected leader. So maybe now was the time to put that theory to the test, if only to distract them from Russ's accusations. And with that, Spaceman Jack put Operation Expose Ourselves into motion. Wait, was that a sexual innuendo, he thought? Damn it! 5 minutes listening to these Earthlings, and already he was doing it. A flip of the switch, and a giant cloud appeared in the sky. But not just any cloud. A cloud so big and so distinctive, it would make even Steven Spielberg's lawyers sit up and take notice. Spaceman Jack was eager to hear if news of his indiscretions with Russ had already reached other parts of the country, so he turned the dial of the peekabooter once more and began picking up chatter in Los Angeles, where a little boy was running into his mother's room yelling, "Mommy, look it!" Not able to see in the actual room, Spaceman Jack could only assume the boy was pointing to a newspaper headline touting the story of Russell's intrepid affair with Spaceman Jack. Fortunately, the boy's mother simply pulled the covers up and muttered, "It's too early, baby," despite the fact that it was clearly 2:30 in the afternoon. Regardless, Spaceman Jack knew it was just a matter of time before talk of sex would be in the air, so he figured it was time to change the news cycle. And with that, the Earth began to rumble, as Spaceman Jack moved all his ships into place. In D.C., they cast a shadow over the Washington Monument, which he was just now noticing looked like a giant penis. That's a coincidence, he thought. Then they flew over the U.S. Capitol, which in this light resembled a giant breast with a protruding nipple. How had he not noticed this before? He moved his ships over the Twin Towers, which today looked more like two giant dildos rising from lower Manhattan. I mean, what the hell was going on? And then finally, he brought his ship to a halt above the Empire State Building, the greatest phallic symbol in the U.S. of erotica. Jesus Christ, thought Spaceman Jack, referencing another Earthling he had beamed aboard from a cave years ago. No wonder these Earthlings are so obsessed with sexual innuendos. They're surrounded by monuments of genitalia. Maybe that's what makes this species so stupid. Then, as if on cue, Spaceman Jack heard that cable guy David mutter, "Oh, the signal. My God." As if he was just now realizing their code was a nuclear countdown and not the E-I-E-I-O part of that old McDonald's song. Spaceman Jack was going to like ruling this planet. I mean, where else in the solar system could he murder people on Fifth Avenue, grab humans by their genitalia, interfere with the Earth's political system, and still become their leader? He laughed when he thought about their future. "Game over, man," he said to himself, referencing that well-known Earthling Bill Paxton, whose exploits had reached even the farthest parts of the galaxy. Glad he's not the president of this country, thought Spaceman Jack. It might have actually been a challenge wresting control of the world from the man who uttered the phrase, "You're dead meat, Pilgrim," from the movie Weird Science. Luckily, President Bill Pullman would never come up with a line as cool as that. The best he'd muster would be something like, "I guess I don't remember meeting you," or, "There's gonna be a lot of frightened people out there," or, wait, unless that was Bill Paxton. Now even he was confusing them. Well, he thought, in a few seconds it won't make much of a difference. That's the great thing about incineration. You get to kill two bills with one stone. And that, he thought, was worth quoting.
Chapter 4, Boomer's Story. Novelized by Joe Fusion. Narrated by Aparna Nancherla. From the moment of waking that morning, the warrior felt the heavy burden of this momentous day. She was Bois Noir, Knight of the Order of the Shimmering Return, and she had been selected to play a crucial role in the day's events. She had earned this great honor through many lifetimes of service to her people, reaching back to the shadowy memories of the wild times. As long as her people had been clawing their way up from barbarism, every reincarnation had put her in position to defend and fight. The name they used for themselves was the Good Ones. Compared to other creatures, they possessed many gifts: heightened senses, communication over great distances, and of course, reincarnation. As their civilization spread and flourished, these many lives allowed individuals to specialize in other skills. As she was a warrior, others were leaders, hunters, entertainers. The greatest among them evolved minds of such great power that their bodies withered and mutated to barely recognizable forms. And yet, they remained one people. The greatest of the thinkers, sages, and oracles formed the Council of Elders, the most respected of all the good ones. These elders rarely took on material form, instead choosing to remain in the dreaming, the transcendent space that exists between reincarnations. It was in this space where they begged her to take on her current mission. I mean, really begged. Direct contact with the council was very rare, and with so much at stake, she had accepted with gusto. Her assignment seemed simple: to guide and protect a family of the lesser creatures that coexisted with the good ones. The council saw chaos in the future, which these particular creatures would somehow help to avoid. I don't know. It was quite puzzling to her, and though she might have shown it, she knew when it was her place to speak. She'd been told clearly and repeatedly that the family needed to stay together, family values, so stay they would. The council had called her, and so she came, and she went where they pointed. So far, it was playing out like many of her other lives. She had often protected such families over the centuries, no big deal. They were dim-witted and dangerous, and yet it had been decided they deserved guidance. Her people had carefully shepherded them forward, using rewards and occasional reprimands to encourage their few useful tricks. Surprisingly, the good ones had been so successful in these efforts that they now leaned on the lower creatures quite heavily. It would be difficult to untangle the knots between their two peoples, and so she protected them as if they were her own. Bois began that morning with the offering of nutrition pellets that the family had provided. It wasn't her favorite food per se, but it was frustratingly hard to tell them such things. They never quite grasped the spoken language of the good ones and were completely oblivious to higher forms of communication. What they called speech was mostly intelligible to her, though clumsy and frequently nonsensical. For instance, they used many names for single things, such as calling themselves merkins, humans, and so on. The adults were Stebe and Osmond, and the pup Denun, but other names were common. They could manage a poor approximation of her name, yet frequently resorted to other nonsense. She would have found it disrespectful if she hadn't known better. She woke the adults, as she often did, then took to nudging them through their normal daily tasks. Today was the beginning of whatever was coming, and she could already sense unrest among the nearby merkins. Most were outdoors, babbling and staring at the clouds, classic merkins. From many directions and distances, she heard reports of similar behavior. It was critical that she not let her family slip into frenzy or stupor like those others. She kept the two adults ignorant, easily, until they were stable in their ruts, then began to expose them to the growing chaos outside. The child, Denun, had already been out there, but she wasn't concerned. She'd been prepping him for months, and he now depended on her for his senses of security and comfort. It was as if she could lead him around on a string. A string. Given his good sense in this matter, as well as his willingness to share food with her, she felt certain that Denun would have the pivotal role in today's events. The woman was an entertainer, which had a small chance of being helpful. Perhaps she could calm the others, though Bois understood that she wasn't highly ranked. The man, Stebe, had a job shouting with other men, which had no use today or any other day. But in keeping with their normal routines, she allowed them to go their separate ways. It was an easy decision for her to spend the day with the woman and the child. At the last moment, Stebe came dangerously close to slipping into stupidity, so she brought them all together again, giving him time to invite them all to his den at the shouting place. Bois joined Osmond and Denun in their mobile couch. Once they were safely on their way, she settled her mind to receive any important transmissions from the council. They would sometimes draw her attention to distant events, which she could see and hear as if there herself. This amazing ability relied on the good one's incredibly powerful sense of smell. in fact, they could smell almost twice as well as any other creature, which opened a third nostril in their minds. You heard that right, third nostril. Besides these mental trips to distant places, the third nostril was also the secret to their other mental communications, as well as their access to the dreaming. It somehow explained the reincarnations, too. Expanding her third nostril, she finds herself in a room in a remote city, one rich with 1,000,000 stinks. She does her best to absorb the strange scene. 2 agitated merkins babble at each other. The taller one seems to have more thoughts in him than usual and struggles to get them out of his mouth. He attempts long-range communication with another creature using the strange device that they put by their heads. The vision expands to include the person he is calling. Though they both have the devices, they don't understand each other. Bois Noir understands neither. They give up, and the tall one has the idea to go to the other in person so his wild gestures can augment his babbling. This is a pretty good idea for a merkin. Not bad. Before leaving, he watches a man shout through one of their loud windows. Then he takes off into the city where the other merkins have been overcome by the madness. She thinks his name was Babbitt. Like so many messages from the elders, it is not at all clear what she was meant to gain. Often it seems like their visions must be parts of a larger story that she is not aware of. A larger and very incoherent story. Despite this uncertainty, she rests on the moving couch, knowing that she has done her job well. She is a good one, without a doubt. A very good one. Yes, she is.
Chapter 5, Hot City Nights. Novelized by Mickey Cathers, narrated by Jake Jensen. People are screaming. Sirens are wailing. IKEA futons are being thrown from windows into the street. That's right, it's the 4th of July weekend in the city. It's hot, it's humid, the air feels soupy, and your clothes stick to your skin. Though it's hard to breathe in this oppressive heat, the unmistakable smell of sweat, burning charcoal, and barbecue chicken fills the air. The giant UFO above is creating a nice shadow over the city, but it's still so friggin' hot. Even the rats are in line for Mr. Softy. Tempers are short, and the cockroaches are armed with knives. Look out! David cries as he rides his 10-speed through the water, gushing from an open fire hydrant, sending kids running in all directions. David narrowly avoids the oldsters in their lawn chairs in the middle of the street and pulls over to the sidewalk. He hops over the curb and leans his bike against the brownstone staircase, grabbing his bag. And running up the steps to the front door, he knocks on the door. Come on, come on, come on, come on, he mutters, as behind him one of the kids who was playing in the fire hydrant deftly removes the seat and wheels from his bike. The door of the brownstone opens suddenly and a shotgun is thrust in his face, which David instinctually grabs with his hand and shoves aside, narrowly preventing his father from blowing out his brains. David raises his eyebrows at his father, Julius. I'm sorry, Julius whines. I thought yous was one of them ETs. Do you still have the Dodge? David blurts out, throwing the shotgun into the street. 2 kids immediately dismantle it and run off with the parts. You want to borrow the car? Julius asks. You can't drive? Hell, you don't even have a license. Even riding a bike is not your fault. You're driving, says David, pushing past his dad into the house, heading straight for the kitchen. We going somewhere? Julius asks as David opens every kitchen cabinet, closes it, opens it again, sighs heavily, and then stomps to the fridge, opening the door with a big, overly dramatic sigh. He stands in front of the open fridge, just staring into it. Seriously, Dad? 7 bottles of mustard, but no Mountain Dew. As David and Julius prepare for the most epic road trip of all time, the president, codename Bill Pullman, sits on his bed talking on the phone, presidentially, to his wife, the First Lady, codename Sandra Bullock. Sandra Bullock rocks from foot to foot in a very swanky ballroom with, like, brass grapes embedded in a marble wall and a huge triple-tiered chandelier in the background. It's real classy, like a Marriott. 3 bodyguards flank her, facing in opposite directions to catch bad guys with guns or cockroaches with knives. Sandra's bodyguards are serious men, wearing sharp suits like groomsmen at a posh wedding or like the Pet Shop Boys. One of the men has a menacingly short hair and is wearing sunglasses inside, proving it all that he is in charge and will stop at nothing to protect Mrs. First Lady. I want you out of Chicago, somewhere safe, like Los Angeles, Tom yells into the receiver. Oh, well, I want you out of those pants, hot stuff, Sandra says. That's, okay later, but really, I'm serious. Get out of here. Tom bounces on the bed, agitated and nervous. Look, Sandra starts, feeling all of herself. You can't tell me what to do. You're not the boss of me. I'm the president. I'm the boss of everyone, Tom cries, twirling the phone cord around his finger. Sandra Bullock smiles at their phone flirting. Checking herself out in the bathroom mirror, she blows a kiss to her reflection. Behind her, the bodyguards each cock their heads slightly to the right and tap their right ears with their pointer fingers, looking down at the ground. Nothing is coming through their earpieces. This is all just part of the bodyguard experience. They are professionals and they are locked in. Please, Sandra Bullock? Tom asks, and the First Lady sighs, knowing it's no use arguing with him. All right, Tom, you win, she says. I love this town, but things do seem a bit scary right now, and I miss you. And our daughter, codename Meg Ryan. I promise I'll leave as soon as I can. I just need a selfie under the bean and some proper deep dish. Bring me some Garrett's, Tom says, and then sees that his friends are at the door and they're eager to get Catton set up. Tom says goodbye and that he loves her, and she says she loves him and says, you hang up. Then he's like, no, you hang up, and she's like, bye. All cute and silly, but she's not hanging up. And he just waits till she hangs up first, which is super cute, even though they're married and stuff. In the desert, there's an RV campsite and 2 teenagers sit on the roof of their camper just watching the 9 o'clock news as kids do. Troy and Miguel are enjoying a typical single girl dinner of Oreo cookies, apple cinnamon rice cakes, and rosé in a can. Everybody's leaving, Miguel says. Car headlights create a dotted line on the distant hills beneath the spaceship in the sky above. Troy cracks open his second rosé of the night and settles back on his elbow. A local crop duster has been arrested today. The TV players. We are bringing you this hard-hitting news. This is an in-depth expose on the arrest of a local man when you need it most. Channel 6 has the Pulitzer Prize-winning news you want to hear. The kids sit up straight when they realize it's their dad, Russell, on TV getting arrested. Miguel's mouth drops open in shock and his Oreo cookie falls into his lap as Troy sprays both of them with the rosé he spits out. I figured the news might cover the giant UFO hovering above us, blocking out the sun, causing panic and fear in a world turned upside down. Miguel starts, but I hadn't figured on Channel 6. Channel 6 in there, bone-deep, tough and gritty, soul-wrenching pursuit of truth. 9 o'clock local news. Always thorough, Channel 6 spent countless minutes researching Russell's background as a Vietnam War vet, his claims of alien abduction, and his mint collection of bobbleheads. Channel 6 is certain to be a shoo-in for the Peabody Award, as they present interviews with local barflies to further delve into the background of some rando who got arrested briefly during an alien invasion. Come on, we're out of here, Miguel mumbles, shaking his Oreo cookie crumbs off himself and gathering his rice cakes for the road. But what about Dad? Says his little brother Troy. But Miguel is gone, already off wandering the RV park looking for their sister. He does finally find Alicia in a van parked nearby. Miguel opens the door of the van to see Alicia making out with some really cool dude with like the best hair, kind of like Jim Morrison hair. Like all big and slightly curly, but not too curly like a perm, just wavy and full, like he definitely uses Pantene. But yeah, dude is totally giving off this lead singer vibe. The connection between these two kids is heady and undeniable, but no, Miguel is not having it. Alicia, let's go! Miguel doesn't want to wait for his sister to follow. Alicia shrugs, shakes hands with the cool dude, sparks still flying left and right between these two, and then follows her brother. The three gather in the RV and Miguel starts driving only to immediately slam on the brakes. There before him, in the road, stands his father, Russell, in overalls, looking like a raggedy-ass scarecrow broken free from the fields, or like Mario from Mario Kart.
You read my mind. You gotta get as far away from these things as we can,
Russell cries. Miguel tells Troy and Alicia to stay in the camper and hops out to confront his father. Miguel walks up to him slowly. They let you out of jail. Lock up the Huskow, Miguel asks incredulously.
They got bigger fish to fry. You might even say they got bigger aliens to fry, if you know what I mean.
Russell smacks his baseball cap on his knee, crying, "Let's go, yippee!" and heads for the camper as Miguel stands there, confused. Across the desert from the RV park, there is a military base full of Marines, some in flight suits, some just in pajamas and slippers, gathered together watching the news. The screen is fuzzy and distorted due to the low-bid government contract for cable service. Captain Jimmy is playing with the rabbit ears as two of the men tell him to move it. "You make a better window than door, Jimmy," shouts one of the Marine aviators to the giggles and back slaps of the others. The Marines are vetted to the Channel 6 Edward R. Murrow Award, winning news segment about a local crop duster, and don't see Captain Steve Miller come in behind them. He is not happy to see these pilots not doing push-ups or running in place, shouting, "Hut, hut! Let's find something better to do, man!" He shouts as he walks out of the room and the men scatter, mumbling, "Hut, hut, 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 hut." Steve heads for the locker room, followed by his good pal, Captain Jimmy. "Where you been, man?" asks Captain Jimmy in his velvety, soothing New Orleans-esque tones, as if he's singing some romantic, soft jazz tune. "Stevie, man, this is unbelievable. This is huge. They recalled everybody." Steve spies a letter sticking out of his locker with Nassau clearly written on the return address label in large print. Not sure how a postal worker makes it into the locker room of Marine barracks, but no matter. "Would you mind reading this for me, Jimmy? I forgot my reading glasses," Steve says, passing the envelope to Jimmy. "You're a pilot who needs reading glasses, you motherfucker?" Jimmy asks. "Just read the damn thing." Jimmy clears his throat and opens the letter. It says, "Captain Stephen Miller, blah, blah, blah. Thank you for the beautiful drawing of what we presume was yourself in a spaceship. We regret to inform you, blah, blah." Oh no, I'm so sorry. Steve shakes his damn head and turns around to open his locker where he has taped pictures of all his drawings of spaceships, shuttles, and his own invention, a personal flying scooter. He shifts some of his gym clothes and books around, and a small box falls out of his locker. "Hey, the fuck is this?" Jimmy says, picking up the box from the floor. It slowly dawns on him as he opens it that this is a silk-covered ring box, and inside is an unmistakable engagement ring. A fat, flawless diamond shining like the goddamn sun, supported by delicately folded gold leaf shaped like a majestic motherfucking dolphin leaping over a perfect barrel wave. Jimmy squeals in joy, and Steve takes the box out of his hands. No, that's for Jasmine, says Steve. He pauses as he gazes at the ring. I don't know. She loves dolphins and tuna and other large game fish. What am I gonna say? But all Jared had was these dolphins, though. Jimmy replies, "That's interesting. I thought you was gonna call the whole thing off." Steve just sighs, looking at his Nassau rejection letter and the 1-year salary ring he bought for his beautiful girlfriend who he loves. That little dolphin seemed to be laughing at him at this very moment, but that could also be the mushrooms he took about an hour ago. "You know, I like Jasmine," Jimmy says matter of fact. He pauses as he considered what he's about to say, but then he just blurts out, "But you know they'll never let you fly a space shuttle if you marry a stripper. An exotic dancer, a private dancer, a dancer for money. Any old music'll do." Back in Los Angeles, it's a magical night. Steve's girlfriend Jasmine is doing her self-styled flash dance in her hand-stitched mermaid outfit. Glitter flies as she turns and lifts on stage to What a Feeling by Irene Cara. Oh, Jasmine is all grace and beauty in this beautiful high school gym decorated to the theme of Under the Sea, but also America. The foil fringe curtain simulates being underwater. Disco balls represent puffer fish. And above it all, the goddamn American flag represent America. Jasmine finishes her dance of the 7 fish and she's disappointed to see that no one is paying her any damn attention. There are only a few people even at this high school dance, and they're all just watching a TV in the corner. That TV's just showing people gathered on rooftops downtown dancing for the aliens. She's intrigued by their slick dance moves, but hops off stage. Since no one's watching her, Jasmine heads to the back room where her friends and colleagues are doing their makeup in front of mirrors with giant Broadway bulbs. Her friend Tiffany waves to her, mid-eyebrow pluck. "Check out the sign I made to welcome the aliens," Tiffany says, putting down her tweezers and pulling out a postcard from under her makeup table. The sign says, "Welcome, parking, $20. Now I know you're not thinking of joining those damn idiots," Jasmine says, but she's really just thinking about those cool dance moves she saw on TV, hoping Tiffany isn't going to learn them first. "Oh, I'm going over there as soon as my shift ends," Tiffany says, "and you should come too." Jasmine wiggles on her yoga pants and then grabs her purse and iced coffee that's now all watered down and walks over to Tiffany, kneeling down to look her right in the goddamn eyes. "I got a bad feeling about this," Jasmine says. "Like maybe stranding yourself on a rooftop during a motherfucking alien invasion isn't the best thing to do. I don't know. I just don't want you to go. Now you look at me and you promise me you won't go." But Tiffany's wild ass just rolls her eyes and then promises she won't go. "Good," Jasmine says, satisfied, and stands back up. "Look, I'm out of town for a while." Jasmine turns to leave, not noticing that Tiffany had her fucking fingers crossed behind her back, which means that promise she made was legally null and void. She's going to that rooftop. She's going to dance.
Chapter 6, Pops and the Choppers. Novelized by Mike Wilson, narrated by Kevin Sussman. On the big Washington, D.C. highway, Julius Pops Levinson felt at home behind the wheel of his ancient bucket of bolts. It reminded him of his cab driving days. All he ever wanted was for his son to succeed in his endeavors, to be a man of science, to take transportation beyond the cab, beyond even the rocket, all the way to straight-up teleportation. But that all came crashing down in a partially literal shitstorm of erupting mist-teleported baboons. Now, his son, who spent 8 years at a prestigious engineering school, is an ordinary employee of the redacted super nasty cable corporation. We're the only schlongs trying to get into Washington. Everyone else is trying to get out, Julius observes. As Julius drives at exactly the speed limit down the open highway, his son David uses the abundant time to multitask. He produces a shiny metallic CD-ROM from the recesses of his unzipped fly. "What's that?" Julius asks with evident wonder. "It's, my ex-wife's phone number," David responds, pointing to a series of digits scrawled on the surface of the CD. Julius is dubious. "Well, you think a VIP like Constance is just going to buzz us right into the White House?" Fair point, David realizes. Connie is an important person. Well, I could try to teleport us in, David says. We could, I'll drive faster, Julius says, not wanting to hear the end of that idea. Turning up the radio, Julius winces, belches, and pulsates as the announcer mentions demonstrations in front of the White House protesting the involvement of the military with our extraterrestrial visitors. The ancient bucket of bolts picks up speed on the empty side of the highway, now barreling toward the Capitol dome. On arrival at the White House gate, David dials his ex-wife's phone number with one hand and grips his father's face with the other. "Open door?" Julius asks. "Yeah," David says, "all employees of the redacted super nasty cable corporation can do this, Pops." Julius and David gently float out of the window of the car, through the bars of the White House fence, and dodge fireflies as they drift across the lawn. Julius looks to David, but all he sees is a hand gripping his face. They blink into and out of existence. They hover and shimmy and vanish like nothing. Reappearing in normal form, Julius and David explode out of Connie's phone, annihilating her authentic name-brand purse, redacted ultra-disgusting brand toothpaste, and super-redacted cinnamon-clawed cereal. All contents of the purse are blasted into everything and nothing at all. How does he do that? Connie wonders aloud as her ex-husband, former father-in-law, cereal, toothpaste, and obliterated phone land on the White House carpet in front of her. Nearby, in the massive catastrophe room, President Whitmore is sprawled sideways on a dilapidated couch. He fumbles with the remote, easily the filthiest object in a room that is itself practically a sewer. "What's with all the helicopters on TV?" the president asks. "They are helicopters, sir," the chief of staff points out. "Magnificent, beautiful, and powerful helicopters, sir." An elderly pundit's voice blares forth from the television. "The extraterrestrials have arrived, but the president has remained at the White House. Are the president's actions cool or deranged?" The president adjusts his posture and comes to grips with reality. "Wait, this has got something to do with the extraterrestrials." That would be my guess," the chief of staff responds. The president walks over to the big map on the big table and locates the alien craft hovering over the Capitol. The chief of staff quivers with anticipation. The president reaches across the map to Andrews Air Force Base and gently pinches a tiny helicopter with his grimy fingers. The chief of staff emits a squeak. "Ha!" The president lifts the tiny helicopter into the air over the map and starts moving it in the direction of the alien craft. He says, by way of imitating a helicopter noise. He moves the tiny helicopter closer to the alien ship. The chief of staff joins in the chorus. At Andrews Air Force Base, a full-size helicopter lifts off behind a herd of newscasters screaming into microphones. "The chopper is off," one of them declares, "approaching what is unanimously agreed to be the ass of the spacecraft, a vertical cleavage some 9 city blocks in extent." Back at the White House, Connie drags Julius and David into the presidential boudoir. If I had known the president was going to see me, I would have worn a tie, Julius declares. I look like a schlong. Connie approaches David. I don't know if the president's going to want to see you. Why wouldn't he want to see you, David? Julius asks. Because last time I saw him, we got into a bit of a scuffle, David answers. Connie turns to Julius while pointing at David. He punched him in the head at a formal dinner because the president complained about a fly in his soup. David immediately objects to this summary. Well, the waiter offered to teach it to swim, and the president just laughed and did nothing. He didn't let the waiter help the fly. Connie isn't having it. Then you vomited digestive enzymes into your own soup and complained that the bowl wasn't big enough. Now David has had it up to here. Yeah, I was having some side effects from my teleportation experiments. I wasn't entirely myself. Now, are you gonna get the president, or should we head back to the car? Connie relents. All right, I get him, she says. You wait here and don't fuck anything. Connie slides into the massive catastrophe room via the pole through the ceiling. She lands directly on the president, knocking him to the ground. Crouching over his head, she whispers mysterious words into his brain. The president lifts himself off the floor and attempts to scramble up the pole, but struggles to avoid sliding back down. Connie pushes him toward the ceiling and clings to the pole directly under him, supporting his weight and allowing him to reset between climbing bursts. Slowly, they ratchet upward, climb and stop, 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 disappearing into the void above in the ceiling. You're leaving now? The chief of staff cries out. We didn't even get to the tanks. I painted it myself. And tears welling up in his eyes. In the boudoir, the president emerges through the hole in the floor and almost disappears into the shag carpet. Connie completes her ascent just behind him and provides the CPR necessary to resuscitate him. As consciousness returns, the president sees David and begins to crawl back toward the hole. I don't have time for this, the president says, and attempts to block his ears with his fingers. I told you he wouldn't listen, David says. I don't think he can get his fingers all the way up to his ears, Connie points out. His arms, they're too weak and tired from climbing the pole. Tell him, David, tell him now. David speaks at once. I know why we have disrupted satellite functions, he says. They're using our own satellites against us. The president strains to lift his head above the carpet and speaks. Does it have anything to do with that tattoo of a redacted superviolent stupid cartoon dude getting lasered off the president's ass? Excuse me? David responds. Rising to a crouch, the president continues. My ass. I'm a big fan of that cartoon dude, but the eggheads tell me that he pulls worse than anything but redacted, insufferable, wise-ass cartoon animal. If the aliens have been eavesdropping on the satellites and plan to leak that story, it would crush my approval numbers. No, nothing like that, David says. The president reaches his feet and heads toward the comfy chair. So, what are they using the satellites for, then? David responds grimly. They're using the satellites to coordinate a countdown to, Armageddon. Aha! Well, that's it? No president's ass, no lasers? The president inquires. That's it, David replies. The president's posture appears to melt all at once. He falls backward toward the comfy chair and cries out with relief. Thank God. As the laser-irritated areas of his ass land in the so-called comfy chair, the president yelps, flinches, and leaps face first into the carpet. His chief of staff pokes his head through the floor directly in front of him. Excuse me, Mr. President. They're starting. As the president grips the pole to slide back down to the massive catastrophe room, David gets in a few final words. The clock is ticking.
Chapter 7. Come Sail Away. Novelized by Maura Quint. Narrated by Veer Das. Okay, wait a second. Let's pause this tale for a minute and say that there were massive spaceships right now, just hovering metal tins of Jiffy Pop hanging out over the tallest buildings of one of the most major cities in the world. And right now, let's say that for some reason, maybe hard work, or more likely ass-licking a bunch of billionaires, you were the president. The one person who had to decide what to do about this. Do you think you'd decide we should send up some giant-looking police helicopters to flash a bunch of bright, disorienting police lights at them in close range? Or do you think maybe if the aliens had heard about I Love Lucy and Rihanna and the general existence of Earth, they'd also at this point heard that ACAB? I'm just asking questions. Anyway, so President Bill Pullman has sent something he's calling the welcome wagon to go irritate the aliens and flash a bunch of stadium lights in their faces, and the helicopters have gone. President Pullman hurries back to Central Command. General Gray, coordinate with the Atlantic Command. Tell them to evacuate as many people out of the cities as they can and get those helicopters away from the ship. Call them back immediately. What the hell is going on? Demands tall middle-aged character who you definitely know from like a million other movies and whose name will absolutely come back to me in a minute. Oh fuck, I know. He was on Law and Order. But that doesn't narrow it down, does it? Okay, he's real thin, like not quite an Ichabod Crane level, but like imagine Ichabod Crane had a younger brother who fucked. Okay, sorry, where were we? We're leaving, President Pullman commands. Kim, my daughter. Kim pauses. Her? But in the air, a space oddity was brewing. The helicopter pilot radios, there's something happening here. What it is ain't exactly clear. As a crack widens in the ship, opening and emanating a blue light that no matter what color a theorist might tell you is not in any way calming. The group command shares with the room. It looks like it might be some kind of response. They're not leaving us on red. I repeat, they're not leaving us on red. And in that instance, the aliens blew up their phone. I mean, helicopter, big huge fireballs in the sky hurtling to the ground, and that's when they knew this insurrection attempt was serious. So the president hustles out the door, staffers hurrying, tapping their earpieces in chaos. We're evacuating! I repeat, we're evacuating! Several interns think about how they could have been in their hometown, making out with their high school crush behind the Dairy Queen. But everyone said a DC internship would be so valuable, and not one person said, hey, sometimes aliens are going to attack, and isn't that always the bullshit? President Pullman, General Robert Loggia, Dr. Ian Malcolm, and his dad Judd Hirsch load into the Air Force One helicopter. Is my wife in the air? Asked the president. She will be shortly, General Loggia responds, despite his obviously making that up because social media didn't exist then, so how the hell would he know what anyone was doing or eating at any minute? Judd Hirsch just kind of admires the surroundings, noting, we have our own phone. Because sure, there are fireballs and mayhem and destruction and the threat of the end of the world, but he knows how to enjoy a moment. A centered and present king. Dr. Ian Malcolm, however, is noting on his high-tech laptop countdown clock that there are only 9 minutes left before something. Meanwhile, in Los Angeles, the First Lady is packing her room as hotel staff neatly fold clothes because aliens may be terrifying for a moment, but being seen as unstyled is forever. Secret Service announces, the President is ordering we leave now. As the First Lady pauses in front of a fuzzy TV, the 24-hour news cycle is just really that hypnotic. Our weak and degrading infrastructure cannot handle the mass exodus from the cities, and cars are stopping on all of the freeways leaving metropolitan areas, which, dear listener, perhaps seemed interesting and imaginative to late 20th century American audiences who still lived with the belief that catastrophic horrors couldn't really happen to them. It was a simpler, stupider time, where the lyrics of one of the biggest hit songs simply said, come on, ride the train, it's a choo-choo, whatever. Vivica A. Fox is one of the people stuck in her car trying to escape with her son and dog. The radio announces, people are advised to avoid the highways wherever possible, and she mutters, oh yeah, now he tells me. As though that's new information and has not been said every single day on Los Angeles radio before and since this moment. Now, the LA spaceship hovers over the US Bank Tower in downtown because aliens are anti-capitalist despite having some bad traits. People dance on the roof, holding signs, hoping to be discovered by intergalactic talent agents calling occupants of intergalactic craft. Helicopters shout through bullhorns ordering the people to leave as Vivica A. Fox's co-worker Tiffany arrives and runs to the center of the roof. Look, the New York traffic is just as bad, even though for some reason, the people who move from New York to LA always complain about the traffic. Harvey Fierstein is stuck in it, the traffic, and is calling his therapist. The receptionist answers and tells him he's not in, because right now we all still have to do our jobs even when the world is ending. There's no alien or apocalypse days off, and you didn't foresee the future enough to put in vacation time, so hey, here you are, answering phones for minimum wage as the earth barely clings to existence and the meaninglessness of it hovers still blurry in front of your face. Anyway, for $300 an hour, you can put me through to his house in the Hamptons. Harvey quips. The chaos builds. The First Lady is escorted into Air Force 2. She watches the crowd of people still dancing on the rooftop, singing the subterranean homesick blues before stepping into the helicopter. First Lady secure, we're on the move. Tiffany, on the rooftop, looks up and gleefully shouts, "They're opening up!" She's mesmerized, smiling. It's so pretty, as the bottom of the spacecraft resembles like an arcade claw game about to scoop up all the revelers in LA and the Empire State Building in New York. People in the city leave their cars, mesmerized by the sight, staring at it like idiots, because nobody knew that every experience was better if you filmed the entirety of it on your phone yet. We wouldn't learn that for another decade at least. The aliens made sure to arrive just before they could be really documented, because no matter who or what you are in the galaxy, no one likes when unflattering pics of them are posted online. In DC, the president and his team run from the helicopter to Air Force One plane and buckle in. Dr. Ian Malcolm looks at his computer. Time's up. The spacecraft opening begins to gather a laser as though it's about to put on the most awesome Pink Floyd light show ever, concentrated over and then exploding the LA building. The fire and the force exploding buildings, throwing cars, really just eating through that special effects budget in seconds. The Empire State Building is next, and everyone runs. Now, cultural note for the reader, at this moment in the 20th century American culture, much like Tamagotchis and Doc Martens, treating an NYC skyscraper blowing up and watching people run for their lives as entertainment was the fashion at the time. Also of note, Harvey Fierstein watches the NY destruction from his car as another car hurtles towards him, because having a gay-coded character was progressive, but letting them survive an apocalypse movie was, of course, a bridge too far. Finally, back in DC, the White House explodes faster than you can say tax breaks for corporations. The explosion taking down the nearest helicopter. A massive, destructive fireball moves outwards in a circle, destroying each of these cities. People scream, vehicles are thrown, and the world for a moment may be ending. Air Force One takes off, just barely ahead of the billowing fire cloud, headed, we can only guess.
Chapter 8, Rubble, Rubble, Toil and Trouble, novelized by Josh Gondelman, narrated by Paget Brewster. By late on July 2nd, traffic in Los Angeles was slightly worse than usual, in that it was moving at the same speed, but there were also explosions happening. Jasmine saw the writing on the wall, and that writing said, "Get the hell out of your car before it explodes too." "Oh my God, come on, Dylan!" Jasmine said, hopping out of the driver's side door. If there was one thing she hated, it was being on fire. If there were two things, the second would be how much of a pain in the ass it would be for her son to be on fire. Jasmine hoisted Dylan onto her hip. His Reebok baseball cap sat backwards on his head, making him look like an adorable little Andre Agassi. Only in this case, he'd never make it to 15 without the love of his mother helping him escape the flaming wreckage of Los Angeles. Jasmine ran to a door along the side of the tunnel. Oh yeah, they were in a tunnel, marked maintenance, even though she didn't especially wish to maintain the current state of affairs. She kicked in the door, which made her feel briefly like a golden goddess. Golden, shoot, Boomer. Boomer is dog, in case you don't remember. Boomer, she called. Boomer! In the nick of time, Boomer hopped out of Jasmine's car and ran towards her. As he made his final bound through the maintenance doorway, an explosion behind him propelled him the last several feet. It was kind of like when that happens to Tom Cruise in Mission Impossible, a movie that came out only 2 months earlier, so it must have been a case of parallel thinking. Boomer landed safely inside the maintenance closet just in time for the room's single light bulb to explode, plunging the trio into darkness. Just Jasmine's luck. She'd really been hoping to make some progress on the new John Grisham novel before bed. The sun rose on July 3rd, which was not a given, considering the previous night's events. As dawn spread across the New York City skyline like the coffee a roommate spilled on a couch cushion they never even offered to pay to replace, the Statue of Liberty's normal spot within it was conspicuously empty. Instead, Lady L lay toppled over in the Hudson River like a warning to other statues, upended, but poking out far enough to make you wonder if the river is less deep than you'd previously thought. In the sky above, a spacecraft blotted out the horizon. For a vehicle of that size to have knocked over the Statue of Liberty without destroying it completely demonstrates a level of precision normally seen only in the barbers who line up designated hitters' beards. These aliens were no slouches. Simultaneously, in a state most New York City residents could not point to on a map, retired fighter pilot Russell Cass drove his RV down a dusty highway. His sons, Troy and Miguel, were there too, because you can't really jump out of a moving RV.
Good God, I've been saying it! I've been saying it for 10 damn years!
Cass shouted. He had been claiming for a decade that he was abducted by aliens, and finally the destruction of several major cities sort of vindicated him. Or maybe this was a different thing entirely. But Cass didn't consider that, as he continued driving drunk like people do in Montana or Colorado or wherever the hell he was. He felt psyched. Troy Cass, visibly less psyched, was about to puke.
"Pull over, man!"
he yelled, the illness inside him making him bold enough to order his dad around. Well, nobody but Russell Cass yaks in Russell Cass's RV, so he pulled over to the side of the road. Troy shot out of the passenger side door like, well, the vomit that was shooting out of his mouth. Miguel and Russell rushed after him, but, what were they gonna do? Catch the barf in their hands?
"I'm gonna be all right,"
Troy said, while puking. Toxic masculinity starts so young. Just admit you're sick, little dude. Who do you think you're fooling? Everyone can see and hear and smell you throwing up. Accept care. You deserve it. Anyway, that's maybe more about me than about him.
"Miguel, look at that!"
Russell shouted, pointing out in the distance towards an encampment of several mobile homes. Great, thought Miguel. More of this guy's peers. That's exactly what I'm looking for during the apocalypse. Meanwhile, Air Force One continued to fly through the sky, which seems like maybe the worst place to be during an alien invasion, but what do I know? Patricia, the first daughter, slept peacefully across the kind of leather seat a doctor might have in his, or her, women could be doctors in 1996, car. President Whitmore looked out the window, presumably towards outer space, for which he had recently developed a powerful hatred. "We could have evacuated those cities hours ago," President Whitmore said in a tone I'm not quite confident enough in my vocabulary to describe as rueful. "That's the advantage of being a fighter pilot. In the Gulf War, we knew what we had to do. It's just not that simple anymore. A lot of people died today. Many didn't have to." You know a situation is bad when you're comparing it unfavorably to an American military intervention in the Middle East. Wishing something were as smooth and simple as the Gulf War is kind of a red flag that things are not going well for you. Also, did he think people didn't die in the Gulf War? Come on, man. What were you shooting your airplane guns and bombs at? Grow up and take responsibility for your actions, Mr. President. And keep in mind, 9/11 hadn't even happened yet, so the American public wasn't yet super on board with killing whoever in Iraq based on whatever pretenses. "Any news on my wife?" the president asked, hoping she didn't die, presumably because she's from America.
"Helicopter never made it to Dulles. No radio contact."
The president's face fell. Unfortunately, he was one of the presidents who would have been sad if his wife disappeared. Not like JFK or Bill Clinton or Abe Lincoln. Obviously, you can't get a divorce when you're the president, but being widowed by an extraterrestrial invasion? That's an infinite hall pass. Goodbye, Mary Todd. Hello, Harry Bods. That's what Lincoln would have said under these circumstances. Meanwhile, in Los Angeles, Jasmine and Dylan emerged from the rubble only to find more rubble as far as the eye could see. Fires had popped up all over L.A., like restaurants that only sell bacon-wrapped Brussels sprout pops or some other shit that's more for the Instagram photo than to eat. Obviously, Instagram didn't exist yet, but Jasmine didn't make that observation. The narrator did, and I, the narrator, exist in the present. The city was desolate, abandoned, even more so than when every single entertainment executive goes on vacation from Thanksgiving until Martin Luther King Jr. Day, and then again from Memorial Day until Labor Day. Flames licked at the bases of palm trees. The air had taken on a sickly yellow hue, like a dying Simpson. Honestly, by the 2020s, this kind of sight would have become industry standard thanks to climate change. But in 1996, it was still extremely jarring. "What happened, Mommy?" Dylan asked. "I don't know, baby," Jasmine replied, as if she would have any more information than he did. Did he not remember that she had spent the night in the same pitch-black tunnel maintenance closet as him? Use your noodle, kiddo. Mother and son took in the barren vista laid out before them. Who of their friends and loved ones survived the night, they wondered. What will the future look like? Is that good brunch place on Fairfax still open? These were the questions weighing on their minds. The dog, being stupid, was totally fine. Back in a dimly lit Air Force base at Area 51, crack a window, why don't you, the Air Force? Major Mitchell laid out his plans for the first wave of a counterattack against the sky. Good luck with that. Miller's subordinates chatted as he spoke, like C students with rich parents. "You scared, man?" Captain Jimmy Wilder asked Captain Stephen Hiller. "Nope. You?" "Nope," Wilder replied. He then collapsed exaggeratedly into Hiller's arms, whimpering, "Hold me!" To these men, it would have been gay to fear death and embarrassing to be gay. "Hey, pay attention," Hiller said, heterosexually. Major Mitchell, noticing the extremely obvious distraction, asked if Hiller had anything to share with the group, because apparently Air Force majors talk like easily annoyed Boy Scout troop leaders. "No, sir. Just excited to get up there and whoop E.T.'s ass," he said, as confidently as if he weren't up against an intergalactic military force, the likes of which humankind had never seen before and could barely comprehend, and was instead plotting to, I don't know, just throwing this out there, walk up to Chris Rock and slap him in the face. "You'll get your chance. You'll all get your chance," Major Mitchell said, in a tone that felt more threatening than encouraging, which makes sense. Unlike Steve and Jimmy, Captain Hiller realized that the U.S. military would likely prove no match for an alien force that had already somehow ascertained the cultural significance of several U.S. landmarks and pulverized them to gravel. "Let's kick the tires and light the fires," Jimmy said. You could tell he really wanted to start that being kind of a thing people would say. You know, like before a big business meeting or a sporting event. That would be so rad, Jimmy thought, if his thing caught on. Maybe, if he stopped the world from being blown up by space guys, it would.
Chapter 9, The Few, the Proud, the Smithereens. Novelized by Chase Mitchell, narrated by Adam Pally. As the brave squadron of fighter pilots dispersed across the jet parking lot, whatever the fuck that's called, our intrepid hero, Captain Stephen Hiller, strode cockily alongside his trusty, totally not doomed best friend, played for some reason by smooth jazz recording artist Harry Connick Jr. I mean, was Chris Isaac busy? Was Dwight Yoakam filming Sling Blade? This can't have been their first choice. Anyway, ever since these two young hotshots had come up in the Air Force Academy together, they'd been inseparable, forming a deep bond based on brotherhood, gently homophobic banter, and being the only two pilots in the movie with speaking roles. Now, after this unprecedented alien attack, the fate of the world's second-tier and below cities rested squarely on their shoulders. As the pair made their way to their respective aircraft, Captain Hiller looked stoic and determined. But while he may have carried himself with a youthful air of superiority, like some sort of Fresh Prince, deep down, he was a ball of nerves. Because unlike at, say, a New Orleans piano bar populated by horny suburban moms at last call, this was not an ideal time to have Harry Connick Jr. as your wingman. In fact, he was already being kind of fucking annoying. "Let's bring it on, let's bring the bad boy on," Connick Jr. yelled directly into Hiller's ear in an accent both cocky and borderline problematic. "You lose?" Connick Jr. inquired further, referring to, of course, Captain Hiller's bowels. A good wingman always checks to see if his fellow pilot is getting enough fiber. Not a lot of people know this, but mid-air diarrhea is what lost us Vietnam. "Yeah," Hiller answered, having fully evacuated his colon mere hours earlier. "You got your victory dance?" he asked back. Harry Connick Jr. responded by producing a cigar from his chest pocket, a cigar which, much like himself at this moment, was not yet on fire. "I got it right here, yeah," Connick Jr. answered in his obnoxious rat-packy Harry Connick Jr.-y-ass kind of way. Hey, don't get pre-patcher on me, soldier," Hiller shot back, definitely intending to say premature, though the director for some reason chose not to use a different take for that line. "We don't light up until the fat lady sings." Hiller anxiously glanced around to see if anyone would cancel him for body-shaming a hypothetical fat lady, then remembered that Twitter wouldn't be invented for another 13 years. "I'm all ease, brother," Harry Connick Jr. said, which was ironic given that Will Smith was the one who was, in fact, mostly ears. Hiller and his adult contemporary crooning wingman climbed into their respective planes, the latter of which was proudly emblazoned with Harry Connick Jr.'s call sign, Raven, which, I shit you not, is literally the symbol for impending death. "You the man," Harry Connick Jr. called out to his buddy, oblivious to his own impending fiery death. Soon, a cacophony of whoosh sounds filled the air as the fleet of F-15s took to the skies to meet an uncertain fate. Uncertain except for Harry Connick Jr., who, and we cannot stress this enough, might as well have had the word "goner" painted on his flight helmet. Meanwhile, in a secure underground military location surrounded by various beeping and booping screens that looked important but didn't actually do anything, President Thomas Whitmore gathered with his most trusted advisors, who, this being 1996 and all, consisted entirely of vaguely recognizable middle-aged white character actors. "All right, gentlemen, we're on," Whitmore announced to his inner circle authoritatively, though he wasn't totally sure what he meant by that. It was an important moment, and it had seemed like he should say something, but he wasn't clear exactly what was on, or who we were in this scenario, or whether any of the faces around him could actually be considered gentlemen. Whitmore kind of hoped nobody noticed this and just rolled with it. It had sounded like something a president would say in a time of crisis, and besides, he was a little drunk. Thankfully, before anyone could question it, the president's most trusted advisor, General Robert Loggia, was handed a phone from off-screen to rasp his signature grizzled rasp into. "General, it's NORAD," said an extra who got paid the SAG day rate for that line. Loggia clutched the phone in his liver-spotted fingers and raised it to his liver-spotted ear. Everyone knew NORAD's job was tracking Santa Claus on Christmas Eve, so this must be important. "Rasp," Jen Loggia gurgled into the phone cantankerously. "Raspity-rasp. Rasp-rasp." Drops of spittle flew in all directions. The guy in charge of typing the movie's subtitles just shrugged. The president's other advisors tried to interject, but didn't offer much help either. "Our intelligence believes we're looking at a total loss, Mr. President," chimed in that one annoying character actor who always plays a Weasley piece of shit with bad news. "How about our boys? Where are they?" President Whitmore asked, referring to the pilots. He was desperate for some good news. The initial alien attack had blown up the White House, which was where he kept his porn. "ETA to target 4 rasps," rasped General Loggia. The military men gathered around the glowing screen with anticipation, watching eagerly as a bunch of little images of planes inched toward a big old image of a fat-ass alien ship. Meanwhile, en route to their intended target, the cadre of fighter jets soared solemnly over the decimated, bombed-out remnants of what was once Los Angeles. Down below, survivors climbed through the city streets, already attempting to gentrify them. The parking lot of a makeshift Trader Joe's was teeming with ass-strewn moms in tattered yoga pants, begging for rations of affordably priced Chardonnay. Nearby, the famous stretch of Hollywood Boulevard was littered in jagged debris and human excrement. It was the only street left unaffected by the blast. Above it all, Captain Stephen Hiller looked on, his mind wandering to the girlfriend and child that he, let's be honest, kind of just left to fend for themselves. Pretty fucked up, if you ask me. "I shouldn't have left her," Hiller muttered to himself, correctly realizing it would have been a way cooler action scene to heroically save them from a shitload of explosions or something. That was like at least 10 or 15 minutes of screen time that he completely let go to waste. Plus, like They wouldn't be dead now, or whatever. His trusty wingman, Harry Connick Jr., deeply in touch with his sensitive side, thanks to years of performing treacly smooth jazz standards to bored daytime television viewers, attempted to offer his friend some solace. Don't worry about it, man. I'm sure she got out of there before it happened, Connick Jr. said, kind of hoping this made up for the time he totally slut-shamed Vivek A. Fox for being a sex worker like 2 scenes ago. Or, he suddenly added, drastically overplaying his hand by immediately switching to a stereotypical black preacher voice, as the good reverend would say, why are we on this particular mission? We'll never know, but I do know here today that the Black Knights will emerge victorious once again. The other pilots laughed. They loved when Harry Connick Jr. was a little bit racist. It distracted them from the fact that they were all about to die. Amen, Reverend, Hiller replied, quietly deciding to himself that if he does survive this mission, he is definitely going to find some cooler friends. Suddenly, as the clouds in front of them dissipated, they were upon it. The giant alien warship. It filled their entire field of vision like a giant fucking alien warship. Holy God, Harry Connick Jr. said, as if they all hadn't watched these things land on top of every major city in the world and blow them up like 10 fucking minutes ago. Captain Hiller remained steadfast. Lock and load, he commanded his squadron, even though get your weapons ready seems like something they would kind of know what to do on their own at this point. Meanwhile, from the safety of his secure military bunker, General Robert Loggia managed to choke out one dramatic, raspy command. Fire at will. Of course, it would have been funny if the F-15s had taken him literally and fired directly at Will Smith, but instead, they let loose the full power of their payloads on the gargantuan floating starship before them. Within moments, a sky full of explosive projectiles rocketed through the air toward the target, leaving trails of smoke billowing behind. Now was the moment of truth. By the way, this is the part where if you're watching this take place in some kind of visual medium or like motion picture, as it were, you'd be hearing a dramatic orchestral score begin to swell in the background, which would be really, help sell the drama of the situation. Here, I'll try my best. Be-doop, be-doop-doop, be-doop-be-boop. Anyway, you get it. As the pilots looked on in anxious anticipation, their stomachs, and in Captain Hiller's case, bowels, began to drop in horror as each and every missile ignited prematurely against an impenetrable, invisible outer shield, exploding in a green ball of failure instead of an orange ball of victory. Guess that puts the miss in missile, one of the pilots could have said, but alas, no one except the narrator was clever enough to think of it. Undeterred, Captain Hiller peeled off from the rest of the squadron along with a smaller group of his most trusted fighters and also Harry Connick Jr. Hiller had a new and brilliant plan. They would fire a second set of missiles roughly 30 feet away from the ones that had just failed to hit that simply had to work. Switching to Sidewinders, Hiller shouted with the blind, naive confidence of a man who truly believed that Wild Wild West would be as big a box office success as Men in Black. The smaller group of jets fired off another volley of missiles, this time extra sidewindy. Come on, said Harry Connick Jr., rooting the missiles on as eagerly as if they were targeting his lifetime mortal enemy, Michael Bublé. But alas, the second strike glanced just as harmlessly off the aliens' defenses as the first, and it turns out this extraterrestrial species was advanced enough to cover their whole ship in shields, not just the one side. I guess these aliens are brilliant and sexy, muttered Captain Hiller, quickly adding, brilliant. Just brilliant. As the jets continued speeding toward the wall faster than Will Smith's career after he starred in M. Night Shyamalan's movie with his son, Hiller commanded the pilots to pull up, and pull up they did. All except for one poor bastard, who screamed like a 10-year-old girl as he became a red smear on the front of the alien ship. He kind of did it as a bit, but nobody laughed. The remaining jets entered a steep climb towards the top of the enormous ship, when suddenly, a glowing green slot opened above them, spewing forth a sea of tiny single-passenger spacecraft, like a colony of fire ants attacking a 4th of July barbecue. Captain Hiller briefly considered impressing the other pilots with his musing and topical holiday-themed analogy, but there was no time. Punch through! Punch through! He commanded the other pilots, which, to be fair, is kind of easy to say for the main character of a movie to say when pretty much everybody else is about to die horrifically. Hiller, of course, successfully emerged through the enemy maelstrom unscathed, but sure enough, another jet piloted by some other anonymous dipshit wasn't so lucky. There's too many of them, he yelled. His final words on this earth a pathetic cliche as he collided with an alien fighter in a great ball of fire large enough to impress famous cousin fucker Jerry Lee Lewis. Back at the command center, all the president's men huddled around a single screen that helpfully depicted each pilot's aircraft in one of two distinct colors. Green ship meant alive guy. Red ship meant dead guy. More and more ships are turning dead guys, sir, said trusted presidential advisor Captain Obvious. I can see that, said the president, smugly adding, I was a pilot, you know. That will come in handy later. He then turned to the camera and winked. Meanwhile, back at the firefight, Captain Hiller continued to flip and maneuver around the enemy ships with the surprising ease of someone whose name is listed above the movie's title on the poster. Oh no, you did not shoot that green shit at me, he catchphrased, even though yes, that alien ship had shot that green shit at him and would continue to shoot that green shit at him until the special effects budget for his sequence had scored well enough with the test audiences. Hiller was thankful for that. Before takeoff, he'd remembered to outfit his fighter jet with plot armor, which was really coming in handy right about now. But more than that, he just wanted to survive this battle so he could make it back to his hot stripper girlfriend and her adorable son, whatever his name was. He took evasive action to avoid another enemy fighter. I got you covered, Big Daddy, shouted Harry Connick Jr., firing on the alien ship, trailing his friend. Hiller was thankful for the assist, but vaguely skeeved out by the nickname. Connick Jr.'s missile bounced harmlessly off the alien ship, sending it spiraling out of the firefight faster than the movie Emancipation spiraled out of the Best Actor Oscar conversation. Damn, they got shields too, Connick Jr. said, proving that he was somehow even slower to catch on to this whole they have fucking shields concept than Captain Hiller was. Hiller dabbed sweat off his forehead. He was quickly running out of ideas, much like the live-action adaptation of Disney's Aladdin. Knights move! Knights move! He yelled desperately to his few remaining squadron members. Wait. Did you say night moves? Another pilot said, mistakenly cranking up the volume on a Bob Seger song before getting immediately blown to pieces. Damn, they were dropping like flies. Really, really, really stupid flies. From the command center, President Whitmore looked on as more and more alive guy planes turned into dead guy planes. All right, get them out of here. This isn't happening fast enough. Get them out of there. This unwinnable fight had dragged on long enough at the cost of countless American lives. Plus, there was a new episode of Friends starting in a few minutes, and they didn't call it must-see TV for nothing. Suddenly, the feed turned static. They'd lost the connection completely. Ross and Rachel's blood is on your hands, the president snarled at his subordinates. Meanwhile, back at the firefight, Captain Hiller had one more idea. He would lead the alien fighters and his one still alive friend from the nightmarish war zone above downtown Los Angeles to the Grand Canyon. There, they would lead them on a heart-pounding chase through the canyon exactly like Star Wars, but extremely derivative, but in a way less memorable way. Follow me, Hiller said to Harry Connick Jr. dramatically. I saw this in a movie once. It was a much better movie. The jets made the harrowing 15-second trip from Southern California to Arizona with the alien spacecraft in hot pursuit. They're on me like white on rice, Connick Jr. said after a beat, adding, get it? Rice, 'cause I'm from New Orleans. I get it, Hiller said. Now lose him, Harry, just like I showed you. Harry Connick Jr. was kind of insulted by this, just like I showed you. Hell, he taught Hiller how to play It Had to Be You on jazz piano, but he wasn't constantly rubbing that in his face. I'm gonna try something, Connick Jr. announced. Don't do nothing stupid. You know me, Connick Jr. said. Yeah, you tried to start a daytime talk show that competed with Ellen DeGeneres, Hiller said. He had a good point. Sure enough, Harry Connick Jr. was struggling to outrun the alien. Gasping for breath, he removed his face mask, the universal movie pilot signal for I'm about to die. Harry Connick Jr., no! Hiller cried. Zatarans! Connick Jr. screamed as his ship was blown to pieces. Hiller felt a sudden disturbance in the force, as if millions of fans of the Easy Listening channel on Spotify suddenly cried out in terror and were suddenly silenced. Newly emboldened by his friend's fiery and extremely obvious death, Hiller led the alien behind him on a breathtaking chase through the canyon. Again, this is something that would look way cooler than it is to be described, but I guess you kind of had to be there. Where you at, baby? Come on! Come on, you can't hit nothing! Yelled Hiller as he flew, getting awfully cocky for someone who just watched everyone he knows die in about 8.5 minutes. Suddenly, Hiller saw an opportunity and deployed his parachute directly onto the alien's windshield, distracting it just long enough to cause a head-on collision, a maneuver known as the Laura Bush. Hope you got an airbag, Hiller shouted mockingly, though he hoped the alien did not, in fact, have an airbag, as that would drastically increase the chances the alien would survive and thus be very upset with him. The alien ship crash-landed, slapping violently across the desert floor like the hand of an A-list actor across the face of a much, much skinnier stand-up comedian. Finally, it skidded to a stop, kicking up a wall of sand and dirt. Hiller's parachute landed nearby, sending him collapsing to the ground in a not very cool way that he was glad no one was around to witness. He angrily climbed up to the face of the alien aircraft and ripped the door off its hinges. He couldn't be sure the alien had said something disparaging about people with alopecia, but he was not sure either. As the alien face emerged from about $15.99 worth of dry ice from Party City, Hiller did the only thing he could think of to do in that moment. He punched the shit out of it. "Welcome to Earth!" Damn, he thought. That was a really cool fucking thing to say. And no one was even alive to hear it. He decided he'd have to repeat that again the next time he was around some people. Exhausted, Hiller finally hit up his victory cigar and collapsed against the hull of the alien ship to rest. "Now that's what I call a close encounter," he said. Fuck, man, he did it again. Why wasn't he this clever when the people were around? Oh well, he thought. He had a few hours to workshop some other lines.
Chapter 10. The Audience Peas. Novelized by Shek Baker. Narrated by Maurice LaMarche. Mother led Dylan through the ruins with the dog close behind. Moments ago, she had pulled them both through the metal door in the automobile tunnel, and they'd emerged eons later, deafened and dumbstruck, into the wastes, wiped clean of all living matter. Gone as if never built were the tall buildings, the automobiles, the omnibuses. Gone as if never born, the teeming people. Instead, an evil sun, dripping brownish light through a fouled scrim of sky onto a basin of dust, hilled with heaps of flaming slag and bricks pounded to ash, all splotched here and there with stains of burnt blood. So now Dylan and Mother picked their way across the city's blasted remains in an aimless daze. Mother had little to say, only retching sometimes on the fetid air while scrambling forward, huffing from one annihilated hillock to the next. The dog followed at heel, its mouth full of gritted drool, sniffling and snorting its unpleasant sounds, its filthy coat caked with its own moist leavings it had rolled through. There had been other people in the automobile tunnel, other mothers and sons, perhaps, desperate for shelter from the blinding inferno, and Mother had called out an offer of rescue only to the wretched dog. Up ahead, a darkness towered above, a massive shadow gliding toward them. Uneasily, they trundled forward into a sour breeze, and at length the looming hulk pierced the sullied gauze, shrouding the landscape, and took shape. A section of highway overpass. Mother glanced at the boy, a hunger awake in her eyes. He met the glance with a silent nod. "Go on then, Mother. Lead." She did. He and the animal followed her cautious footsteps ahead, and soon another object, both familiar and stunning at once, emerged from the smog. An old refrigerator, fully intact, upright, its door wide open to reveal scattered bottles of condiments on the shelves. Dylan could not begin to grasp how a force mighty enough to erase the skyscrapers of the commercial core had met this fridge and done nothing but pop the latch open. Mother, though, had something else on her mind. "Baby, stay right here. Stay right here with Boomer," she said, a mixture of fear and excitement in her voice. "Of course, Mother," thought Dylan, and turned a twisted smile toward the dog. Right here with Boomer. Mother wandered off toward the overpass, while the beast sniffed around the appliance. Dylan scowled. How he loathed this hairy yellow thing, had always loathed it, since the first time he laid eyes on it 2 Christmases past, while Mother and Will Smith beamed down at him in expectant glee. His heart's desire that year had been a 16-bit gaming console on which to enjoy NBA Jam, or perhaps Street Fighter II. Nothing complicated. Certainly nothing that would excrete and consume its own shit. But no. His reveries of endless happy afternoons schooling Mother with slamma-jammas and hadokens finished in a blink when this mongrel emerged from a pet carrier, a red ribbon fixed to its collar, and slavered on his Jordans. Dylan had done his best then to look merry, catching a revolted gag in his throat and forcing it back down. "Oh, Mother,
Of course I am well pleased by it. How darling it is. A lie. But of course Will Smith did think the dog was darling, had convinced Mother to buy the dog, had named the dog. Will Smith himself practically was a dog, the way he vied for Mother's affections, so eager to please, and the way he turned over and over in the soil with the dog, the both of their tongues hanging loose as they cavorted in the filth of the earth. How Dylan wished he could line them both up and drive an infinity of Hadokens into their simpering goddamned faces. The idiot creature turned from the fridge and grinned up at Dylan, lolling its slimy tongue out of its grime-smeared mouth. Under Mother's eye, in Mother's home, he had played the good son, patting the cur's repellent body when bidden, pouring its meals of rank kibble, pausing his games to follow the dog outside and watch it expel its stinking excretia. But now, with Mother in such a state, perchance an opportunity for an unfortunate mishap. Will Smith, Dylan had to think, was nothing more than a shadow on the ground now, thanks to the spacemen. One down. He looked from the dog to the gaping refrigerator, then back again. The doors of these are notorious, he thought. If some poor thing climbed in, maybe to examine a chunk of sausage lodged deep in the back, he began rooting around in the dust, looking for anything that might tempt the mutt. His hands discovered something unexpected. He stood, lifting a hunk of plastic out of the mess, and the dog waved its tail, oblivious to the boy's disappointment. He held only the remains of a cheap toy truck. A sudden loud noise broke his spell, and he whirled toward it, dropping the toy. Oblivion from the skies? No. A truck. A man-sized truck, roaring to life, followed by faint sounds of Mother's triumph. He squinted and saw her bouncing and hand-dancing in the cab of a road maintenance vehicle, totally unscathed, parked under the overpass. Unscathed and without a speck of dirt on her. Dylan held the sides of his head in confusion. First the fridge, now this truck, and wait, no, it went farther than that. The tunnel. The tunnel. The metal door, the tunnel, the fridge, this antique truck, they all had metal doors, and all the metal doors had turned back the fury of the alien blast like it was nothing but a weak breeze. This Dylan contemplated. Mother beckoned from the cab, and Boomer dashed toward her, with Dylan close behind. But not all wasted spaces on Earth needed aliens to make them that way. Out in a white desert shadowed by brown mountains, the people of the RV camp were packing up everything. Lawn chairs, tarps, coolers, rugs, kids, babies, grannies, everything outside got rolled up, folded, and shoved into motorhomes or piled on top and bungeed down. Pickups with camper tops and Winnebagos chugged past as Alicia watched from the front window of the family RV and half listened to the numbing soundtrack laid down by the TV news.
Reports indicate that this battle has repeated itself all over the world with the exact same results.
Alicia switched him off. She knew how that one ended. She kept busy trying to stow her own family's things in the RV's crowded overhead spaces as people scurried by on foot holding suitcases.
Good luck, suitcase guys,
thought Alicia. They probably had as good a chance as any of them, honestly. She glanced into the back of the RV, where Randy Quaid was fumbling with a washcloth near her little bro's head. Finally, Randy just kind of left the cloth on her brother's face and stood up, adjusting his Aloha shirt.
See, Troy?
Randy said to the ailing boy with the confidence of a lush, promising himself he could stop it too.
You're feeling better already.
Randy wrung his hands together while Troy lay there shaking his head and trying to move the wet cloth off his eyes and nose. Alicia hugged her bare arms and looked toward the dashboard, cluttered up with food wrappers, clothes, bags, and other crap they probably wouldn't need real soon. The door to the RV burst open and Miguel climbed in, sweat-soaked in his undershirt. He barely looked at Alicia.
How yourself, big bro?
Miguel locked eyes with Randy as Randy itched his own neck. Miguel offered a shrug.
Everyone's packing up,
he said to Randy's blank face. They're leaving, Miguel added a moment later. Alicia and Miguel spent a lot of time spoon-feeding Randy Quaid info like that because he was a drunk idiot who believed nonsense. Sure, he'd been right about the aliens, okay. The broken clock that was right once a life. Randy hunkered and lurched toward the cab as Miguel continued. They said there's a spaceship headed this way. We'd better leave too, don't you think? Said Randy, and he was seriously asking, like maybe staying could work too. Miguel let out a heavy sigh and exchanged a look with Alicia. She couldn't exactly read Miguel's mind, but thought she caught the gist. They'd be driving a real long time before they found someplace even further beneath anyone's notice.
Thousands of feet above, Air Force One was flying casual over the nation's western mountains, covered by a couple of little fighter jets. Not sure what the plan would be if the aliens found them. Shit their pants and die? Huh, good luck, fellas. But that was B-roll. Down on the Air Force One set, Dave, an extra, was watching with excitement as the place filled up with characters. Could they even be main characters? Like people with lines? Dave thought maybe so. Oh shit. Judd Hirsch and Jeff Goldblum just got there for makeup. People with lines, people with scenes, people with careers, baby. A couple seconds later, the second AD called over all the background actors. Dave, glad to be off his ass, walked over, trying to look jaded as fuck. Finally, some shit to do. There were about 24 of them all together. Some guys, like Dave, wore dark suits. Some other folks were in, like, full Navy dress. And some women had uptight professional looks. A real boring bunch, dull and ready to be background. The second AD was pointing at people and putting them into two smaller groups. Now, the second AD was talking.
You in this group,
he said to the group in which Dave was not.
You're Group 1. Whenever Mr. Emmerich says action, you guys are going to hold papers and kind of mill around on the plane looking at them.
A PA motioned these folks over to a prop table piled with fancy-looking binders.
One, please,
said the PA.
Everyone take just one binder, please.
Everyone took just one binder and wandered back toward the second AD.
And everyone in this group,
the second AD said, pointing to the group Dave was in.
You're Group 2. When Mr. Emmerich says action, you are all going to start walking back and forth in the aisles of the plane. You're going to look like you have someplace real important to be. You're going to brush past people, and you are not going to touch the actors. Got it?
Fuck yeah, they all got it. Dave getting it probably the most. The second AD nodded at them.
Questions?
A woman in Group 1 piped up, which annoyed the second AD, who seemed a bit too impatient for questions for a guy who just asked if anyone had questions.
Yes, should we be crying?
She asked.
Or looking devastated, or like that? Because everyone in our lives has just died, right? They got blown up?
Some people seemed to dig this idea. None of them had a script, of course, but pretty much everyone knew this was the movie where aliens blow everything the fuck up. The second AD took a deep breath. Was he counting to himself? Then he spoke a bit louder, a bit more like to slow children.
This group,
he said curtly, pointing at Group 1.
This group mills around. This group looks at papers. Are you near another person with papers? Okay, look at the papers together. Pretend to ask each other about the papers.
He swiveled and pointed at Dave's group.
This group. This group walks up and down.
He used his hands and arms to mimic what walking up and down might look like.
This group looks busy. This group brushes against people.
The second AD took another deep breath. Let it out.
Both groups. You're doing your duty. You're being professional. You're...
He paused, making eye contact with several of them.
At work.
Everyone agreed. And everything that happened after that ruled. The lady with the question got put in a group by herself, the emergency backup group by the crash services, and the rest of them milled around looking at papers or walked back and forth brushing past people. Dave was psyched. First, there was a scene with Judd Hirsch and Goldblum, a sticky thing where Goldblum was airsick, and Judd was like saying how not airsick he was and making Goldblum more airsick. And the whole time, one of the Group 1 leaders sat next to Judd, pretending to be totally into a briefing paper. Like, a very interesting paper. Maybe about how the aliens just blew up her whole family, and Taxi is sitting there telling Brundlefly how much barf he doesn't do on airplanes. Dave was playing so cool, walking back and forth and looking busy, but honestly, holy shit, Goldblum's first gig was raping Charles Bronson's wife and turning him into Death Wish. And now, look at the guy, doing vaudeville on Air Force One with Dear John. People forgot Dear John, but that shit ran for 4 seasons. Totally sick. Then the next scene was Goldblum wandering away, and his movie ex, Margaret, had a moment with Judd about how her and Goldblum should bone again. Judd's telling her, all you need is love. from John Lennon and said it was sad that John got shot. Dude, what else was sad was that John Lennon smacked his wives around after he got home from chain fucking 1,000 teenagers. Dave got to brush past Margaret pretty close in that scene, and it was dope as hell. Next, they moved the action to a different part of the plane, set with couches where President Pullman and a bunch of his top guys, one of them was Rip Torn? No, Robert Loggia. Anyway, they all looked shocked and argued about using nukes on the aliens. Pullman spent a lot of his time with his mouth hanging open, kind of resting on his hands and not saying shit. Then Goldblum wandered in from maybe puking. Or was he looking for the puke room and just tripped over the president's couch? Go wherever you want, Goldblum. The Secret Service is all blown to shit. Anyway, there was this one dude playing a bald, creepy guy who was really pushing the nukes on Pullman. And then Goldblum started ranting about nuclear winter, and they all had a great shout fight until Judd also wandered in and started going on about the UFOs in Roswell, and everyone was so embarrassed for Judd. And Pullman started to escort him out of the sofa lounge with this, come on, we both know this is crazy talk, smirk on his face. But then Bald Creepy looked like he was in the middle of a super hard shit and then dropped that, yes, actually, the Roswell thing happened and no one in the government got to know about it except for all the baldest creeps. Holy shit, the first thing the president did in the whole scene, aside from look like his own dick fell off, and he was 100% wrong about it, was the president of this movie supposed to suck so bad at it? Then the second AD sent everyone home and said some of the extras could come back the next day and be like survivors of the attack and they get to have blood makeup and wear fucked up clothes. But Dave had a lunch shift at Mel's Drive-In on Sunset, which was a bummer, but hey, that's rock and roll, baby! Meanwhile, Boomer was a very good dog, and he rode in the big truck with his favorite boy, Dylan. He looked at Dylan and wagged his tail. And Dylan looked at him too, and Boomer was very happy. It smelled real bad around, and it was all on fire. The truck made loud noises when it bunked things out of the way, and Boomer was in the truck, and Dylan was in the truck, and Mother was driving the truck, and where was Will Smith? Will Smith wasn't in the truck. Boomer missed Will Smith, but there were lots of new friends in the truck who were sad and hurt, and new friends made Boomer happy too. All day, Mother drove the truck around, and Boomer rode in the truck with Dylan, and then the truck stopped, and Boomer got to help find friends with his nose. A lot of the friends Boomer found were dead, and the dead friends didn't ride in the truck. Some of the friends died in the truck, and those friends got a special ride out the back of the truck when the truck stopped. Bye, friends! Mother stopped the truck again, and Boomer smelled more friends to find. He got down off the truck and looked for the friends, and Mother got down off the truck, and a dirty man friend got down off the truck, and Dylan stayed in the truck. But Boomer would be back in the truck later, and Dylan would be there too. Mother and the dirty man friend found another dead friend on the ground, but Boomer found a friend who was alive under a metal door. He jumped on the metal door on top of the friend and barked. Whoops, he maybe hurt the friend. This friend was a lady, and Mother and the man friend came over and took the metal door off the lady, and she started to die. Shit! Mother and the man friend put their paws on the lady friend, and she kept dying, and Will Smith wasn't there, and Boomer was sad, but Dylan was in the truck, and Boomer would go back in the truck and ride in it with Dylan and his new friends. Maybe they would also find Will Smith, and Boomer wagged his tail and looked at Dylan and thought about Will Smith, and Dylan looked at Boomer too, and Boomer was happy.
Hundreds of miles to the east, the downed space invader was having a very bad day. This barren Earth biome was hot, and being inside the Earth person's descent decelerating blanket made it even hotter. The invaders' motor functions had been impaired when their attack pod crashed, and their nervous system had been further impaired by the Earth person's fist strike to their cranial protuberance. But nothing had been more impaired than their pride. None of their fellow invaders had crashed their attack pods. They had all killed dozens of the Earth people in their worthless cave planes and gone back to the ship to feast. But where was this invader? Down on the surface, hungry, unable to summon forth movement in their limbs, and developing a friction rash from getting dragged across the hot Earth floor by this angry Earth person. The invader's auditory organs were throbbing as well, both from the impact of the crash and from the Earth person's constant screeching. Why had this Earth person so much to say? The invader would never know, for while each invader had been issued a simple digital phrasebook prior to the fleet's arrival, 1. Said phrasebook was still jammed under the seat of the attack pod. 2. Said phrasebook was written in only the Earth language Mandarin Chinese, which this particular Earth person did not appear to speak. And 3. Said phrasebook contained only rudimentary commands such as, die, or you will die now, or direct me to your gender-neutral mucus replenishment chamber. Perhaps this Earth person intended to drag the invader back to its cave home, thence to mate with them. A much-deserved end to a humiliating day for this humbled invader.
Just then, the Earth person ceased its forward movements in order to direct several foot strikes into the invaders' genitalia, forcing the release of more mercaptans from their thylatic sacs. Each mercaptan release seemed to further enrage the Earth person, who responded with more screeching. Look, Earth person, if you don't want to be drenched in the malodorous compounds ejected by an invader's genitalia, stop directing foot strikes towards their thylatic sacs. It is that simple. The Earth person shortly resumed its trudge across the surface, but soon stopped and began shrieking at greater volume than before, a sound joined by a gathering rumble the invader could both hear and feel through the ground. The invader directed their echolocating organs toward the source of the disturbance and received pulses from hundreds of large ground vehicles moving rapidly in their direction. A feeling of deep unease developed in the invader's digestive cavity. This awful day would likely not improve. Before long, the vehicles arrived at their location. The invader's eco-circulation pump froze as the Earth person traded screeches with one of the vehicle pilots. After a few excruciating moments, the hands of a dozen Earth persons were on them, rolling, folding, and shoving them, descent decelerating blanket and all, into the storage crevice of one of the vehicles. Soon, they were being carried along in the midst of the Earth person's surface fleet, perhaps towards a whole village of cave homes. Who knew? These massed vehicles would present an inviting enough target to any invader ship that might happen by. But this invader knew enough not to hope for such a merciful end. No invader ship would bother wasting its weapon fuel on such insignificant rabble as this.
Chapter 11. The Tank of Forbidden Mysteries, novelized by Andrew Lynn, narrated by Andy Daly. Major Stephen Mitchell was barely 30 years old. His job was running things at Area 51, a military installation so secret that its official government designation was just kidding. That would seem like a pretty prestigious assignment for a man his age, but you have to consider that this secret base was just for science stuff. Also, it was drilled into the living stone, a solid half-mile beneath the sun-blasted wastelands of Nevada. He was the reigning king of America's biggest hole, lording over a bunch of socially malnourished nerds. Mitchell wasn't a nerd. It was obvious at a glance. He was very much a military man. He never needed to stand at attention because he already was. His clothes were so crisp and tailored they looked like a person, even when he wasn't in them. His voice seemed cast from iron and never quavered the slightest bit, even when he was terrified. That was a necessity for the job. Something terrifying could happen at any moment in Area 51. Mitchell was also a good-looking guy who didn't seem a day over nubile, and he did all the right things to keep it that way. He ate clean, drank plenty of water, and had trained himself to sleep exactly like a log. His workout routine struck the perfect balance between strength and cardio, giving him the firm yet lithe form of a dancer. For Mitchell, his body wasn't just a temple, it was a cathedral. Diet and hydration were the sturdy buttress to the hand-cut muscle that served as the walls of his hard body. Atop those walls was the broad arch of functional strength. At the very pinnacle was the most critical piece, for the entirety of this biological monument would come crashing down, if not for its perfectly positioned capstone, which was made of something very special indeed. For you see, the most important muscle in the human body isn't actually your muscles, it's your skin. And the most important skin on your body is the skin that covers it. That's right, your skin. Mitchell treated his skin like a princess with flawless skin. It was luxuriously moist, inside and out, and satin smooth even where it didn't need to be. It also had that toasted almond sheen that would seem impossible given the mole man lifestyle he was forced to endure. Most of Area 51's troll army were resigned to looking like translucent cave fish. Not Mitchell. Mitchell kept his skin looking gloriously opaque by regularly applying a perfectly even coating of cream tanner. He was a master at this and managed full body coverage without having to ask anyone for help. Achieving this required a bit of a life hack. He would take a long wooden spoon and swaddle the bowl end of it with a cloth, which was then held in place with a rubber band. When he was done, he had the perfect tool for applying Tanner to the places even his lovers couldn't reach. The results attracted many. That morning, Mitchell was already looking beautifully toasted as he awoke from nude slumber. He was refreshed and fully hydrated. His muscles pulsed with morning blood and his digestion purred. All that was left to worry about were the mountainous alien craft that were currently applying a thick layer of space lasers to the surface of humanity. You better believe those things are bad for your skin. But Mitchell wasn't all that worried about the invasion. He lived in one of the safest places on the planet. Instead, he woke up to the happy thought that even as he slept, he had been shooting up the military chain of command. Surely most of his superiors had perished in yesterday's worldwide carnage as he lay dormant beneath the earth. For all he knew, he was in charge of the entire armed forces. Hell, for all he knew, he was president. Mitchell looked with bemusement at his uniform, which he always hung neatly where it would be the first thing he saw in the morning. All the color-coded pins and dongles must have gotten comically outdated over the night. He was definitely wearing the wrong kind of hat. Mitchell's radiant mood carried him out of bed and into his own executive shower. Stepping out a good 20 minutes later, he caught sight of himself in the mirror, which always made him a little horny. "Bad dog," he said with a sly grin, reprimanding his emerging hard-on with a gentle smack. He toweled himself dry, then locked in the freshness with an assortment of lotions. Prophylactic ointments were applied to all the high-friction areas. He buffed his teeth to life and clipped the nails on his infant-soft fingers. He got dressed and scanned his reflection one last time, searching with his well-practiced eye for any lapse in quality. Not bad, he thought, for the most important person on Earth. The phone rang in agreement. He answered it with an effortless gravitas. "This is Mitchell." And just like that, everything went fuck-side up. It turns out that President Thomas Whitmore and General William Gray had both missed their chance to be blazed into dust by the alien invaders, and both were upstairs demanding to know what the hell was going on. He needed to hightail it up to the surface and escort them to where they kept all of Area 51's alien shit. Thanks to years of cultish indoctrination, Mitchell didn't miss a beat. "Yes, sir," he said. 2 words to mark the quick and dirty death of all his hopes and dreams. The elevator ride up to the aircraft hangar was long and slow. An underground bunker is like a skyscraper on opposite day. Mitchell lived at the very bottom, the penthouse suite, as it were. This gave him a few minutes to center himself. He closed his eyes, found his breath, and silently repeated his personal mantra, "Chick-a-dee-dee-dee." He also did his best to align his various spiritual nodes. Since they all led down to his balls, it made him super horny. That was okay. He could use that energy. Eventually, Mitchell emerged into the kind of organized mayhem that always impressed when the brass came to visit. Cool fighter jets were artfully placed throughout the space. Uniformed people carrying interesting things dodged around in purposeful ways. Mitchell himself could have vanished into the chaos, but his nagging sense of duty sent him straight to the group of newcomers who were just walking in the door. One of them was the president. Who cares? From what Mitchell had heard, the commander-in-chief was the absolute worst. What he didn't know was that in the last couple of hours, Whitmore had suddenly realized he was president. Since then, determined to act the part, he was throwing nukes around and was being kind of an asshole to everyone. In other words, he was crushing it. Mitchell knew something was different as soon as he shook Whitmore's hand. It wasn't limp and clammy like he'd been told to expect. Whitmore's dry fist fully enclosed Mitchell's own like it was grasping nothing more than a puff of air. For the full duration of the handshake, Whitmore's eyes met his with a look so intense that Mitchell's lingering boner couldn't decide whether to get bigger or smaller. Tearing his eyes away, Mitchell looked past Whitmore to the rest of the group he'd brought with him. They looked like the kind of mismatched action figures you end up with when your parents don't ask you what you want for Christmas. General Gray was standing next to Whitmore. Arrayed around them were some guys in suits, Secret Service or whatever. Whitmore's communications director, Constance Spano, was there, which made no sense. There were actually a bunch of people who definitely weren't supposed to be there, not that Mitchell could give a soft brown loaf anymore. There was a little girl dressed up like she was on her way to a sock hop. That was weird. She had on a pink shirt, pink cardigan, and pink pleated skirt. Nobody else seemed to be aware that she was there. She was probably a ghost, he thought to himself. This actually made sense. Area 51 wasn't all aliens. They had some ghosts, too. Mitchell didn't go down to the ghost department much. Too scary. They only had enough human skin to cover a single tank, so all the ghosts were piled into a single one. The shrieking was both nightmarish and extremely annoying. The team of parapsychologists whose job it was to study them wouldn't even go in there. In 50 years, all they'd come up with was one experiment. How many ghosts can you fit in a tank? The project was ongoing. It didn't help that the ghosts, like this little girl, kept escaping. Later, he would have to have someone chase her down and stuff her back into the tank. Ghosts and aliens were just the beginning. Area 51 had some real heavy hitters. They had the Sphinx. Not the statue, the actual Sphinx. She got to have a tank all to herself. She looked pretty much the same as the statue, would only eat living mummies, and smelled sort of like wet burlap. You couldn't talk to her. All she'd do is try to get you to solve one of her mystical conundrums. The answers were always stupid. Riddle me this? No thank you. Now you're probably wondering, where'd they get all those mummies the Sphinx was eating? The simple answer is that mummies love to fuck and don't use protection. Actually, they can't use protection. If you try to put a rubber on a mummy, it just falls right off. Their dicks are too dry. Mitchell liked to swing by the mummy tank from time to time. It made him super horny. Back in the aircraft hangar, nobody else seemed to see the little ghost girl, so Mitchell didn't bring it up. "Welcome to Area 51, Mr. President. Please follow me." Mitchell turned around and led the group across the hangar to the big elevator. Once they were on their slow descent, he turned and spoke. "We're going to be going out that way," he said, pointing to a second door at the far end of the car. There was an awkward moment while Whitmore pushed his way through to the other side so he could still be the first one to come out. The elevator came to a stop and the whole group of people exited into a small room with a big glass sliding door blocking their way. "We are now 24 floors beneath the surface," he said with a flourish of his arm. Beyond the door was a long ramp that led down to a white room full of people in baggy plastic coveralls. "This is our alien research facility. As you can see, everybody is really busy right now. However," Mitchell flashed a playful smile and turned to lead everyone back into the elevator. "The folks over on level 32 are telling me that Bigfoot just woke up from his afternoon nap, and guess what? It's feeding time." "Open the door," Whitmore said coldly, straightening out his fresh new spine. Mitchell put on an apologetic face. "Sorry, sir, that's a clean room. If a single microorganism were to get in there, then Lord save us. Before we can go in, we'd need to get completely disinfected and have all the static electricity removed from our bodies. And that isn't the half of it, it's a whole thing. We can come back here later." Then, turning to the rest of the group, "After all, Bigfoot's young aren't going to eat themselves, am I right?" The little girl seemed interested. "Open the door, but open it!" Whitmore had fire in his eyes. "Of course, sir. Right away, sir. Just one moment." Mitchell walked over to a phone mounted on the wall next to a brushed steel keypad with an icy blue glow. He reached into his pocket and produced an oversized black plastic card that was connected to his belt by a retractable polymer thread. He slid the card smoothly into the slot next to the keypad, and after a soft burst of static and a meaningful sequence of electronic beeps, a nearly invisible panel above the keypad slid away, revealing what looked to be a camera lens floating within a complex network of whisper-thin articulated arms. The device sprung suddenly to life, the arms twisting, locking, then twisting again, pushing the lens out into the room. It seemed to hover weightlessly in its web of three-dimensional metallic fractals. Mitchell leaned over and winced only slightly as 3 red needles of light spun out, converging on the surface of his right eye. Impossibly tiny servos hummed and chirped, sweeping the lasers back and forth as they scanned every detail of his retinal blood vessels. Satisfied, the device folded back in on itself. The panel snapped back into place and the keypad throbbed from blue to green as another light on top of the phone came cheerfully to life. Mitchell picked up the phone's handset and with a well-practiced flicker of his fingers, he punched in an 18-digit code. Turning his back to the group, he cupped the mouthpiece and spoke with a voice quiet but firm. "Hi, Shirley? This is Mitchell. That's going to be a negative on the Bigfoot." "Yeah, I know." Uh-huh. "Well, can't you just... Look, I don't think..." Mitchell glanced back at the ever-darkening face of Whitmore. "I mean, he definitely isn't going to..." Uh-huh. "Okay, fine. I'll ask." Mitchell turned slowly around. "The thing is, Mr. President, the folks downstairs just got so excited when they heard you were coming. They've been getting things ready all morning, and you should see the tank they got for the guy. It's huge." Mitchell stretched out his arms as far as they would go, then looked back and forth between his two hands, making a face like he had just impressed himself. "You really have to see this thing." Whitmore smiled warmly. "Or you can open the fucking door." Mitchell sagged as he hung up the phone. "Yes, sir. The button's on the left there." Whitmore reached over and pushed the big yellow button marked open, which the door obediently did. The group walked down the ramp that led into a bustling lab. Mitchell hoped to God that Dr. Brackish Oken had bothered to show up that day. Oken was the head of the alien department at Area 51. It was his job to give the tours at the facility, and Mitchell wasn't remotely interested in doing it himself, especially since he was really starting to feel the edible he'd taken on his way up to meet the president. Oken was probably peaked as shit too, but he could somehow do his job just fine like that. Mitchell had to be careful with those Army-strong gummies, or an hour later he'd be half asleep or off to the commissary to house a box of Lucky Charms. The gummies also made him super horny. He could edge for hours on the stuff. If Oken showed up, Mitchell was definitely sneaking off for a flap sesh in the mummy tank. The alien department was where all of Area 51's top scientists ended up, and there was a sexy energy to the place that you didn't get anywhere else. The room was well lit, the air was filter fresh, and the walls and floor were barely damp at all. The people who worked there, in addition to being completely static-free, seemed to actually be enjoying their jobs. They crowded around tables overflowing with alien artifacts. In theory, they were supposed to be reverse engineering incomprehensibly advanced extraterrestrial technology. Really, they were just taking everything apart and putting it back together over and over again. Occasionally, something would light up or make a noise, and it was high fives all around. Mitchell was about to start bullshitting his way through the lab when Dr. Oken came bounding into the room like sweet Jesus on a stick, dressed in his usual lumpy, haphazard way. He had a sickly pallor like everyone else who worked down here, but it didn't help that he never moisturized. Mitchell gave him a bottle of facial cleanser for his birthday once. Oken thought it was hand soap. He came into the room looking about as excited as Mitchell had ever seen him. He seemed genuinely delighted to meet the president, which made Mitchell a little bit embarrassed on his behalf. Mitchell had seen a lot of himself in the goofy old scientist when they first met. If he hadn't started lifting in college, he might have ended up the same way. After Oken introduced himself, Whitmore gave him a polite handshake, then turned to whisper something cute into the ear of Constance Spano. The two came away from the exchange giggling, so he had no doubt said something brutal at Oken's expense. Oken hadn't noticed. He was waving at Mitchell, trying to get his attention, emphatically mouthing the words, "Oh my God," while Mitchell tried to look like he was lost in thought, or at least fascinated by the light fixtures. He was high as fuck, so he didn't have to try too hard. Finally, he looked down to see that Oken was now clearly oversharing with the president. Mitchell could tell by the way his tongue was compulsively darting in and out of his mouth. Oken was about to take everyone to go see the Big Tamale, what he alone called the crash-landed spaceship they kept in the next room. Mitchell realized it was long past time to fuck off. He said, to no one in particular, that he needed to go to the bathroom, then sidestepped out of the room. Mummy time. The centerpiece of Area 51's collection of oddities was this beat-up old alien spacecraft. Back in 1947, it had missed its stop and smashed face first into New Mexico. It came to them in pieces. The first team of scientists to try to put it all together again spent months on the project before they decided it was too hard and gave up. The next bunch went at the problem from a different angle. They thought it might be that they simply didn't know what a spaceship looked like and decided that building one of their own might help. They got as far as landing a man on the moon before finally admitting it was a dumb idea and resigning in disgrace. That's when everything was shipped off to Area 51, which at that time was just a tank full of mermaids in the middle of the desert. The wreckage sat ignored in a warehouse for 10 years until Oken arrived. He came up with the less goal-oriented approach of just messing around with the parts without really worrying about what anything did. After years of randomly jamming bits and pieces of the craft into each other, there had been enough happy accidents that they now had one big thing instead of a bunch of little things. It didn't exactly look like a spaceship, more like if someone had tried to make a cough drop look cool. They also got some pieces of the aliens themselves. They couldn't fit those back together at all, but the parts still looked impressive floating in a tank. Whitmore seemed far more interested in the dead aliens than the spaceship, and who could blame him? The ship looked dumb and was probably all fucked up anyway. The aliens were also fucked up, but at least they looked like actual aliens. Whitmore also thought the tanks looked cool, but then he hadn't seen the Bigfoot tank. The Bigfoot tank was a huge glass silo, 4 stories tall. The inside of the tank wasn't just designed to look like a forest, it was an actual old-growth forest. In fact, it was the oldest-growth forest in the United States. Every last leaf and clump of dirt was painstakingly moved to Nevada from Alaska using the few remaining spaceships the U.S. had left over from the moon landing. Most of the trees, of course, died in the process, either from lack of air or the exhaust from the spaceships, many of which were destroyed as well. The fraction of boiling hot frozen forest that came crashing down to Earth on the doorstep of Area 51 was barely enough to kill everyone in the vicinity. Fortunately, they didn't need all that much to begin with. Now the only problem was finding the animals they needed to populate it. The ones they had assumed would be coming with the forest had not survived the trip. Their flaming corpses would continue to fall out of the sky for days, although most would remain safely in orbit. When forced to confront the problem, Area 51's radical zoologists came up with one of their best ideas ever. The whole point of bringing the forest here was to make Bigfoot comfortable. Previously, he had been staying in the compound's guest quarters, which he hated since his namesake feet would always stick out over the end of the bed. The scientists realized that since he was America's oldest surviving vestigial mammal, he would be most comfortable in its oldest surviving forest. Only after the loss of that forest's previous ecosystem did it occur to them that Bigfoot would also be most comfortable around America's oldest animals, surviving or not. So, thanks to a Herculean feat of cloning innovation, the genetic programmers at Area 51 created an entire menagerie of medically reincarnated megafauna. The project was widely considered to be a scientific triumph, even though many of the animals turned out to be biologically ill-suited to each other's company. They slaughtered one another as soon as they were set loose in the Bigfoot enclosure, which, in retrospect, was perhaps a bit too small. The result of this near-instantaneous burst of natural selection was a tank full of the most enormous and enormously savage beasts to ever be confined to such a small space. Bigfoot now lived a life of constant physical and emotional agony, and he never left the tiny cave they placed in the corner of his tank. This never bothered the people who came to see him because the gargantuan, hideously scarred megafauna, which smashed themselves repeatedly against the glass walls of their enclosure, were more interesting to look at anyway. Back on the 24th floor, Whitmore stared at the mushed-up aliens in their little tanks for a long time. Eventually he decided, yeah, we could kill these motherfuckers.
Chapter 12. Even as the world ends, people are still jerks. Novelized by Dave Croatto, narrated by Chris Parnell. A phalanx of RVs approached from the distance, finally settling to a stop in front of a guard post in front of Area 51. "I'm Captain Stephen Miller. You have to let me through immediately," Miller said to the guard in the booth. The guard wiped his brow and with an earnest smile said, "Gosh, Captain, I'm powerful sorry, but I can't let you in. This is a restricted area and you don't have the clearance, sir." "Oh, I see," Miller said as he pursed his lips. "Come here a minute," he said, gesturing for the guard to approach the back of the truck. "You want to see my clearance?" Miller asked, before pulling back his parachute to reveal the pale, glistening alien body beneath it. "Dear God," the guard said, stumbling backwards. "Is that enough clearance?" "Let this man through!" the guard shouted to the armed guards who had been blocking the RV. "Let's go!" Miller yelled to the driver as the RV roared through the gates, racing to the main building. Another guard approached the guard from the booth who had fallen backward, stumbling over himself in shock at seeing the alien. He placed a comforting hand on the guard's shoulder. "Hey, Barry, are you all right? You're shaking like a leaf." "Jesus, why did he have to do it like that?" the first guard asked, dusting himself off as he got to his feet. "He could have just said, 'I've got an alien,' and I would have let him in. You heard me when he pulled up, Fred. I was nice as could be. Why do you have to be such a jerk?" "I don't know, man. It's been a bad couple of days. Maybe he's shook," Fred said. "Oh, he's shook? We're all shook, Fred. My parents got incinerated in L.A., but you don't see me being a dick." "I know," Fred said in an understanding tone. "It was a dick move." "I mean, it's not like seeing an alien scares me. I work at Area 51. I've seen aliens. You've seen aliens. We've all seen them. It's almost boring to see an alien at this point." "No, totally. It's the way he did it," Barry continued, "making me get all close and then tearing back the sheet. We're all on edge already. I don't need some cheap jump scare on top of it." "He's an asshole," Fred said with a sympathetic shrug. "He is an asshole." "His sunglasses were cool, though," Fred said. "Yeah," Barry added grudgingly. "They were pretty cool sunglasses." Jasmine drove the highway maintenance truck she had commandeered through the desert, lumbering across the dry, cracked terrain. She had managed to escape with her son and their dog Boomer, who were both curled up next to her on the bench seat. The back of the truck was filled with passengers who had also been lucky enough to survive the alien attack. None of them had ever met before. The only thing they had in common was that they had survived. Actually, that wasn't true. 2 of them had red hair, so they had that in common as well. Jasmine hated redheads. They were just weird. She wondered why she hated them so much. "I guess because they're different," she mused, gripping the steering wheel a little tighter at the mere thought of them. I hate them because they're different. You know, I bet the aliens hate us because we're different too. I guess that means, in some way, I'm like the aliens." Something about the drive was making Jasmine pensive. Maybe it was the trauma she'd endured, or maybe it was not knowing if Steve was alive or dead, or maybe it was the uncapped 10-gallon gas can on the floor next to her in the truck's poorly ventilated cab. "Mom!" Dylan yelled, stirring from his makeshift bed beside her. Jasmine was jarred back to reality by her son's scream. "We're crashing!" he yelled, still half asleep. He was right. Jasmine had been so busy thinking she hadn't noticed she was driving through a long, bumpy patch of tall cacti. The truck jostled violently as she got her bearings. "Go back to sleep, honey," she said as she overcorrected and sent the truck up on 2 wheels. "You were just having a bad dream," she said, shouting so Dylan could hear her over the screams of the passengers in the truck bed who were being thrown about. Dylan sighed and snuggled back into Boomer as Jasmine steered out of the field of cacti, coming out of the field with a final massive thump. As she looked in the rearview mirror, she saw a few of her passengers rolling in the dust behind them, thrown by the bumpy ride. I wonder if that was one of the redheads, Jasmine thought, as she closed her eyes and allowed herself to drift off to sleep. Back at Area 51, Dr. Okun and his team of scientists were getting ready to operate on the captured alien. Dr. Okun? One of the scientists asked. Why exactly are we operating on this alien? What are we going to learn that we don't already know from those previous aliens we dissected? Also, it's still alive. Wouldn't it make more sense to let David try to communicate with the alien? To find out what they want and why they're attacking us? What? No! Okun shouted. We've been cooped up in here for decades. Now we get to chop open an actual spaceman, and you want to hand him over to a different kind of nerd? No way! Hand me that blade tool, jobber. I'm going to cut through this gross flappy thing in the alien's face.
But as Dr. Okun began to make an incision across the alien's gross flappy thing, the alien's finger suddenly moved. Then his eye opened, and soon that alien was tearing apart the operating room like Popeye in a saloon brawl. A few hours later, Jasmine and her passengers arrived at a large fence surrounding her destination, El Toro Air Force Base, where Steve had gone right before the attack. Hard to believe that it had only been yesterday. It was amazing how much could change in just 24 hours. She wondered what the next 24 hours would bring. Good news? Maybe. But everything behind the fence was a wasteland of smoldering wreckage, and the air was thick with a stench of burnt flesh. So probably bad news. Still, tomorrow was another day. They decided to set up camp for the night at the base. Not everyone wanted to. Some said they should just keep moving and seek medical help for the 2 seriously wounded members of their group. But Jasmine had held firm. She was tired, and it was her truck. Besides, they had driven nearly 3 hours. Enough was enough. If they didn't like it, that was just tough nuts for them. A few hours later, after Jasmine had made a bed, complete with a knit afghan and cup of tea for one of the ladies who was injured, Jasmine went over to talk to her. "So you're the First Lady, huh?" Jasmine asked the injured woman. "Yes, I didn't think you'd recognize me." "Yeah, well, I voted for the other guy," Jasmine said slyly, alluding to the deeply divisive and racist platform that President Whitmore had successfully run on. "So tell me," the First Lady said, eager to change the topic, "what do you do for a living?" "I'm a dancer," Jasmine said. "Ah, ballet," the First Lady replied. "Not quite," Jasmine said. "Exotic." The First Lady furrowed her brow. "You mean flamenco?" "No," Jasmine said. "More risque." "Oh, the can-can? Like a cabaret dancer?" the First Lady asked excitedly. "No, I'm a stripper," Jasmine replied, losing her patience. "Ah, a stripper," the First Lady said excitedly. "Like turpentine, working to get rid of old paint? How splendid," she said as she pumped Jasmine's hand proudly. As Jasmine looked at her incredulously, she noticed a dark red trickle of blood coming from the First Lady's ear and realized perhaps her injuries were more severe than she thought. "Yes, well, nice talking," Jasmine said, getting up as quickly as she could. "I should really go see what my 7-year-old is doing. I left him wandering alone in this fiery wasteland." "Excellent, dear," the First Lady shouted, a few of her teeth tumbling out of her mouth as she spoke. "Thank you for your service." Back at Area 51, the President and all the military came back from doing whatever was more important than watching a live dissection of the alien invading their planet. "Thank you for showing me that," the President said to Major Mitchell. "It really was just incredible." "It's interesting, right?" Major Mitchell beamed. "People are always fascinated that our vending machine has both Reese's Pieces and peanut butter M&Ms. You don't often see them together like that." "I wouldn't have believed you if you hadn't shown me, Major. It's fascinating because there's a limited number of slots in the machine. It seems like a redundant choice." Major Mitchell stroked his chin. "There was a time when I would have said so too. But I've got to admit that there's a world of difference between the two candies. It's a more nuanced spectrum than you'd—" Major Mitchell stopped when he noticed the President was no longer walking beside him and was instead staring fixedly at the glass-walled operating room. "What is all that steam?" the President asked, gesturing toward the cloudy operating room. "It's probably just space steam," General Gray said, catching up to them, a bag of Reese's Pieces in one hand and a bag of peanut M&Ms in the other. "So, fellas, are we going to do this taste test or what?" he asked, excitedly shaking both bags of candy. With that, Dr. Okun's body, suddenly visible through the steam, slammed against the glass of the operating room, directly in front of the President. "Dr. Okun," the President said, "are you all right?" But Dr. Okun did not respond. The President turned to Major Mitchell. "Is he okay? Does he always have those tentacles around his neck? I can't remember if they were there when we talked to him before." "Release me," Okun said in a near whisper, his face smushed against the glass like a suction cup Garfield doll. "My God, it's the alien," General Gray said, his mouth full of candy. "The alien is talking through him, like some kind of space ventriloquist." "I know there is much we can learn from each other," the President said to the alien, ignoring Gray, who had started coughing when an M&M went down the wrong pipe. "If we can negotiate a truce, if we can find a way to coexist, can there be a peace between us?" The alien paused before slowly responding. "Why would you think I would understand that long speech. Oh, I'm sorry, the president stammered, embarrassed. I only said 2 words of your language, the alien replied. Why would you assume I am fluent? That speech was a lot. Sorry, the president said. What I mean is, can we get along? Aliens and humans. Frankly, said the alien in a rasping whisper, this whole exchange has really put me off. So, no. And with that, the alien emitted a high-pitched chirping noise that brought the president to his knees, writhing in pain. Whatever the alien was doing, the president's brain felt like it was being jabbed with skewers, as if it was some sort of brain-shaped version of Kerplunk, maybe some kind of special edition that had been released with Nickelodeon branding. Mr. President, General Gray shouted, carefully folding up his bags of candy and tucking them in a pocket before assisting the commander-in-chief. Are you all right? My brain, he moaned. The president barely managed to get out the words. It's some kind of space voodoo, General Gray shouted. He and Major Mitchell watched helplessly as the alien, still behind the glass, tortured President Whitmore through telekinesis. Major Mitchell, the general asked, is this glass bulletproof? No, sir, Mitchell said, understanding Gray's idea and already unholstering his gun. Really? General Gray asked. It's just regular glass? Why didn't the alien break through it and kill us all? Don't know, sir, Mitchell said quizzically. It would have been pretty easy, given how he demolished the operating room. So, we should shoot the alien, right? The alien pushed closer to the glass and seemed to perk up an ear. Wait, what is glass? Fire! General Gray commanded as he and Mitchell unleashed a hellfire of bullets on the alien, bringing it down and freeing the president from its psychic attack. As Gray helped the president recover, Major Mitchell stepped into the lab, shards of glass crunching under his shoes. He approached the alien, who was barely hanging on to life. Everyone at the base was talking about how Stephen Hiller had said, "Welcome to Earth," before punching the alien right in the face. How cool is that? And then, after, he said, "Now that's what I call a close encounter. Ha-cha-cha! A second zinger. Man, that was so cool." As Mitchell cocked his gun, he tried to think of something awesome to say before he emptied his clip into this alien. He furrowed his brow in deep concentration. Think, he commanded himself. Think. Take this to your leader, he muttered under his breath, aiming his gun and testing out the sound of it. That's one small shot for man, one giant shot for mankind. That really didn't make any sense. Oh, what about Houston? He has a problem. Just, okay, come on. What are some catchphrases from space movies? Oh, maybe, may the force be with you. Lethal force. Mitchell, what the hell are you doing back there? General Gray shouted from outside the lab. Nothing, Mitchell yelled back, feeling like he'd been caught. Realizing he was out of time, he blurted, "Nanu, nanu, motherfucker," and fired 8 bullets into the alien's body, killing it once and for all. Mitchell rejoined General Gray and the president. What were you doing back there? Gray asked again. Huh? Mitchell said innocently. Nothing. What were you guys talking about? Nothing, the president said. I was just saying we should nuke them. Let's nuke the bastards. Cool. Sounds good, Major Mitchell said quietly as he reholstered his gun.
Chapter 13, No Ice. Novelized by Jeb Lund. Narrated by Josh Johnson. David yanked the freezer door open in exasperation, careful not to let the jerky motion spill any of the liquor in his other hand. Seized an ice cube tray and knew even before he felt its unwelcome lightness that no joy would be found here. Just my luck, he said. No ice. Although, what do you expect? The government had secretly built a break room right above the secret command center of Area 51. Presumably for any visiting moms to get a good long look at the nuclear codes and their beautiful son Tad dialing up coordinates to dust Moscow. So maybe those same low-bit brains hadn't ever envisioned ice. Then again, maybe there'd never be ice again. That was a thought he'd have to get used to. Maybe this was the end of compressors, of insulation, of human civilization building freezers. Even if humanity survived, he'd seen the devastation in New York and wondered whether it would have water again. If it didn't, That meant the end of good bagels, good pizza, of everything you could only really get in New York because of the water. He'd argued about this until he was blue in the face, but he could never make people from lesser coasts see the truth. Maybe this was the unintended gift the aliens had brought, an end to being misunderstood about even the humblest explanations of why everything was just better in New York. He smiled a mirthless little smile and closed the freezer door. Of all people, the aliens understood that, and they weren't even people. A civilization advanced enough to cross thousands of light years in a trice, and the first thing they were blowing up, sure as hell, wasn't Philadelphia. He resisted the urge to spit on the ground. I take it you've heard. It was Connie. Somewhere behind him, he turned to see her leaning in the doorway, luminous in the can lighting of Area 51, nervously picking at her fingernails the same way she did back in college, when he laid out his plans for their first road trip to Philly to deface a statue of Benjamin Franklin. She looked incredible, somewhere between office couture and bedraggled. What he used to jokingly tell her was her hornier Bonnie Bedell estate. She joked back then when the terrorists came, he could have her in any state. He wanted to, and he knew his eyes must be devouring her like a starving man going face first into the fried rice at the China super buffet, so he cut them away. He didn't know how long he'd live to remember this moment, but he knew he always would. Her eyes were brown. The terrorists were green, and they'd fallen on the world from out of the blue. This was the day, and this was the hour. And by rights, they should be running and crawling over each other like two grease ferrets in an oilskin sack. But here they are. He returned his eyes to her and raised his iceless tumbler. A toast to the end of the world, he said, not sipping. He didn't come to this decision lightly, she said. Moving into the room, even now spinning for the president he believed had sundered their marriage. He, him, the president, fuck him. David wanted to take her in his arms, but he didn't want her to know that. He already felt childish enough waiting to radiate sex all over her like a running microwave without a door. Instead, he turned his back. Unsure of what to do with his hands, he grabbed a bottle of Bushmills and poured more into the tumbler. He sniffed audibly. Protestant whiskey. That sort of thing wouldn't fly in New York either. Then again, nothing was going to fly in New York for a long time. Not from LaGuardia or Kennedy, which were New York airports. They had the best drinking fountains of any airports. He realized too much time had passed since he last spoken. You still believe in him, he said. Good, on topic. Nothing about wanting to summit the inside of her thighs by clutching at them like a koala. Well, he's a good man. David sank onto the vinyl couch next to a water cooler. It didn't even burble, either as commentary or punctuation, which until this point in his life he understood to be the purpose of a water cooler. He thanked God that the vinyl couch hadn't made a string of Jerry Lewis-esque fart noises as he'd shifted his weight on it. Whiskey had always made him flatulent. Give us a nip, he'd say, when friends were passing the bottle around when he was younger. Give us a rip, they reply, exacting their payment. Connie knew this. Was she looking at him? Was she expecting farting? Is this what he was to her now? Flatulent and unfucked? A whoopee cushion without the good whoopee? If he would be too, the least he could do was also deny her the satisfaction. Well, he'd better be. You left me for him, or, for your career. You know it wasn't just my career, Connie said, screwing the top back on the Bushmills and returning it to the freezer. Maybe his current tumbler would make him drunk enough to be unable to find it. She considered a stealthier, at least less inevitable hiding place than the one he'd likely just gotten the bottle from, but there was no time to brainstorm. It'd have to do. She wasn't good at this. In school, when they play hide and seek, she always just went to the principal's office, figuring nobody else would want to be there. It was the biggest opportunity in my life. I want my life to make a difference. I want my life to mean something. David rose and reached around her for the freezer door, immediately finding the bottle again. Damn it. Yeah, and he began grabbing it. I wasn't ambitious enough for you. David, you could have done anything that you wanted. She raised her hands above her head as if trying to reach for an example, only finding the time he tried to raise money to hire a handful of graduates of the School of Americas to kidnap the Philly fanatic so he could cut it open to see what was inside. If only, he'd said, to find a way of killing the next one. She decided it wasn't the time to mention it. Research, development. Oh, honey, he said, retreating to a slanted window overlooking the command center. He spun the cap halfway off. He felt suave now, semi-liquid, an indolent slosh of unbothered matter within a shape that looked like him, but the good version. He knew his inky hair was waving to the side above his black-rimmed glasses, and he could only hope that he looked like a Van Doren, or if like Elvis Costello wasn't a dork and an asshole. He said a silent prayer that he did not look like a pep boy. I was happy where I was. Haven't you ever wanted to be a part of something special? He slammed the bottle down, sending the liquor sloshing up and out over the neck. He tried not to think about what an increasingly large percentage of the remaining world supply of bastard whiskey it represented. He dropped his voice. I was part of something special. She raised her eyebrows and took a breath like he just knocked a little of the wind out of her. She knew what he was doing, the effect he wanted to strike. John McClane, but mathlete, and she hated it. Hated that it was working. She hated that she knew it was working. And she hated even more the sudden flash her brain showed her of their making love on the runway. Maybe it wasn't on fire already, ruining the effect, but at the rate they were going, it would be soon enough. Shaking her head, she made for the door, walking past his back with half an extra swing to her hips and turning only at the end where the can lighting was. Well, if it makes any difference, I never stopped loving you. He turned to look at her. But that wasn't enough, was it? She gave a look he couldn't read. He thought it'd start with disappointment, a look he'd seen before, like the time he submitted a failed petition to the state of Pennsylvania to restrict the franchise to the body suffering toxic megacolon in the Motor Museum, or to people suffering the same symptoms who seemed legitimate Philadelphians. He waited, though. And soon, the look seemed to resolve into a smile. He remembered that smile. She'd indulged in it after he was arraigned and sentenced by the court inside Veterinarian Stadium. Yes, he'd pepper sprayed and released those captive eagles in the concourse, and yes, they had attacked several fans, but he'd only walked free because she persuaded the magistrate that he'd done it out of an excess of fan zeal. She naturalized him as being from there, in front of God and the law, and he'd never live it down. Yeah, that was a smile. He knew. They both did. Whatever else happened between now and the end of the world, he could count on one thing. When it finally got close enough to the ladder, they were definitely going to fuck in a closet, probably one where the mops were. He watched her turn to walk away, and his glance fell below her waist, and he thanked God or circumstance for the can light. Let's go, we're on a tight schedule. Let's go. Pick it up, man. Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. Yelling, sky yelling, always yelling. People asked Soldier Ass all the time what it was like in the service, and he always said the same thing. Mostly it's like real life, but yelling. Yeah, they kissed your ass when you were signing up, and they told you all the be-all that you can be shit your ass could do once you were in, but once they had your ass, it was all yelling. Yelling in basic, yelling to wake your ass up, yelling to move your ass, yelling to get your ass to chow or out of chow, yelling that you need to get your ass to the dock, yelling because your ass fucked up, yelling because your ass was late. Your ass was theirs, and it was all you were. A person was sleepy or sick or late or hungry, but you weren't one. You were ass, and your ass was always wrong. And the only time they stopped calling your ass was when, they called you soldier. So fuck it. Soldier, ass he was. And he would sit on it until someone told him, get your ass up, soldier. But then along creeped this Will Smith looking motherfucker, looking like he was gonna boost a fucking helicopter. How much of this shit was this day gonna bring? Everybody else could have a normal apocalypse, but fate had to go and give him an extra credit assignment. Why'd this shit have to happen? Oh, he knew why. The yelling was happening. That shit was simple. Nobody built Area 51 to be logistical support for an entire fighter wing, and they sure as shit hadn't built it for refugees. So here everyone's ass was, humping supplies to and from the fight line. Only the flight line was about 25 yards from the hangar door, and there was an entire KOA campground of first-class civvy dipshits in danger of playing catch with their kids going long for one and misting their way right through a spinning rotor. 1 second, it's, hey, Dad, see if you can get this one. And the next, it's, and Dad's just a little cloud of, you fucked up, like somebody just got out of a can of air freshener labeled gore and sprayed it down the pavement. He clocked the Will Smith dude right off the bat. Maybe it was the jug head and the ear sticking right out. Dude looked like it was a trophy cup, just like Will Smith. Just grab an ear and hand the motherfucker over to whoever won the sack race or the singles tournament at the tennis club. But even if he looked like Uncle Phil, he'd still have stood up because he wasn't moving. Everybody else running around hefting burlap sacks like a flood was coming, and they got to get to the riverbank, and here his ass was sitting, elbows on his knees, head down, and feeling sorry for himself, like nobody else had his problems. Oh, sorry, man, a couple 10 million people just got wasted, and I guess you were the only person who knew someone in America. Fuck you. And there he would have left it, but now Captain Will Smith, or whoever the fuck he was up and walking a little too straight and a little too low-key right to the chopper and letting himself in like everybody was going to see his flight suit and say, by all means, sir, help your fucking self. He looked around. Nobody else was noticing anything, which meant, geez, this was his job to notice. He drew a sidearm and started jogging for the chopper, stopping feet from it and training it at the bridge of Will's nose, right where the engraving would be of the trophy. What the hell are you doing? Get out of there. Great, now he was yelling. Look, I got something I got to handle. I'm just borrowing it. Oh, well, when you put it that way, I suppose it's fine. You just take this multi-million-dollar whirly bird up for a look-see. Piece of shit. Fuck you for even making me say this shit out loud. I could be the only person here not yelling, but you gotta get up and fucking try me. No, you're not, sir. Do you really want to shoot me? The Will Smith dude shot back. Okay, he had him there. On the other hand, he had absolutely wanted to shoot him because fuck you, that's why. But on the other hand, the one that he'd have to write all this shit up with, he didn't. And he might never have shot a Marine captain in the head inside a helicopter before, but he knew there was going to be a lot of paperwork, double probably. If the round went through the Champions Cup he was wearing on top of his neck and into a instrument panel or even the window, it took him a second to think about it. One, he didn't want to write down a fucking thing. Two, he already wasn't feeling like working very hard. Since the number of people here who called him soldier or your ass without even flicking a hand near their cap pretty much tripled. Three, fuck it. There was no chain of command here anymore. Near as he could tell, there were Marines, Air Force, and Army assholes all motherfucking each other up and down this base, which even he knew wasn't military anyway. First day he got here, the only people he saw bossing everyone around were creeps in suits. And creeps in suits meant intelligence. And intelligence meant that whoever was running the show here was a goddamn dumbass. You could probably put those creeps, Family Dog, Santa Claus, and Michael Jackson in a helicopter, park it in front of the hangar entrance, march them past it on the way in, and they still wouldn't notice it was missing when they came out. Fine, fuck it. He was already mad that he jogged this far anyway. The Will Smith dude opened his mouth again. Just tell him I hit you. What? Kiss my ass. He decided right then and there that this dude wasn't Will Smith. He was fucking Urkel. This dude hitting him would be like a sack of hair trying to chop down a fucking skyscraper. Like a single upright matchstick trying to hold back a machine press. Urkel meeting his fist would be like throwing a potted plant into a tornado. Did this bitch even know what caber toss was? Because this soldier ass was ranked number 3 nationally at caber toss in the United fucking States. He didn't even know what rank he'd be in Scotland, but he was pretty sure he'd be put somewhere between number 1 and King fucking Kong. He could caber toss this guy no problem. He should. Hell, he could take his time with it. He thought briefly about grabbing Captain Urkel by the throat and the balls forcibly straightening him out, then pushing his entire body very slowly up through the spinning rudders. Oh, you thought you'd say you beat me up? Check it out, bitch. You're prosciutto. Just pull here a spell, and I'll get the last cantaloupe on base and throw it at the helicopter afterward. He smiled. Captain Urkel, that shit for brain, smiled back and put his hand on the yoke. Fine, Urkel, fine. Fly away. you're not even worth the hand cramp. He was a technician, but as far back as he could remember, he always wanted to be a go-between. As a boy, he'd witness other kids at school striving to memorize the new slang before anyone higher up on the social food chain ever bothered to quiz them on it, just to avoid an ass beating when they stood there, dumbfounded, wondering what a jive turkey was. But he'd had nobler goals. The more integrated you were in the system, the more likely you were to be told gossip, and the more likely you were to be able to pass it on. He wasn't the fastest member of the relay team, but he always ran second or third because he never failed to grab or pass the baton, and he loved the idea of covering a greater distance between his teammates than anyone else. His was the last neighborhood in Wheeling, West Virginia, that had the phone company service with party lines, and even though every house had their own ring, he still answered his first, waited to hear the line pick up, and if it was Mrs. Ottenbein, said, "Mrs. Ottenbein, it's for you." As far as he was concerned, you couldn't even trust Ma Bell not to bungle a handoff. But this, the Area 51 Nerve Center, underneath the big glass window of the break room where the civvy egghead who looked like one of the Fusco brothers was trying to score with the president's secretary, 5 stealth birds loaded with the nukes in the air and some absolutely unlicensed ET activity up in the sky. This was his time to shine. "Command, this is Retail Op," crackled the voice of the B-2 leader over the radio. "Squadron is in the air. We are on station and awaiting instructions." "Roger, break formation, head to target," he radioed back. He took a deep breath, pushed away from the command console, and turned to his direct superior. Sitting just a few paces from the president, the Marine commandant and SecDef Nemzicki. He was almost feverish at the thought of what he was going to do. They were only a few feet away where he was sitting, and they could hear everything he'd said. There was nothing else to do, but this was no time for half measures. "Sir," he began, a wave of ecstasy breaking over him as this moment went from an idea to technicolor reality, his voice carrying all the short way to the POTUS himself. They're breaking formation. He sent up a little prayer of thanksgiving that he remembered to wear more restrictive briefs today, rather than risk the roomy and tempting potential of boxer shorts. "Mr. President, we're initiating sequence code," growled General Gray, the Marine commandant, sounding for all the world like someone had given Nick Note a throat lozenge. Not fixed, but better. Butterier. Like someone had lubricated the sound of pebbles dancing in a garbage disposal. His direct superior was verifying the authorization code Alpha Zulu 689er. "Which city will we reach first?" the president asked. His voice was different up close. On TV it boomed more, authoritative. Here it slithered out of his throat like a half-whispered menace. He imagined the president saying, "And my daughter would like the waffle cone." In the same voice he'd say, "Your mouth is writing checks your ass can't cash." "Houston, Texas, ETA 6 minutes and counting down," his superior told the president. "Houston," the president replied. Gray looked pensive, speculative. He nodded a little more quietly at the president. "The major cities have been deserted. Civilian casualties should be down to a minimum." The radio crackled again, this time from the watchers on the ground in Houston. "Command, this is Neighborhood Watch. We are in position. Tracking monitors are locked on. We're going to visual recon." They got a roger in response. Someone else at the console spoke, a quick and flat, "They have confirmation." It was Baldwin. Jeez, he hated that asshole. Baldwin had big ideas about how the dollar had no inherent value, but gold did, and somehow he both sworn an oath to the military and declared himself something he called a sovereign citizen. But he had even bigger plans for after the service. First, he said he was going to become a cowboy space libertarian for a famous director who liked empowering big-breasted girls by letting them punch people in the tank tops. Next, he was going to use something called social media to stoke something else he called stochastic terror against what he considered the most dangerous group of people in America, school teachers who understand the actual causes of the Civil War. Personally, the technician figured the only question about his future would be which came first, the day he accidentally shot himself in the dick, or the day he was arrested for tax fraud. If they made it out of this alive, he hoped Baldwin burned his dick off celebrating by trying to fuck a furnace. His superior confirmed the launch code, and the radio crackled from the B-2 commander again. Laser targeting was locked on. "We're locked on, sir," his superior chirped. "That son of a bitch." Repeating that was his job. "Do you wish to deploy?" POTUS just stared forward. Like he was trying to figure out how to sound like Clint Eastwood when telling the drive-thru no onions at a Whataburger. Mr. President, General Gray gargled, "If you wish to deploy, the time is now." Still nothing. Nimziki leaned forward. "Mr. President," he said, overposed his shoulder. "Deploy," the president snarled, like he was trying to intimidate a convertible whose top wouldn't go up after he pressed the button. "That's a go, Alpha Zulu 689er, that's a go." His fucking boss again, that fucking parrot. There was no nuance there. Anybody could just repeat what they heard. But did they convey the whole meaning? Of course not. That's why he was there. Not that you'd know it looking at this collection of clowns. "Here we go," came over the radio. "Birds away," babbled Baldwin. Oh, jeez. Who delegated communication to these people? He could picture the nuke dropping out of the B-2 bay, picture its engines kicking in as the bird surged towards the ominous black skull cap shape hovering over Houston, like it was waiting to settle atop the head of the largest antipope in the universe. If he could see it, he should say it. If he heard it, he damn well should have said it. Instead, he was stuck listening in a room full of the world's dumbest echoes. If Baldwin was rolling any syllables around his mouth to see how they felt, they definitely weren't from the words he just heard. They were probably, "Am I being detained? The fucking bimbo." The B-2's radio visual confirmation of the nuke and started counting down. "May our children forgive us," POTUS rasped, like he was threatening them if they didn't. The radio again. 5 seconds to impact. 3, 2, 1. Then a roar like detonation. Nimziki leapt out of his chair. "Oh yeah, that's a hit," Nimziki shouted, like someone's crowing "damn" after slamming home a tomahawk dunk on a basketball hoop that had been lowered to 7 feet. The technician looked at him and knew he was seeing a man who'd never been high-fived willingly. On the radio, Neighborhood Watch was being buffeted by the atomic shock wave and trying to lock their systems down. "Can we confirm that the target was destroyed?" Now Poe sounded bored, like he was threatening the words themselves for boring him. He wondered how anyone could sound so bored about nuking Houston. Hadn't the president been there? He sure had, and he'd sworn that he was never going back, and now he knew how easy it would be to keep that promise. He almost smiled, but his superior had skittered over to stand right in front of him and start squawking. "Get the tank commander online. I want confirmation that the target was destroyed." "Yes, sir," the technician said to his dismay, repeating no one. "Red Arrow Alpha 9723, can you read?" "Repeat, Commander, you're breaking up." "We've lost visual. Neighborhood Watch barked back." "Roger that. We're looking for confirmation." "We got the bastards," Nimziki crowed to POTUS. Clearly this was a guy who thought the movie Carrie ended with the shot of her headstone. Was he the only person who believed in jinxes? "Yeah," Baldwin cheered. "Good job, everyone. Congratulations," said Nimziki. At this point, just taunting the war gods. Was Nimziki doing this on purpose? He felt trapped in a horror movie with someone who could only say things like, "Let's split up." The technician wasn't ready to close the book on this conversation. There was still undiscovered data out there, and he was the only one left he trusted to be verbatim about it. "Commander, do you have visual?" He radioed back to Houston. "I repeat, we need visual confirmation. Has the target been destroyed?" "Negative. Target remains." "I repeat, target remains." The answer came back. Up on the view screen, the technician could see it still hanging there. A huge black airborne circle. Like someone had tarred the roof of the Astrodome but knocked the rest of the building away. "Call the other planes back," POTUS growled. He sounded like he was looking forward to personally horsewhipping every bomber. "Other bombers might have more luck." "Sir, we shouldn't just give up on this," whined Nimziki. All false innocence. Like he hadn't just put the whammy on the whole operation by trying to uncork the champagne before the screen even cleared. But that's what passed for a good idea with these bozos. Nimziki hadn't had any use for him up until now, but all of a sudden the only thing he could think of was repeating himself. "Well, too bad and too late, shitbird." "I said call them back," POTUS said, staring down Nimziki like he was doing an impression of Jack Palance giving orders to his own answering machine. "Abort," crackled General Gray. The technician was certain now that Gray and the president were in a gruff-off, and Gray was trying to trump him with his impression of Tom Waits trying to leave a bad party. "All right, abort mission," the technician superior said, springing into action with the vim of a mynah bird that had just been electrocuted. "Issue the abort codes right away." "This is an abort. Full abort. Do you read?" "Abort mission right away," he finished. The popinjay. He couldn't repeat anything with style to save his life or anyone else's.
Chapter 14. The Rogue, the Quaff, and the partial can of diet soda in an empty blended scotch bottle. Novelized by Chris Messick, narrated by Jon Wuster. You would think that stealing a helicopter would be hard. And in fact, for someone like, say, you, it would present an insurmountable challenge. You'd probably get a finger or two lopped off by the spinning blade part, then crash the damn thing into a school bus or a hospital or something. And that's even if you figured out how to get off the ground in the first place, which, it pains me to say, would be highly unlikely given your general level of competence. But for someone with Captain Stephen Hiller's roguish bad boy charm, it had turned out to have been quite easy. He'd just hopped in, pushed the fly button, set it in up mode, talked a soldier out of shooting him, then, when his guard was down, laid a sick burn on his ass before he flew off. No, for Hiller, stealing the helicopter, like most things, had been laughably easy. The hard part will definitely be having the helicopter land wherever Jasmine, Dylan, and Boomer are. Because where the hell are they? Last time Hiller saw Jasmine, she was in Los Angeles, a city that was now less what you'd call a city per se, and more a sort of smoldering wasteland that offered limited possibilities for any Earth-based life to flourish, especially since the aliens showed up and blasted it with a giant space laser. Of course, at one point, before the alien situation reached the using space lasers to turn large cities into lifeless craters stage, he'd suggested she follow him to El Toro, the base where he did all his airplane stuff with his pilot buddies. But he had no way of knowing for sure whether she'd actually begun the 46-mile trek. Plus, with all the fleeing, the blowing up stuff, and the rampant, if largely one-sided people versus alien aerial combat, she could almost literally be anywhere. On the road, on a spaceship, driving a bunch of survivors around in a giant red municipal vehicle. Okay, so just so we know what we're dealing with here, let's do the math. In the hours since they had last seen each other, she could have traveled hundreds of miles in any direction, at any speed, with any number of random detours thrown in. Sadly, Hiller's roguish bad boy charm powers did not extend to having good math skills. So after running the numbers, he assumed he was dealing with trillions of square miles, in which they could be anywhere. More troubling yet, she could be in any state of health, from best case, some sort of alien-enhanced godlike state of immortality, all the way down to worst case, being just as dead as hell. No, even someone with Hiller's roguish bad boy poor math skills could clearly see that the chance of finding Jasmine alive, with her son and dog intact, ever, let alone in the first few hours of flying, were extremely slim, to the point where, oh, hang on a second. Never mind. She's right over there. Oh, and there's Dylan. And good old Boomer. Nice. And bonus, she's got Marilyn Whitmore, the First Lady of the United States, with her. Given Hiller's roguish bad boy charm, he and Jasmine were forced to do some quick making out before they all flew back to Area 51. But they had to French vigorously, because time was of the essence. The First Lady needed a doctor fast, to the point where she was even willing to see someone out of network. Sadly, by the time the chopper landed in Area 51 and Marilyn was whisked to a bed in the secret base's hospital-type area, she already had that soft, calm voice and otherworldly lighting around her that make you understand that, well, let's just say she is definitely not going to be in the sequel. If there even is a sequel. As he left his wife's deathbed, President Thomas Whitmore leaned against the wall for support and turned his mind toward a pointed question that had guided him through many a crisis in the past. What exactly is presidential hair? For a long time back in the day, it was just a powdered wig, which eventually paved the way for James K. Polk's glorious and historically significant mullet. This was followed by an era when presidents were defined not by the hair on top, but instead by their giant hipster beards and mustaches. In modern times, You had your balding guy slickbacks. Think LBJ or Gerald Ford. And your Truman-esque short and tidy side parts. Thankfully, few Americans today remember George H.W. Bush's ill-advised cornrows phase, which tragically led to the U.S. invasion of Panama. But Thomas Whitmore firmly believed that the classic presidential hair has got to be the big old JFK, Reagan, Clinton power coif. Massive, bold, decisive. Wavy maybe, but unwavering. In fact, more than any policy position, his hair might well have been the single most important factor that led to his being elected president. Polling suggested that voters could easily see his hair carved into Mount Rushmore, presumably in place of Teddy Roosevelt, whose oily middle part hairdo has not aged well. In fact, Whitmore's hair was so presidential, even after fleeing from Washington to Nevada just a few microseconds ahead of the explosion that took out the White House in a very iconic fashion, after having his mind basically groped by a psychic alien, after being reunited with his wife only to have her die right in front of him, even after all that, Whitmore didn't feel the slightest compulsion to check his hair when he left his wife's room. He just knew it was going to be perfect. And he needed it to be perfect right now because it was about to get real as hell. See, at the end of the long, shadowy hospital corridor sat his dear, sweet daughter, unaware that her mother had just died a few yards away. And rather than asking to see her daughter one last time so she could break the news herself, which, honestly, some people, not Whitmore, mind you, but some people, would say should, by rights, kind of be her responsibility, maybe? Marilyn had decided to use her last breath to accurately point out that Whitmore was a great big liar. Which, whatever. The main point was that, again, his daughter had no idea her mom had just died, and he was going to have to be the one to tell her the news. Oh man, he thought, this is going to straight up blow. He put on a look that read as thoughtful and gravely plopped down next to her. Honey, there's something you need to know. Yes, Daddy? Is Mommy okay? Kinda sorta-ish, but also kinda sorta-ish not. Let me put it this way. Remember Gil, that goldfish we got you when you first learned how to go into the potty? Yeah? Well, remember how one day you went to feed Gil, but instead of swimming in his castle, he was floating upside down at the top of his tank? Yes, you told me he was working on his backstroke so he could be in the Fish Olympics. Oh, right, he had said that. Yeah, he won a bunch of gold medals. Well, never mind about Gil. Remember Pukes? Pukes the cat had escaped through an open window and met his end under the front passenger side tire of a Hummer one summer afternoon a couple years ago. Of course I do. Did you find him? You said he'd been kidnapped by the KGB and that Batman himself had sworn an oath not to rest until he found him. Oof. Oh well. A lie can't be unlied. Experience suggested it was better to press on and hope his hair worked its magic. Okay, remember Fillmore the dog? How you came home from school and he was just lying there not moving, and you tried to wake him up but he was all cold and stiff and wouldn't move, and he didn't seem to be breathing? Poor Fillmore! Has the vet cured his sleep apnea so he can finally come home? It's been years and years. Daddy? Yes? Are you saying to me that Mommy is asleep? Whitmore heaved a sigh of relief. Yes, that's right, honey. She must have caught sleep apnea from Fillmore. He grinned. The quaff came through again, thank God. Shouted David Levinson in a thin, reedy voice as he randomly threw some expensive-looking laboratory-type junk in a fit of impotent rage. He staggered spastically around one of the more science-y parts of the base, an empty Johnny Walker bottle he'd found in the trash in his hand. Well, nearly empty. He'd poured in about half a can of Tab for appearance's sake. He took a glug and wiped his lips on his sleeve. Here's the thing. David didn't drink, but he liked to pretend to get really drunk when he was mad, in part so he could use the inhibition-freeing effects of alcohol intoxication as an excuse to project a semblance of human emotion. He just wasn't especially good at pretending to be drunk.
The planet! So pissed about pollution. And the aliens!
He slurred unconvincingly. And here was his dad, Julius Levinson, warily watching the whole fairly hacky and frankly not super believable performance. When David saw Julius, he belched right in his dad's direction, like really loud, his breath reeking of caramel color, natural flavors, and aspartame. He never would have done that if he hadn't been pretending to be drinking. Julius rolled his eyes. His son had always been strange, to say the least. And not ha-ha strange either. But ever since David's marriage had understandably fallen apart, Julius was really, really starting to worry. David, I've been meaning to talk to you for a while now.
You? Talk to me? You don't understand me, old man.
David mumbled, then lurched cartoonishly into some kind of science terminal while making fart sounds with his mouth. See, this is what I'm talking about. The way you're always pretending to get drunk from drinking diet soda.
I don't know what you're talking about.
That, David, that's what I'm talking about. You play a drunk like an extra in a 1940s B movie. People don't talk like that when they're drunk. They don't stagger around like that. They don't do whatever it is you're doing. David took the beaker off his head and pulled his thumb out of his ear. Yes, they do. This is common drunk behavior, he replied, totally forgetting to slur. No, son, it isn't. Common drunk behavior is to try as hard as is humanly possible to not seem drunk at all. No, you're wrong, Dad. Drunks stagger around and hiccup and do bizarre things like this. He took a box of paper clips from a nearby supply cabinet and dumped them down his trousers. Jesus, son, no. I don't understand why you're doing that. I'm worried about you ever since you and Constance broke up. I think you might be sick. Mentally sick, I'm saying. I mean sick like you need a shrink, not like you have some kind of, I don't know, maybe some kind of bacteria? Germ? No, but I'm trying to say more like maybe a virus. David knew when he was busted, but his father had foolishly left him a way out, inadvertently suggesting a way that he could save humanity, which, more importantly, would also get him out of this very uncomfortable conversation. Dropping all pretense of intoxication, David leapt to his feet. Dad, that's it! You're a genius! Time to make these aliens go viral! He shouted as he strode out of the room, making very little sense, and not only because going viral hadn't even been discovered in 1996.
Independence Day, Chapter 15. Just Call Me Captain Planet. Novelized by Jason Reisch, narrated by Mae Whitman. All right, Connie, we're here. What's this all about? Nimziki was at our ear like a mosquito with a bad tie. Who was he again? Connie could never remember. The chief of staff? A joint chief of staff? Or was a joint chief something else entirely? It didn't matter. Connie was bored. They'd been at Area 51 for a few hours already, and frankly, she thought there'd be more to see. The place was kind of a tourist trap, if she was being honest. Thank God that alien had slaughtered Dr. Oken and the surgical team a little while ago. Otherwise, the whole trip would have been a total snooze. She sighed meaningfully at Congressman, or whatever he was, Nimziki. I have no idea. David just said to bring everyone down here. Connie had a bad feeling about this. A hatch on the side of the spacecraft popped open, and David emerged, smiling. He'd never rubbed one out inside an alien cruiser before, much less done so while a few dozen of the country's top scientific and military minds waited unsuspectingly outside. It was pretty cool. Plus, it helped clear his mind, readying him for what he was about to propose. David descended the gangway grasping a can of Coca-Cola and summoned every ounce of smugness he could muster. "People, I think I have a plan," he said, placing the can carefully on the spacecraft's wing. "Brilliant," blurted a general. "We'll put soda cans on all of their ships, creating condensation rings. Then, when the aliens have company over and everyone sees the unsightly water stains, they'll die of embarrassment." David ignored the outburst. The general's plan was much better than the one he'd come up with, but David couldn't admit that now. He was off to the races. "Major Mitchell!" David shouted. "See that Coke can on the alien craft? Think you can shoot that thing off?" Mitchell grinned. Of course he could. He was born to discharge his firearm indiscriminately in crowded environments. Without a word, Mitchell raised his pistol and pulled the trigger. The bullet ricocheted off the ship's force field, pinging wildly around the lab before tearing through an unlucky lab technician's left carotid artery, covering anyone within a 6-foot radius with a forceful geyser of viscous crimson blood spray. Mitchell holstered his weapon proudly. Mission accomplished. David pointed. "That Coke can," he said, now accessing some hitherto untapped reservoir of arrogance from deep within his smugness reserves, "is protected by the craft's shields. We can't penetrate their defenses." "Amazing work, Doctor," snorted Nimzicki, who at the very least had to be some kind of deputy assistant something or other. "Shields, you say? Who could have known the thing had shields after we literally fired a nuclear missile point blank into it and it didn't even ding the fucking fender?" Unflustered, David hopped nimbly over to a nearby laptop computer. Thick computer cables connected the computer to the computer on board the alien ship, presumably allowing the two computers to communicate in computer. "My point is," he said, rapidly typing computer into one of the computers and transmitting it by computer to the other computer, "if we can't beat their defenses, we have to get around them." David looked up from the computer. "Major, one more time." Mitchell didn't need to be asked twice. He turned toward the rear wall. Then, covering his eyes with one hand for effect, he aimed his pistol over his shoulder, and without looking, fired 3 more slugs squarely into the dead technician's chest. "No, I meant the soda can," David said. "Copy that," barked Mitchell. Another pull, and the Coke can exploded into a shower of shrapnel, the largest piece of which arced gracefully through the room, before slicing cleanly through a second technician's anterior spinal ligament. The lab tech crumpled to the floor as Mitchell reactivated the safety on his weapon with a satisfied grunt. God, he was good. The stunned crowd inched forward, stepping over the already forgotten lab workers. "How did you do that?" demanded General Gray. David cocked his head, a gleam in his eye. "I gave it a cold," he said. "Or should I say, I gave it a virus." "A virus?" repeated the president. "A virus," said David. "A virus?" asked 2 of the generals. "That's right. A virus," David said, again. There was a strange sound from deep within the top-secret bunker, as though in some tucked-away vault, a captive alien creature had acquired a drum kit and a pair of brushes and was now improvising a lively country western shuffle. David raised his arms. "A computer virus," he began. "Good people of Earth, I know what you're thinking. You're thinking this guy's been drinking, and friends, I assure you that's true. But wasted or not, we get one last shot, and I'm running hot with this cockamamie notion that I got. I think I found something that might inspire us. So let me tell you about this virus." Connie winced. David was always doing this. Whether he was proposing an audacious plan to save the planet from extraterrestrial invaders or just ordering a foot-long quarter-pound coney combo at the Sonic drive-thru, it always turned into a patter song. Just one more thing to add to the list of reasons they would never work out. Looking around, Connie saw a few lab coats tapping their feet, the military brass scowling but intrigued. Only the president's daughter seemed to be experiencing the same level of excruciating cringe Connie was feeling. The wisdom of children, she mused. Oh well, maybe this time David was onto something. As if egged on by Connie's thoughts, David hopped onto a lab table, knocking over some undoubtedly vital research. Jauntily placing a straw boater on his head. He hadn't been wearing that earlier, had he? he continued his pitch.
My friends, I can see that look of doubt on your faces. What's he yammering about? I get it, it's space, it's a place where we've never had to face a threat like this. But when I say virus, I don't mean herpes or meningitis, no! It's a program, see? Gonna make our enemies say, OMG, those earthlings gonna light us up! We'll be looking like heroes thanks to a little string of ones and zeros they call a virus.
General Gray raised an eyebrow.
Kid, he grumbled. Are you saying you can send out a signal that will disable their ships?
Nimziki jumped in.
General, you can't be considering this. It'll never work, he scoffed.
David just winked. He placed one foot on the upper frame of a whiteboard, rotating it away from him, then stepped off the table with his other foot to catch the bottom edge of the writing surface as it rose up to meet him. Standing atop the now horizontal whiteboard, he rode it like a surfboard across the length of the lab. Then, with a half-turn kick, hopped to the floor, flicking the board back to its opposite vertical position, revealing an elaborate diagram of the mothership and its alien fleet. The crowd applauded. Nimziki fumed. With a modest bow, David continued.
I hear you, I sure do, Nimziki, and I'm not saying it won't be tricky. I know it sounds daft, like a bunch of dumb jive, but we hop in this craft with the virus on a thumb drive, plug it into the heart of the mothership, and watch as it spreads to another ship, another ship, another ship, another ship. We won't have long with their ships in limbo, just a tiny window, but with this himbo Captain Hiller at the wheel. Shit's gonna get real when their shields drop. That's the moment we go pop, 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 and we won't stop till the Earth's on top, and the rest of the world will have no choice but to admire us because of that virus. You want us to coordinate a massive worldwide counterstrike with a window of only a few minutes? Nimziki sputtered. Now we'll need some luck, and I'm just some schmuck, but sir, all your previous ideas have kinda sucked. Remember Welcome Wagon? How'd that go? Send a guy in a chopper with a spotlight up to say hello? Did that work? Hell no. Dude got dropped right out of the sky. I'm sorry, my guy. That was never gonna guarantee humanity's salvation. We ought to try a different calculation from our previous attacks. And as long as the aliens don't use Max, we can smack them back with a virus.
Nimziki, who, come to think of it, might have been Postmaster General, stared, mouth agape, eyes agog, safety goggles agoggled. Somehow, David was now wearing a red and white seersucker blazer and gleaming white spats. If it hadn't been for the large boutonniere pinned on one of his wide lapels, Nimziki would have said the kid looked for all the world like one of them old-fashioned candy stripers. For Christ's sake, this wasn't how you won a war! David stamped his foot, and Nimziki nearly choked as two ends of a long cane telescoped out from either side of David's previously empty fist, locking into place with a loud snap. He watched David twirl the fully extended cane over his head. What, Nimziki wondered, the ever-loving fuck, he continued wondering, was happening? If this was some kind of trick, it was a damn good one. David scrambled up the nose of the alien ship and stood astride the windshield, arms extended as if to embrace his congregation, and got ready for the big wind-up.
Friends, I know it's intense. It'll come at great expense, but it's not like the rest of this movie makes sense. Upload that code on the download then when the Space Freaks download. Uh-oh, whoops, it'll mess their ships up, flip the script, and their ships will go tits up. Well, you fine folks stay down in the hangar. Up there it's spreading like a banger from Miley Cyrus. Yeah, I'm talking about the virus. So come on, Mr. President Whitmore. You've never seen shit more crazy than this. What the hell am I selling it? Tell me you'll try us. Nothing will get by us. With a heaven-sent, virulent, government-sanctioned digital spanking, the world will be thanking us. Everybody's banking on us. And all because of a what?
Virus!
Say it again.
Virus!
What's that spell?
Virus!
Nothing, because it didn't spell anything. It's a virus.
David performed a swan dive off the spacecraft's nose, confident he would be caught and hoisted aloft by his admiring audience. He wasn't wrong. A loud cheer went up. Inside the lab's translucent tanks, deformed and exotic alien skeletons twisted their appendages in a bizarre but not entirely unconvincing imitation of human applause. The group placed David down gently in front of General Gray.
Kid, he said, clapping David on the back, it sounds crazy. But if those aliens have the same weakness for internal rhyme that I do, then we're gonna beat their asses but good. Let's do it!
The president shook David and Steve's hands, while the rest of the research team and military entourage hugged each other and wept. Inwardly, Nimziki seethed silently. On the outside, however, he went totally mental. Sir, he wailed, chasing after the president, you're making a huge mistake. The only mistake I made was appointing a weasel like you, Secretary of Defense, shouted Whitmore. Oh, yeah, murmured Connie, louder than she'd expected. From behind her, a tall man with a trim gray mustache cleared his throat. Excuse me, sir, said the man, but I'm the Secretary of Defense. Oh, yes, of course, noted the president. He turned back to Nimziki. Wait a minute. Do you even work for me? Well, Nimziki squirmed. Technically, I'm getting college credit. Okay, we're done here, said Whitmore. Connie, have Secret Service put this man in the hatchback of the alien ship. Maybe we can eject him into space as a distraction while we upload the virus. Now, listen up. I want every plane we got fueled up and ready to go. Put out a global bulletin. Let the world know. The United States is launching a counteroffensive. Send a message to every major military on God's green earth and tell them to back the F off. This is America's show, and we don't need or want anyone else's goddamn help. Well said, sir, exclaimed Gray. Sir, if I may, planes are not the problem. What we need are pilots. We don't have enough people to get them in the air. President Whitmore grimaced heroically. Well, find them. Now. Oh, yes. Right away, sir.
Anastasia Steele pulled Christian Gray's shirt off, sending the buttons everywhere, and creating a ricochet of debris in the sexual frenzy. And hold on, wrong movie. One moment, please. Here we go. The Case children are crowded around the smallest television known to man. So small, in fact, that if the aliens arrive now, they'd take one look at the little crappy TV and go back to wherever they came from. How are they expected to watch Frasier on Earth? There's gotta be another galaxy with bigger screens to watch must-see TV on. But right now, the Case kids are marooned in the middle of Area 51 at night, which sounds a lot cooler than it actually is. There's better ways to spend time than waiting for updates on the impending alien invasion and watching their father take another pull from his bottle. Just as they're thinking, maybe an alien invasion doesn't sound so bad, Major Mitchell stands on top of a nearby Jeep and makes a plea for any able-bodied adults with pilot experience to come forward and volunteer their services in the fight against the aliens. Their dad, Russell, had been a pilot during Vietnam and later had a career in crop dusting. Well, less of a career and more of a side hustle for beer money. After he was abducted by aliens 10 years ago, he'd readily tell anyone and everyone about that experience, which made for some pretty uncomfortable parent-teacher conferences. Surely, though, Major Mitchell, with the full power and might of the United States Air Force, wouldn't need to lean on someone as unreliable and loose-lipped as their father. For God's sakes, he borrowed their tooth fairy money, ate literal cans of beans for dinner, and once stole a pack of toilet paper while they were visiting his grandmother in prison. Despite some light misdemeanors over the years, the Case kids still loved Russell. He had his good points. He taught them how to ride their bikes, tie their shoes, and pretend they'd found a piece of metal in their food so they'd eat for free at Applebee's. And just as they started to convince themselves that Mitchell wouldn't need Russell, they saw Russell convincing Mitchell that he was the man for the job. In all honesty, this was probably the one time in the last decade that Russell's account of his alien abduction wasn't falling on deaf ears. What's more, Mitchell and his team seemed desperate, which meant that Russell Case would soon be going back to space. Meanwhile, Steve and David are back with the missile, preparing their final offensive against the aliens. For two guys with the weight of the world on their shoulders, they are really holding it together. The hair on point, the glasses not necessary, and the muscles small but shiny. Vanity Fair already called and requested an interview with them, but there was no time. If they survive this alien invasion, maybe they can get around to doing that interview, and maybe they can finally open a business together. For years, they've been dreaming about opening a sports bar for kids and adults, with games and delicious food, called Dave and Buster's. Buster being Steve's nickname. They should probably do that soon before someone else takes their idea. Back to the action. The hangar is a hive of activity, and there's not much time left to save the world, but spirits are high and everyone seems optimistic. Soon, though, General Gray, that Debbie Downer, reports some unsettling news. When the nuclear missile arrives at the center of the alien ship, they'll only have 30 seconds to get out of the blast zone before it detonates. Uh-oh. The plot, as they say, thickens. But before they can worry about silly things like the end of the world, there's much bigger matters to think about. Like a wedding! Steve and Jasmine had been talking about getting married for years, but they never got around to it. Now seems like the perfect time to stop planning for an alien counteroffensive and start exchanging vows. There's no time for a shower or a honeymoon yet, but they'll save that for more convenient times, like a Category 5 tornado or a 9.8 magnitude earthquake. Steve and Jasmine's son stands by patiently as the minister begins the ceremony, and soon David and Constance race in to be their witnesses. Dearly beloved, the minister begins. As he goes on, Constance looks at her ex-husband David with new eyes. Yes, they grew apart, and he did accuse her of having an affair with the president, but that was understandable, and she has to admit this whole aliens invading the world thing has brought them closer. Now she has a newfound appreciation for his humor, his intelligence, his reliability, and obviously his hair. What's more, he still wears his wedding ring. Is that sweet? Could they ever find their way back to one another? She's pulled out of these thoughts by the minister pronouncing Steve and Jasmine husband and wife. And just like that, the wedding is over. Who knows what David and Constance's future will bring? But right now, the focus is firmly on the war with the aliens. The group makes their way outside the hangar where President Whitmore is rallying a ragtag group of pilots and soldiers armed to the teeth with AK-47s and other forms of assault weaponry. It's hard to believe that in roughly 25 years, a quarter of these assembled fighters will have a reunion of sorts when they storm the Capitol on January 6th. President Whitmore reminds the crowd that their freedom is at stake, and it's up to this small army to stop the aliens and save the human race. Whitmore goes on to say, "We are fighting for our right to live, to exist, and should we win the day, the 4th of July will no longer be known as an American holiday, but as the day the world declared in one voice, we will not go quietly into the night. We will not vanish without a fight. We are going to live on. We are going to survive. Today we celebrate our Independence Day." Man, that gave me literal chills. If you could see my arms right now, you'd know I'm not lying. There's not a dry eye in the house as the fighters applaud, cheer, and salute their commander-in-chief. Whitmore himself is surprised by his oratory skills and decides that if he makes it out of this fight alive, he's going to step down from the presidency and become an actor. Politics is too much of a crapshoot profession. Acting is much more stable. Dusk is falling on Area 51, and the final preparations are underway. Crews are running around, climbing ladders, and fueling up planes as the pilots board the mothership and the fighter jets. Everyone looks super cute in their flight suits. Jasmine and Constance are standing next to each other, watching as their men go off to fight the aliens, not knowing for certain if they'll return. What happens if Steve and David don't come back? Should they move in together and raise Dylan as their own? Should they open Dave & Buster's as a tribute to their lost loves? So many questions, so little time. Just as they lock eyes with each other, Jasmine and Constance are brought back to the present by a loud banging sound. Steve has accidentally rammed the mothership into the hangar, and the mission looks like it may be over before it's even started. But fear soon gives way to relief as Steve realizes his mistake and reverses direction. Soon he's flying the mothership at warp speed out of the hangar and into the late evening sky. David pops a few Dramamine pills to calm his stomach and nerves, and for good measure he knocks back a few Xanax too. Somewhere out there are real live aliens, and he's instantly regretting his decision to join this mission. But it's too late now. He checks to make sure his seatbelt is secure. He begins to relax when he hears Steve say, "Look, no hands!" He glances over as Steve has let go of the joystick. He yells, "Steve!"
Chapter 17. The Apple PowerBook 5300 CE. Novelized and narrated by Tony Zaret. "Gray, do you read me?" said the president, sitting in his jet fighter. Yep, the president was gonna fly a jet fighter. Seems crazy, right? After all, the Cheeto-in-Chief can barely drive a golf cart without making a huge mistake. That's right, Drumpy. This is how a real president does it. Believe it or not, kiddos, there was actually a time when the president could fly a jet fighter into an alien flying saucer, instead of flying the whole country right into a dumpster fire. Or should I say, Drumpster fire? But enough political satire. If you want a hilarious take on the dumpster fire that is Washington, D.C., you can tune into Patriot Act with Hasan Minhaj and watch him roast the Drumpfer like a chestnut on Christmas. Or so I've heard. I'm too mesmerized by Mr. Minaj's fit physique and beautifully coiffed hair to pay attention to what I'm sure is his gut-bustingly hilarious political commentary. But as I was saying, the president sat in his jet fighter getting ready to join Captain Stephen Hiller and David Levinson in their fight against the aliens. But it wasn't going to be easy. There were only 26 minutes left before these space bugs lit our planet up harder than Hasan Minhaj roasting the commander-in-Cheeto. As Stephen joyfully used his pilot training to fly an alien rocket ship into space, David used his skills as a big-time computer geek to tap away on the keyboard of his Apple PowerBook 5300 CE laptop. These PowerBooks were notable for being the first to feature hot swappable expansion modules for a variety of different units, such as zip drives. Fortunately for David, the batteries on the PowerBook 5300 provided power for up to 4 hours of work time. So he wasn't worried about having to change his laptop using an incompatible alien power outlet in the time it usually takes to make the journey into outer space to win a war against aliens. So that was the good news. The bad news? The aliens were using some kind of magnet to suck David and Steven into their really big alien mothership. "Oh no," said Steven. "Don't worry. I was counting on this," said David, as he knew the aliens were going to use a magnet or something to pull the space rocket Steven was driving into their big alien mothership. "When the hell were you going to tell me?" said Steven. "Oops," said David. We need to work on our communication," said Steven. And it was at this point that the film's audience let out a nice chuckle, as this kind of quip is usually reserved for married couples in situation comedies, not astronauts riding in a space rocket to save the world from aliens. Meanwhile, back on Earth, the president and his fellow jet fighter pilots were heading right for the giant flying saucer that was hovering over the desert. "We need to stop this threat," said the president. "But enough about Trump. It's time to blow up this alien flying saucer." "Not yet," replied General Gray. "Not until the package has been delivered, saving our planet from these disgusting creatures. But enough about the Mueller report. Don't shoot at the flying saucer until David uploads a computer virus into the other alien rocket ship that's up in space." You see, the term delivering a package was being used as a secret code to keep the aliens from knowing that some humans were going to fly into their mothership and upload a computer virus using the powerful productivity tools available to anyone willing to spend $6,800, approximately $13,000 in today's dollars, on a PowerBook 5300 CE Macintosh laptop from Apple. Up in space, David and Steven got sucked further into the giant alien mothership. They were nervous because the alien mothership looked pretty scary from the inside. It was full of weird-looking aliens. Like, really weird. I mean, the whole thing looked like something right out of Star Wars. Fortunately for them, they were being dragged right into the part of the mothership where they could upload their computer virus, so they didn't have to worry too much about finding their way around the cavernous steel behemoth. As they drifted toward the location of the mothership's main computer terminal, Steven got nervous because he thought the aliens were going to be able to figure out that there were some good-looking humans driving the spaceship they were bringing in instead of disgusting aliens. But fortunately, David closed some gates over the spaceship's windows. Because while the aliens might have been able to figure out how to travel millions of light years through outer space, there was no way they would be able to invent something as sophisticated as the X-ray scanners humans have been using in their airports since the 1970s. David got out his Apple Macintosh PowerBook 5300 computer, which was fully loaded with all the tools needed for productivity and creativity on the go. And lucky for him, he was able to log into the alien mothership's main server using a rudimentary text-based interface, as the code for the computer running the intergalactic spaceship was all written in English. He uploaded the virus using a program called Virus Transfer that even featured a cute little image of a pirate flag. Due to the blazing fast 300 MHz PowerPC 600 processor that came standard with the $6,800 PowerBook 5300 CE model, David was able to complete the virus upload in under 40 seconds, something that would have been impossible with an IBM-compatible laptop, making the PowerBook 5300 CE well worth paying nearly double the retail price. The president and his team of fighter jets were now ready to start their attack. In other words, It was Mueller time.
Chapter 18, President Maverick, novelized by Daniel Powell, narrated by Michael Torpy. Delivery complete. Engage, said General Gray, completely unaware that months from now, an actor named Robert Loggia will appear on the talk show Politically Incorrect, and watch as host Bill Maher says that Loggia's recent blockbuster hit about aliens is, quote, one of the stupidest movies I've ever seen. Loggia, clearly agitated, tells Maher that he is stupid, in a moment that Maher will later call not one of my finest moments. But again, this was many months away, and instead of dwelling on future media interactions, General Gray was intently focused on the task at hand. In the cockpit of his F-18 Hornet, President Whitmore fired a lone missile. "Eagle 1, Fox 3, he cried as it propelled itself towards the alien ship. Months earlier, an actor named Bill Pullman read a screenplay about an alien invasion for consideration of a role. The line Eagle 1, Fox 3 did not appear in the script. It would be added later, probably by a military consultant, to help the film's dialogue sound more authentic. The missing line did not dissuade Pullman from accepting the role. His last film, Mr. Wrong, where he played the romantic lead opposite Ellen DeGeneres, was somehow a major flop, and he needed the work. But this was all in the past. In the present, there was a huge alien spaceship, and President Whitmore needed to blow it up. General Gray, the President, and all humans still alive held their breath as they watched the lone missile approach the alien ship. "Come on, come on, come on," Whitmore whispered to the missile. But it didn't listen. Instead, it promptly collided with the ship's fully operational energy shield. In Central Command, military men in headsets shook their heads in disappointment. "Virus ineffective. Disengage," General Gray said with a straight face. "Get your people out of there." Dozens of F-18 Hornets peeled off, but the President's jet stayed its course. "Hold on, Command. I want another shot at it." "Sir, I strongly recommend you disengage," General Gray barked. But the President was not to be dissuaded. After all, he was the Commander-in-Chief, which outranks a general. "Eagle 1, Fox 3, he exclaimed again, and this time it was a direct hit. There must have been some lag time between when the virus was uploaded to the alien mainframe and when the shield malfunctioned. Alien technology was truly a mystery. The unexpected explosion caused elation in the command center. "That's a hit! Fire at will!" said one of the headset men. "We're going in! Squadron leaders, take point!" the President directed, and his fellow pilots chimed in. "Eagle 5 at 3, said one, perhaps as an inside reference to Bill Pullman's flying RV in the movie Spaceballs, which was also called Eagle 5. This could also have just been a coincidence. They started firing many missiles. Even Russell joined in. "Eagle 20, Fox 2, he yelled. Years later, an actor named Randy Quaid and his wife will be arrested for allegedly defrauding an innkeeper in Santa Barbara. The case will eventually be dismissed, but it still marks the beginning of a long downward slide for Randy Quaid. Sadly, Russell would not live to see this, but it was not his problem at the moment because a swarm of alien fighters were rushing in his direction. "Evasive maneuvers," said the President of the United States, inside the fighter jet that he, the President of the United States, was personally flying to lead an attack against an alien armada. In spite of the aliens' obvious technological advantages, the President nimbly picked off an enemy fighter. Russell joined in, easily vaporizing an alien craft that had crossed the void of interstellar space to attack our planet. "Payback's a bitch, ain't it?" Russell yelled to his vanquished enemy, perhaps as an ad-lib. On the alien mothership, David and Steve were anxious to depart. "Job's done, let's go home," said David, referring to the planet Earth. "Gladly," said Steve, but when he tried to maneuver the ship, it was unresponsive. "Try it again," insisted David. As they bickered, the waxy manager of the aliens' space garage noticed something was amiss. In the trailer park that used to be Area 51, alien ships descended and started firing. RVs of various makes and models exploded in the Nevada sun. Come on, yelled Major Mitchell to Constance as he tried to usher her to safety. As they ran, there were many more explosions, some in slow motion, some in regular motion. Many people could be heard saying things like, "Come on!" or "Look out!" or "Come on!" again. Surely many of these anonymous people died, but Major Mitchell was able to get Constance out of danger. Back in the alien mothership, the suspicious space garage manager pressed a button on his screen, which, in spite of their advanced technology, had the resolution of a 1991 Atari Lynx. On David and Steve's ship, the windshield started retracting. "What the hell are you doing?" said Steve. "It's not me, they're overriding the system," replied David. Suddenly, Steve and David found themselves face to face with the alien garage manager.
"Oh, shit. Hide," said David in a manner that could only be described as maximum Goldblum.
Under Area 51, everyone was panicking about the chaos above. Moishe gathered a group of children in a prayer circle. "Everybody hold someone's hand," he bellowed. Moishe even invited disgraced former Secretary of Defense Albert Nimziki to join them. "Hashem Eloheinu," he said, praying in Hebrew. Moishe said some other things in Hebrew, but it has been many years since this novelizer's bar mitzvah, and he's a little rusty on the uptake. "I'm not Jewish," said Nimziki. "Nobody's perfect," quipped Moishe. Years later, in Charlottesville, Virginia, white nationalists will gather for a rally where they declare Jews will not replace us, while wielding tiki torches and various racist paraphernalia. After one counter-protester is killed and numerous others are injured, President Donald Trump will claim that there are very fine people on both sides. In the skies above Area 51, the president and his team of scrappy fighter pilots continued to fire missiles. "Eagle 7, Fox 2, one yelled. "Eagle 3, Fox 2, shouted another. One had to wonder just how many missiles they had left. "We're running out of missiles," said one of the headset men in the command center. "We're just not causing enough damage. It's settling directly over us." Sure enough, the giant alien ship hovered above Area 51. Very slowly preparing to incinerate all remaining Americans. "They're preparing to fire their primary weapon," exclaimed General Gray. "Then let's take it out before it takes us out," said the president. "Target at 12 o'clock. He and his wingmen raced towards the underbelly of the ship as alien fighters surrounded them. "My God, they're everywhere," said one of the wingmen, perhaps thinking about how much this sequence owed to Star Wars. Meanwhile, the primary weapon on the the alien ship, continued to charge. "You're out of time! You gotta disable it now!" yelled General Gray. "I'm in range," said President Fighter Pilot. "Eagle 1, Fox 2. But the missile was blocked by the primary weapon's blast doors. "That is a negative impact. I'm out of missiles," he said. "I'm on it," said his wingman, Eagle 7, but he wasn't on it because he was immediately evaporated by an alien fighter. "Jesus," said the president. "We are so fucked!" He didn't say that last part out loud, but he was probably thinking it. In the command room, a headset man informed General Gray that all missiles had been fired. It sure seemed like humanity was done for. "You're out of time. Get your ass out of there," said General Gray. "Doesn't anyone have any missiles left?" begged the president desperately. "Sorry I'm late, Mr. President," chirped a voice from over the comm system. "Kinda got hung up back there." An F-18 emerged clumsily from the fog of battle. "Pilot, you armed?" asked the commander-in-chief. "Armed and ready, sir. I am packing," the voice replied. There was confusion in the command room. What kind of fighter pilot would use such unconventional jargon? "Who is that guy? Put him on the speaker," barked General Gray. "It's me, Russell Case, sir. I told you I wouldn't let you down." Years later, actor Randy Quaid and his wife will be charged with burglary after spending 5 days occupying the guest house in a vacant home they once owned in Santa Barbara. As with Gary Busey before him, Quaid's increasingly eccentric behavior will make it difficult for people to recall he was once an esteemed actor and had been nominated for an Academy Award. "All right, boys, let's give Mr. Case some cover," said President Maverick. "Let's plow the road." Russell bobbed and weaved through alien fighters, locking his missiles onto the primary weapon. "I've got tone," he said. "Eagle 20, Fox 2. But when he pressed the trigger, catastrophe. The missile malfunctioned. "It's jammed, it won't fire." "Damn it," said the president. But Russell had promised that he wouldn't let him down, and he made a grave decision. "Do me a favor," he said. "Tell my children I love them very much." If his missile wouldn't go to the aliens, Russell would bring the missile to them. "All right, you alien assholes," Russell shouted. "In the words of my generation, up yours!" "Good luck, buddy," said the president. which honestly seemed like a pretty unpresidential thing to say to a man seconds away from death by kamikaze. Maybe something more like, "Godspeed, my friend." But I don't know, I'm not at liberty to change the dialogue, I'm just the novelizer. The primary weapon, which was taking longer to charge than an iPad 4, finally began to crackle and glow. Just as the glowing orb of death reached its climax, Russell's F-18 flew directly up into it, jamming the barrel or whatever. "Hello, boys. I'm back," Russell said, even though the "up yours" from earlier really seemed like his final sign-off. But Russell's gambit worked. The laser, instead of going downward towards Earth, reversed course and went upward into the alien ship. Triumphant music swelled as explosions reverberated across the city killer. "He did it! The son of a bitch did it!" yelled the president. In the control room, headset men exploded with glee. "All right!" shouted General Gray. But there was one person who was notably not celebrating. Russell's son, Miguel. Major Mitchell noticed. "What your father did was very brave. You should be proud of him," he said, putting a firm hand on Miguel's shoulder. "I am," smiled Miguel. And just like that, he was over the death of his dad. The alien ship, now riddled with explosions, descended slowly into the Nevada landscape. The president and his remaining wingmen took a victory lap over the disabled craft. "Now we know how to take him out, General. Spread the word."
Independence Day. Chapter 19, Checkmate. Novelized by Scott Chernoff, narrated by Will Forte. With the once glorious spacecraft exploding spectacularly behind him, President Whitmore accelerated his glistening fighter jet in triumph. He'd never looked nor felt more manly. And damn it, why shouldn't he bask in victory's fiery glow? Only a few days ago, Tom Whitmore was routinely, mercilessly dismissed as a mediocre, super bland asshole with persistently low approval ratings. His first-term political agenda dead on arrival, he was headed towards inevitable crushing defeat in a futile re-election campaign already besieged by scandal, gossip, and corruption. Like that one scandal about the fish. That was weird. But now on this new Independence Day, Thomas Whitmore had transformed into something entirely different. The hero who saved the world. This was going to be huge for him. Book deals, posters, children's bedspreads, the works. Sure, his dead wife's corpse was barely cold, but for the first time since the glory days of the Gulf War, Thomas Whitmore was alive. "Now we know how to take him out," he bragged. "General, spread the word." Luckily on the ground, there was indeed a general listening. "That's cool," General William Gray responded. "But, spread the word how? I mean, communications are down everywhere except for this walkie-talkie headset thing I'm using to talk to you. Let's see, I guess I could get the Morse code guys back to their desks, if that's what you mean. But it was kind of a schlep to get them all here in the first place, and then we thought that they were done for the day, so we were like, okay, go do whatever, I guess. Because remember, it's not like you told them to stick around or anything. You didn't say, oh, we might need to do more Morse code again. You just flew away, and we had to deal with everything down here on our own. So, it's just a lot right now." But President Top Gun wasn't listening anymore. No one ever listened to General Gray. No matter, he was a survivor. Sure, Gray could have stuck with those other losers back when they were fleeing the White House. Half of them were probably dead by now. Not William Gray. He was too wily for that. He knew that if he really leaned into the whole general thing and said something sufficiently ass-kissy, something like, with your permission, sir, I'd like to remain by your side, that President Flyboy would think Gray was bravely and selflessly devoted to protecting him, when in reality what Gray had done was secure himself a primo ticket onto Air Force One and into the same ultra-secure bunkers as the boy president. They may not love you, Gray told himself, but they can't shake you. Not without a fight. And it worked. Gray was alive at the center of the action. The Morse code guys were still there too. They'd stuck around. Because, let's be honest, where else were they going to go? And now was their moment to shine. Everyone laughed when they said they were going to learn Morse code, but now that same everyone had been incinerated by aliens, which seemed an exactly proportional punishment for the crime of laughing at nerds. Get out on the wire to every squadron around the world, General Gray barked. Tell them how to bring those sons of bitches down. As the Morse code guys started tapping away, the general once again became crippled with self-doubt. Should he have been more specific in his message? Sure, bring those sons of bitches down sounded super macho, which was his primary intention. But upon reflection, was it maybe just a little too vague? Gray got a bad feeling that maybe he was relying too much on the Morse code guys knowing all the details of the plan, such as how specifically to take down the aliens. It's not like he ever actually told them. And even if he did, was it safe to assume they had the ability to instantly communicate that precise information in multiple languages? Or wait, is Morse code its own language? Or is it like sign language, which is weirdly different in every country? Well, whatever, it was too late now. He'd said what he said, they'll figure it out. The Morse guys have got this. Just keep walking, Willie, and never look back. Meanwhile, up in outer space, there was tons of crazy shit still going on. Not for Steve and David, though. Sitting impotently in their jerry-rigged alien coop inside the belly of the mothership, Steve's mustache was all business. What do you think? He asked. David took a pause. Not quite a dramatic pause, more like a neurotic pause. Then, in that very David Levinson way, that I just figured something out, but instead of telling you what it is, I'll say something cryptic but with purpose kind of way, David finally spoke. Checkmate. Steve looked David in the eye. Okay, what? He asked. Was that like a callback to something from earlier today? Because I wasn't with you then. I think you were with Harvey Fierstein at that point. It's like, okay, yes, I know what checkmate means, and I can see how it could work in this context, but also, who was that for? Because 100% it was not for me. Wounded, David went silent. So did Steve. What more was there to say? They may have saved the world, but they couldn't save themselves. Mostly because they were no longer on the world they'd saved. If they were, they would have been included in the saving part. But apparently, if you save the world when you're not actually on the world, it doesn't really pack the same kind of punch. It's a hard lesson to learn. Sitting in silence, Steve gently caressed the phallic symbol he brought with him on every mission, a humble cigar from a little place called Earth. David grabbed his cigar too, and the two unlikely buddies shared a smoke, along with a good laugh about how anti-smoking David had been back home. The irony could only, and I do mean only, be described as hilarious. That was the only way to describe it. It's been a pleasure, Steve said suavely. Steve, you too, David replied, immediately regretting it. You too? What the hell was that, you moron? He thought. He's been a pleasure? Am I saying he's been a pleasure? David, get it together. Yet Steve was unfazed, like he didn't even notice or care, which of course wounded David even more. Instead, Steve extended his arm for one of those cool hand clasps that's more like a cross between a sideways high five and a fist bump, and David couldn't believe he was finally making a new friend. David attempted to reciprocate the gesture as though it was a regular thing he did, even though Steve was much stronger than him, and it totally hurt. Steve exhaled more thick cigar smoke into the small craft, which probably didn't have much oxygen left at that point, by the way, and zero ventilation. But sure, smoke it up. He fixed his eyes on David and said, "There's only one thing left to do." David was paralyzed in thought again. What did that mean? Only one thing to do? There were so many possibilities. Was tonight about to take yet another unexpected turn? Is that what this movie ends up being about? He didn't know the answer, but he was only slightly afraid to find out. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? David asked. Steve raised an eyebrow, although no one could be sure which one. I don't know, he said. What are you thinking? Nothing weird, David assured him. Unless you'd be into something weird. Steve shrugged. We're in an alien mothership smoking cigars. I'd say things are already fairly weird. In fact, I'd say we're in, wait for it, alien territory. He flashed that winning smile and raised his other eyebrow, so now both eyebrows were up. You ruined it, David said quietly. Alien territory, Steve repeated with urgency. It's funny because it's true. David rose. He turned away from Steve and towards his 1990s Texas Instruments laptop running Microsoft Word and a Matrix screensaver in the background. He typed randomly, once again sending some kind of signal to the alien mothership, despite not knowing the Wi-Fi password, and also using a computer that absolutely did not have Wi-Fi in 1996 anyway. But this is Jeff Goldblum we're talking about, so of course the plan worked like a charm. Operation Jolly Roger was a go. Operation Jolly Roger had 3 parts. Part 1, send the aliens a GIF of a pirate flag with a skull and crossbones laughing at them, which is a total own and one that transcends languages, cultures, and interstellar species. 2, taunt and shit-talk the aliens in a really showy, assholey way. And Part 3, fire a missile at the nearest aliens, causing a chain reaction that, along with the second nuke he left behind, ultimately destroys the entire massive mothership. Parts 1 and 2 are actually optional if you don't have time for all 3. The force of the action dislodged the Earthlings' scrappy little ship, leaving them with 30 seconds to make it out of the mothership before the whole thing went kablooey, which is the scientific term for when eels mate in unnatural ways, but is also used colloquially to mean boom boom. Can you get us out of here in 30 seconds? David asked with urgency as he shit his pants. Scrambling back into his seat, which he probably never should have left in the first place if he was planning to attempt a quick escape, Steve yelled, "I ain't heard no fat lady." Fat lady? Now who's doing callbacks? David asked. But there was no time for an answer. There wasn't even really time for a question because they were under enemy fire, and for the next 29 pulse-pounding seconds, Steve floored it as he deftly outmaneuvered hostile TIE fighters, flying his X-Wing through the trench in a desperate bid to outrun the kill shot from the proton torpedo he just fired into the thermal exhaust port. Well, it turned out 27 seconds would have been sufficient. Zooming away with about 2 seconds to spare, 2 seconds which could and perhaps should have been used for more banter, Steve and David blasted out just before the garage door closed. The mothership detonated behind them like the Death Star it was, which means that not only do we immediately get that this means the aliens are essentially defeated, but also that this is the climax of the story and it's all blah blah wrap up and celebratory medal ceremonies from here. Or so they thought. But after a delightful and totally necessary moment of timeless Elvis jokes and impressions, Steve and David's craft got caught up in the explosion and debris they'd been just barely outpacing. Maybe we shouldn't have slowed down to celebrate, Steve thought, as the flames consumed them. Death now appeared inevitable for David and Steve. Could they perish in the conflagration? And let's be honest, if they did end up dead, would that really be so bad? From a story perspective, I mean. Yet even as the heroic duo's fate remained unclear, the people on the planet below were partying. Somewhere in Africa, a stereotypically primitive tribe rejoiced. In Egypt, a small crowd gathered by the pyramids. Where else? To cheer the downing of yet another alien ship. And in Iceland, the battle raged on because no one there even bothered to learn Morse code. In fact, when they heard the tapping, they didn't even recognize the sounds as Morse code, and everyone was just like, someone turn that dumb old machine off. It's totally distracting us from getting our asses handed to us by the aliens. Back in America, there was jubilation as President Whitmore, followed by his fellow surviving pilots, boldly strode through a room full of cheering randos and embraced his daughter. Immediately, he was spotted by General Gray, who made a beeline for him. Jesus, Whitmore thought, this guy again. They're going down all over the world, Tom, Gray bellowed, suddenly on a first-name basis with the president of what's left of the United States. We got him beat. I mean, other than in Iceland, of course. But hey, they'll pull through eventually. They're a resilient people, the Icelanders. I wouldn't worry. So Tom didn't. But he did worry about Steve and Dave, despite his disappointment at how boring their names were. General Gray, of course, had to be the one to pipe up and give Whitmore the news, still striving to make himself seem useful. But telling Tom that he'd lost contact with Hiller and Levinson at the exact moment that their wives were walking up was yet another goofy Gray gaffe, the latest in a long line of embarrassing faux pas. As he watched Jasmine's and Constance's faces fill with fear for their husbands, the general chastised himself. There you go again, Willie, he thought. You had to say it in front of the dames. No wonder you're 71 years old and still single. But not even General Gray could kill this mood, because suddenly Steve and Dave showed up on the radar, and everyone was happy again. Yeah. Luckily, Hiller and Levinson, who were in outer space just moments before, and who could have crash-landed literally anywhere on the planet, happened to touch down just a short drive from where all their friends were already waiting for them. That worked out perfectly, as it would have been a real bummer if they'd ended up in the middle of the ocean or on top of an erupting volcano or in some weird sex dungeon where they were held prisoner for the rest of their lives, or even just like a few towns away, which would be so annoying because they'd just have to take a bus or something to get back to the base. This way was much better. There was a big reunion out in the desert and everyone came. David's dad, Jasmine and her son, and even the dog because, of course, right? Steve and David got to smoke their cigars, there were passionate kisses and proud salutes, and President Whitmore's daughter, who shall remain nameless, reminded us all that it was the 4th of July, which was pretty awesome timing when you think about it. Not only that, but the still falling flaming debris from the defeated alien ship on the horizon kind of looked like an Independence Day celebration. It was another amazing coincidence, and one that Steve saw as the perfect opportunity for one of his famous quips. He scooped up Dylan and held his now stepson aloft, gesturing towards the explosions in the sky. With a knowing grin, he asked, "Didn't I promise you fireworks?" Dylan pondered the question. It didn't sit well with him. These are not fireworks, the boy thought. This is the wreckage of a city-sized alien craft sent here to destroy the human race. Have you already forgotten what happened? They killed every single person I knew in the world besides you and Mom, and that includes my real dad. Hello, he's dead now. And so are millions of people. All kinds of people are dead. I almost died in a tunnel. A tunnel! Not only that, but what about all the aliens on that ship? There were probably thousands of them. Sure, it's easy to devalue them as inhuman others, monsters. Yet were they not simply following their nature, exterminating for sustenance in much the same way we put ourselves on top of our food chain and exploited Earth's species and resources? Were these so-called alien invaders not individuals, each with their own families, joys, heartbreaks, stories to tell? Manipulated by their political leaders into believing that theirs too was a cause that was righteous? And as they burn in front of us in this hellscape that was once our Eden, you're gonna pull that cheap, sentimental crap about holiday fireworks? Like we're at fucking Epcot? Jesus Christ, Steve, read the room. All those thoughts raced through Dylan's mind in an instant, but as fully as he felt them, Dylan could read the room, and the last thing he would ever be, in this moment or any other, was a buzzkill. Yeah, because as everyone knows, Dylan's brand is fun, upbeat, positive, always keeping it light, and making sure Mom is happy. She has it too hard, and works too hard for him to let her down. It's a lot of pressure, and sometimes the burden can feel too heavy to bear. But it was a responsibility he shouldered because he was the man of the house. That is, he was the man of the house until Steve, the big hero, bringer of fireworks, he of the pithy one-liner. Fine, whatever. Now was not the time for recriminations. Dylan knew that better than anyone. Now was a time to move forward. Now was the time for Dylan to do what Dylan does. So he swallowed his feelings yet again, pretended this was a happy moment, and tugged on Steve's dog tag as he gave his answer. Yeah, there were fireworks, and yeah, there was freedom, and as the stench of thousands of charred, rotting alien carcasses filled the air, the sky blazed on in a changed new world. Happy ID4, everyone!
Epilogue, novelized by Anita Serwacki, narrated by James Urbaniak. August 30th. Mankind's great victory of July 4th was now in the rearview mirror. The parades were paraded, the solemn ceremonies snoozed through, the commemorative coins minted. But it was finally time for the world to move forward, considering that August is freaking hot, at least in the United States, which is all that really matters, and the planet was littered with smoldering alien and people chunks.
People of Earth, we must begin to deal with this stank,
announced President Thomas. The smell. Jesus Christ, who knew victory would make the whole damn planet stink like roadkill in a Bourbon Street gutter? Area 51 was now the de facto White House, still surrounded by the RV kooks who were milling around the parking lot, itching for something more to do since they were at last proven right, and now faced the grim fact they had no more purpose and still lived in RVs. President Thomas sat, head in hands, at his shitty metal desk containing a large active telegraph system. David Levinson robotically spun in circles on a nearby office chair. Squeak! 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 Went David's chair. Beep, 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 went the telegraph. David had been appointed to lead cleanup operations, as he was still pretty much the only one who gave two craps about the environment in the entire country. Here I am, rock you like an eco-cane, David sang in his head while grinning to himself. Squeak! The men were convening with surviving world leaders, and some guy named Nigel, who took advantage of the chaos to crown himself King of Australia. With satellites still out, communication continued to be conducted by telegraph, and it took fucking forever, as Nigel had difficulty making any goddamn point and really liked to hear himself beep beep beeping. It wasn't easy interrupting someone on a Morse code rant. Nigel's bullshit and David's infernal spinning were giving Thomas a headache. He slapped a hand on the shitty desk.
Okay, can we shut this thing off? Put a blanket over it or something?
Turning to David.
One more spin and I'm putting this fucker through your skull.
The normally even-keeled president wasn't usually so nasty, but he had some very heavy decisions to make. Removal and disposal of alien debris was the top priority. The UFO crash zones were covered with toxic gelatinous mounds that smothered all vegetation. The decaying alien flesh also seemed to have a corrosive property that was destroying the soil like salt on a field. Despite this, and maybe even because of it, a black market for alien bits had also sprung up. Some real sickos were paying top canned goods for more intact harvester corpses, presumably to have unnatural relations, if you get the drift. The exosuit head tendrils were particularly prized. No one really gave a shit if these perverts contracted some kind of intergalactic crotch rot, but having this material out in the wild could create any number of contamination zones. And it was a little too early for wealthy weirdos to start wrecking the planet again. Locations were being chosen for dedicated ET pits, places no one really gave a shit about, that could be filled with space corpses and easily abandoned as everyone wiped their hands of the whole mess. On the call, Nigel was waffling between Australia's Point Augusta and Townsville, which was probably the most times the phrase bloody cunts was transmitted via Morse code. David made one more grating, squeaky spin on the chair, and President Thomas punched the telegraph in frustration. The president's knuckles were bleeding, but the squeaking ceased. David alluringly raised an eyebrow and pointed a confident finger at Thomas.
Bakersfield, Roanoke, Black Rock City, Paramus, just terrible, terrible places.
He blew imaginary smoke off his finger and resumed spinning. Thomas exhaled, relieved the burden of choosing ET pit locations was shouldered by David, and he agreed Bakersfield was garbage. September 7th. To take a bit of the sting out of having more towns wiped off the map by toxic alien sludge, President Thomas made a proclamation that each ET pit was a solemn sacrifice, to be named after a beloved, downed hero. Russell Case got Black Rock City, and Captain Jimmy was going to get Bakersfield, but Captain Stephen objected, because fuck that place. At the end, Jimmy got Roanoke, and Bakersfield was left undedicated, because fuck that place. Finally, it was time for David to raise a bullhorn and address the RV throng.
Weirdos, do I have a job for you?
Soon after, the RV UFOologists were again mobilized. Using their extensive clip art libraries and mimeograph capabilities, they were tasked with creating volunteer-seeking flyers, which would be airdropped over all populated areas within 300 miles of crashed spacecraft. Along with hazmat gear and shovels, volunteers would be provided with government food rations consisting of cans of Dinty Moore stew and mixed vegetables, Libby's even, not a store brand. Those who didn't step up were on their own and were welcome to join one of the numerous roving cannibal gangs that had most certainly formed by now. September 8th. A helicopter descended into Black Rock City. David, in galoshes and hazmat suit, nervously stood over the Russell Case Memorial Black Rock City ET pit as an ongoing sluice of toxic chunks slid from the backs of dump trucks into deep, deep holes.
I'm very happy that you're, helping in this important mission,
David nervously announced before getting the hell out of there. Heading into the sky back to Area 51, he knew all those poor schmucks would be dead before they consumed their Dinty Moore rations. Decaying harvester corpses were way more toxic than they let on. But it was goddamn necessary. Also, having government power was pretty fucking sweet. September 9th. David returned from Black Rock City, a little angry, a little resentful, a little sad, maybe kind of remorseful. Guilty? Probably. But confident. Entering the White House, he approached President Thomas to give him the Black Rock news, but was faced with an oddly silent shitty desk.
"What happened to Nigel?"
asked David.
Someone shot him in the head.
Sure, not surprising. Who's in charge of Australia now?
Not sure. We're getting messages from someone who may be covered in spiders.
October 1st. President Thomas breathed deeply and immediately regretted it.
Amateur mistake,
he chided himself. Now he'd be smelling Chinatown Fish Market on a hot summer day for the next few hours. Despite the rot stink in his nose, President Thomas was pleased. David was organizing the ET pits. The economy was starting to chug along. Maybe this planet was going to be all right after all. Then the telegraph sprung to life. Apparently, Nicolas Cage had declared himself King of Bakersfield, demanding retribution. President Thomas shook his head.
This shit never ends.
Maybe he should have just let those aliens rape the planet. He laughed to himself. It was too late now. He typed out instructions to his generals to take out King Cage. President Thomas smiled. It was more of a smirk, but he realized it was the first time a smile had crossed his face since the new Independence Day. Maybe things were going to be all right. The telegraph exploded again, this time from the new King of Australia, Yahoo Serious.
For fuck's sake,
Thomas exhaled. Then he sat at his desk and cried.
That concludes the Novelizer's special presentation of Independence Day in its entirety. We'll be back soon with, holy shit, we're novelizing The Matrix. How cool is that? Until then, I'm your old pal Steven saying good night.